Zedalos! Zedalos! What is up, dudes? What is up? What is up? A very, very, very good morning. रुक जाओ, एड्स ऑफ है ना. ओ भाई, गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड मॉर्निंग. कैसे हो? मेरे को लगा आज भी मिस. हाँ, हेलो बिंकिया, हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग पाइनएप्पल. TH unbeaten. Well. बंस भाई नींद आ रही है, मत करो भाई. भाई कल मैं पूरा एक मूवी देखने के बाद 11:30 बजे सोया. हाँ, एक्सटेरिस्ट्रियल कुछ तो मूवी देखा मैंने. बाप रे, नींद नहीं है बेनसीब में. बंस भाई क्या हाल है? सब बढ़िया हाल है. मेरे को हेलो नहीं बोला. कैसे हो पंत भाई? अरे एपेक्स में एसिटल जॉर्ट मैं तो बोला था क्वालिफाई हो गया भाई. बट वैलोरेंट इज अ वेरी नाइस गेम. भाई मैं सुना ये टीम बहुत बाप है. इज इट ट्रू? मिनीबू बेस्ट ड्यूलिस्ट इन EME है? नहीं रे, बहुत सारे हैं. वन ऑफ द बेस्ट. थोड़ा चाय हो जाती भाई. मैंने पहला कप एकदम 2 सिप बनाया मैंने, सिर्फ नींद उड़ाने को. बंग्स भाई नई जॉब की जल्दी ही शुरुआत होगी. लव्स यू बोथ. लव्स यू अथर्व भाई, लव यू. EME में टेक पास बेस्ट प्लेयर है. मत करो यार, अभी अभी अपग्रेड हुआ है सब कुछ वहां पे. सोए कि नहीं? नहीं भाई, ऐसा लगा कोई तो आवाज आया करके. मैं तो हूं नहीं किधर डिस्कॉर्ड पे. तो फक.
Are that ascended team. They need those championship points. But apart from that, what about the agent comps, Komodo?
I do like the fact that Nongshim are going back towards the breach.
रात से वॉच पार्टी देख रहा हूँ तेरा और सिड का.
Always better for Francis being able to set up Darby.
मेरे को इसके बाद NA है और वापस Pacific है.
I mean, it had its good moments, don't get me wrong, but it just always feels a lot more comfortable.
हेलो बड़ी, कैसे हो? एकदम
जबरदस्त. Where they're just sending in Darby, quote, throwing him in like they're being.
मुझे मैं वॉच पार्टी बिकॉज़ ऑफ मी कल देख के फिर वॉच पार्टी डांसिंग बेस्ट ऑफ लक.
Seeing him just
finally NS के मैच देख पा रहा है. हाँ बे.
Coming in towards this one is really good for them. Should be back into some familiar territories. And
भाई पर्शिया अपना पर्शिया है क्या?
On 3 championship points. The loser here will get no
पर्शिया,
extra
डैम्बी,
points.
फ्रांसिस,
You're going out with 3. That means
आईवी, मार्गरेट.
Yeah, that's why it all comes down to
Basically
this very
talent
first
जीता, तुम
map
लोग ये बोल रहे हो ना?
as well. Talent on the attack, and we have kicked things off. So far, so good, just hovering around this A-long position.
Huh?
Yeah, of course, talent. Idea with this composition as well is going to be great to counter
Basically,
the likes of
Pirmi
Darby
मारेगा.
and Neon, the likes of Yoru plays as well. With the TPs, you expect to see good things from Cruz with the sonic sensors. When things flip over onto defense, but on
पूरा दिन पुडुंग आवाज
passive
करता है.
approach,
Language.
classic
Scam. Sorry.
1-2-2 if you want to call it as well. Really just spread default on Shim, eventually starting to gather a little bit of information. Our drone not spotting out anything, so you'll take some further information, some further.
Love you, man. Bye. Thank you for the 40-minute jam.
They've got to realize that they're not being presented with anything. Now they've got to go look.
Curious smoke bloomed up around A lobby as well, right? And this kind of puts Chip Boys in a precarious position as he gets stunned up. The kill now heading over onto Francis, but also the sight for talent.
Yeah, look at the damage though that's already being delivered to these Nongshim members. 3 of them low, all going for the flank. A gate crash available, but right now it's the spike that Talon are not even
भाई 4 बंदे ब्लाइंड किए. हेलो.
And that was a really great flash coming out from Persia as
और
well.
3
It does
बंदे
keep
रिकॉल.
Talon pinched into this B site where Dambi comes in, slays them down with a triple. Killua trying to fight for his life right now, but the spike getting stuck just does not do him any favors. The round picked up in a dime by Nongshim.
I think this is going to be my most mentioned statement ever this year in all of the broadcasts. You probably already know where I'm going with this one. Stuns are cosmetic. They do not exist in this game of Valorant. Dambi has just delivered them death in this pistol round. And I got to say, the damage that was delivered real nice early on. I mean, I thought that Talon were at least going to be able to find one kill on the back of that, but unfortunately not. It's just damage, and Dambi literally says, no, I don't care. I'm going into the side. There's a sonic sensor. Stiff,
yeah,
I might just kill you.
It's a little bit arguable, because sometimes if you're a Jit boy is getting stunned up, then you feel that pressure. But if you're Dambi, oh my god, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. Stinger buy out though for Talon as the plant was there, and they favor themselves going for this, but against Margaret with a shotgun.
Oh, but he gets tagged straight through the cyber cage as Talon swarms this garage position. Just Francis to try to spray and fend them off, but to no avail. The spike still going down on the C site. Nongshim all around though, but the spaz as well. Persia fighting one through.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Cruz. He's been accidental.
Got the wall up now as well, just for Talon to hold. They're still trying to keep pressure around this garage.
Remember, difference, Breach versus Teo. You got flashes and an aftershock for Francis.
And also the stuns, but the flash coming back out from Thigh. He's trying to keep Nongshim at bay, which allows for Primi to then straight down the choke point. 2 kills, a third from Thigh, and just Persia left. He's gonna push out of the smoke, the barrel spotted. Killua finds it, and Talon answer right back.
Yeah, good force up from Talon as well. We've seen a lot of discussion and arguments at the moment of second round force up, second round
को पहली बार देख रहा हूं मैं. इसके पहले शायद एक ही बार देखा है मैंने, वो भी बहुत पहले.
G2, for example, that might be favoring it. I've seen a lot of great percentages in Pacific so far when you've got the individual stinger in towards the second round, but I guess for Talon here, it's you know, why not just all go in together? Nongshim are playing quite slow already from the pistol round. They may not expect something a little bit faster for a C split, and it works a treat, you know. Unfortunate for Margaret, the judge is not able to, well, do anything, and now you have to take a knee as Nongshim.
Dambi bhai pe nazar hai mera. Dambi bhai.
I mean, they're taking a bit of a knee, but they're also pushing out a C long, and it's just one where Thigh has.
Abhi nahi hai nazar. By round
mein. Such as this, shouldn't be reading too hard into it. As a viewer for Nongshim, chances already losing 2 members, pretty easy. You just reset, play to the numbers, see no overextension. Have an idea of individual tendencies in a situation like this as well, right? Ivy, most likely
yes sir.
Site on the Sova.
Pura dekha
See
maine.
him with Dambi a couple times here and there. I'd be interested to see, you know, for later when there's rounds, you know, what sort of changes Margaret will have with these cypher setups.
That will be quite crucial, Komodo. But for now, it's just Talon having their way with things into the site, trying to get the spike planted. But Ivy not too bad for a bit of damage. Just Persia now.
भाई लाइक करो सब, क्या कर रहे हो? बात तो है विकास भाई. Thank you for the $3.
Because now gets just a little bit more problematic for the likes of Persia, where
I
mean, you'd see maybe Thigh look for a kill here to be one away from the ultimate on the Omen. Primi's already got the dimensional drift, which coming in towards the next gun round is going to be quite huge. So that kill at the end is just a bit of a consolation prize for him, some padding of the stats, some extra credits. And now we'll get into the meat and potatoes of this game, where we'll have the buyout for Nongshim.
I like meat and potatoes.
अब देखते हैं Dambi bhai को, अब देखते हैं.
It's also just taking a look at the entire history back and forth, right? I mean, you're talking about how Nongshim has played Talon a couple of times so far in this year. Every time they've lost, and Haven was one of these maps where Talon always had their way with things as well. Talon getting that great read against T1 from before. A little bit shaky against Genji last week for sure, but right now, so far, this is getting nice tickly.
Yeah, immediately right now, this will tickle you a little bit if you are Nongshim potentially, when you've got a dimensional drift going your way in middle. Oh, it works out, but it's immediately back, and that was the kill that Dambi needed. The fact that Jit Boys gets 2 here turns things a little bit upside down for Nongshim, but maybe, just maybe, Margaret and Ivy can bring it back.
A
little bit too early into the peak of B site, but it also kind of alleviates pressure onto A for then the spike to get delivered over. Primi though, looking for the 1v1s, and he takes them. Just Margaret left. He's been having a great game for the recent matches, but right now, 1v2, can he live up to these expectations? Kind of walks into the crosshairs, that one. tough situation, and Primi just locks it down.
इधर तो
A
देखा
little
हुआ
bit
लग रहा है.
unfortunate for Ivy pushing too far, I think, for the duel against Primi, where you flip it on its head, and that's a really great duel.
EDZ did not qualify for Toronto. वो shocking था.
Massive kerfuffle in mid that ultimately gets won by Talon. Some stability looking to be brought back by the
बस मारा ना Jit Boys ने.
I'm looking at Ivy here, and I'm thinking to myself, you've got a drone, you've got a dart, you've got 2 shock darts, right? You can actually wait for Margaret to come to you and play a little bit more passive and potentially go.
कोई सीन है अब देखते हैं डांबी भाई को. अब देखते हैं.
Oversight dart and a drone if you want, but didn't happen. One of those things. Teething issues potentially, adjustments more importantly to be made for Nongshim coming into the depths of this round of this map where there's some damage already delivered around A.
Okay, that is a lot of damage, Komodo. Look at that sheriff shot. Good spams coming through for Talon as well, just to keep Nongshim away. Down, he pops the overdrive.
I don't know if they recognize that he can get through this one, but he has to be shifted here. He has to be silent.
Snuck over, and he's slowly creeping up from behind. You still have Jit Boys just hovering around the bottom of window, just in case, maybe. Talon, though, already in towards garage, creating some pressure, pulling rotations over onto the seaside.
Here comes player.
Overdrive might have expired, but he's still got that sheriff, and he's good for one. Jit Boys straight right back.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Ivy is gone as well, and now with
the player
information that Talon need to book it towards the A site. However, they will be met by Persia there nice and early. Disrespect this smoke and look for the lurk of Primi.
It's decent timing though, but that Gravnet still landing the shot square on. Killua to trade right back as well. And then for Primi on this lurk position, just completely cutting off rotations. Margaret left, and this is not a scenario where you want to find yourself in.
Nope, this would definitely be a doom spot for Margaret. If he can potentially even pick up a rifle here, you'd just be looking to save that in towards the next round as well. Because you're not going to ticket the economy of Talon really whatsoever here. Again, building up some better things, getting closer towards some of these ultimates. Sty's picked up his. Cruz is one away from the
that was nice
set
joke.
yourselves up in a post plant like that, and it's going to be pretty good for
chat
Talon.
179 diya,
Already been showcasing early and mid rounds. Decisioning is looking good, and the pace that they're changing up on this attacking side. This is sort of the scenario where I'm thinking to myself, you might need actually some early coach intervention from Nongshim.
Several rounds now where Nongshim have caught.
मुझे बर्थडे विश कर दो मोहम्मद भाई. many happy returns of the day मेरी जान की टोटे.
If you're looking at the future rounds, Cruz is now close to assault, Killua as well, and that could be so darn impactful. Nongshim though, trying to find ways back into the game. I see an op being picked up, and just with a bit of a glimpse.
Yeah, I think they need to do something a little bit different, right? Getting an operator out, if you can put him on the proper line. And I think right now, if you're able to remove the likes of Primi, who's multi-fragging up a storm, right? Finding some great duels here, feeling confident.
There we go.
I think that's going to be, you know, a step in the right direction. But as I was just talking about, right, you
technically
probably
किसका
are
map
looking
है?
for an early timeout here for Nongshim to
डैम्पी भाई मार रहे हैं. मेरे हिसाब से ये warm up map है for NS और next map मेरे हिसाब से NS जीत सकता है.
The fact that Pearl is snuck in towards this veto should be a massive boon for Nongshim. But the fact that Haven comes in towards this one as well, when we're looking at Talon having some hit and miss results in the early stages of this year, switching up the comp to incorporate this deadlock and then getting some quite good results, right? They're looking more positive, quite good, better.
2-0.
The right idea for them to continue on with this comp. So I think if we're looking at the veto, I wouldn't be surprised. You can see an argument
for gaming, फिलहाल तो कोई plan नहीं है यार.
I mean, it still is one of those things where it kind of could be anyone's game. You know, it's been a week. Who knows? Maybe Talon comes in with some improvements, massive improvements on a map like Pearl as well.
Well, that's it, right? If they are leaving it open and not banning it,
Pearl वो लोग का map है क्या?
Be picking it.
हाँ वो लोग का map है.
That's the thing. You know, we're all on the outside looking in. Right now, this is what we can see. Smokes up. You got the op watching down A.
Fancy a Persia operator posted on the Omen.
हर बार push तो कर रहे हैं डैम्बी. हाँ info तो ले रहे हैं.
Fancy to peek out.
Well, he is at the top of the B side at the moment.
And that would be an angle that's so unexpected. Talon hasn't really dealt with anything like that so far, but right now, keeping things close and safe. Alt Orb's picked up.
They haven't dealt with an operator. They haven't dealt with an elevated spot at B, but they have dealt with many members in mid. Using the stealth drone early on means that mid is a little bit more vulnerable of information. The camera, of course, already used in lobby as well, so it's going to be this dry information spot at the moment. And if Jit Boys can pull some of this utility away from the likes of Ivy, it would be really good at
100% लिख
the
के रो
moment. So drone
ये
use
राउंड
darts
एनएस
still
जीत गया
available, but Hunter's Fury, if you're thinking about it, that's the other side of the map where Talon are now posting up for a C hit.
Right, and Jitboys just evaded that drone as well, so Nongshim don't really have a good idea, and Primi just opened things up onto the C site. Flash already drawn out as well. The hit's still not committing.
30 seconds to go. Ivy needed to win this duel against
भाई
Jitboys. He was doing really well for the lurk a little bit early on. 20 seconds to go. Spike to make its way here. Darby's in the heavens. Persia's with this operator. It's not the greatest weaponry for a retake.
Not too bad though with the spam so far. Dambi a bit of
Mara,
damage
Dambi
over,
ne
but
mara.
Primi just fires right back, and now just down to Persia.
Bhai,
Primi's already got a new
farming
spotting.
kar rahe
How
be.
quick has all this happened? Quad kill in round 6.
भाई
I mean, I'm
इतना
telling you,
अच्छा
man,
राउंड था
Primi, he is activated in
cage
towards
के
this
पहले
matchup.
क्यों
He
pick
wants to
किया?
make sure that there's a lower bracket run for Talon to get
फ्रांसिस
an
ने
international
अकेले
appearance
वो भी
happening.
स्टन होने के
Yeah,
बहुत
it'll
देर
be
बाद
really awesome for the likes of Killer and Dai stepping in towards this roster. Imagine, you know, season 1 of play, you get straight in towards an international. I mean, it's a little bit far away, don't get me wrong, but the way that Primi's playing at the moment, he's certainly looking to be doing the lion's share of damage, and that's why I'm talking about needing to remove Primi nice and early. We need to see a way that Nongshim are able to isolate him. I thought the operator might be the right weapon to be able to do so, but it just didn't align that Primi was challenging in through towards mid.
Rather unfortunate, and that's why it was such a good call by Cruz to take that round rather slow as well, but this time with the confidence going in a little bit quicker into
भाई
C.
heavy read है
Margaret
बे
just risking it for the biscuit by himself up through C-Long, trying to get in the cubby with his camera back on site. It makes it quite problematic at the moment for Nongshim when they're in a player deficit. Yeah, they might have some A-Long control with Darby slotted up
क्या
deep.
सीन
And
प्रीमी
be
भाई
available in the backlines with the recon, with the Owl drone still, but the stealth drone is just gonna, well, I would have said remove all the info. Destroyed by Ivy early on, but it's the false sense of info now, isn't it? Rotations away from the C site, where if Talon hit it, it'd be free for the taking.
भाई very proud of you what a great
So that
stream I
drone
love you
taken
मेरी
down, it's a
जान
bit of information. You feel that there's something fishy around this A-Long. You just commit into C. You find that nobody's here, especially the Annihilation for extra cover. If you're Nongshim, this is a tough retake.
Yeah, and you've still got barrier mesh, you've still got sensors as Cruz. I mean, this should be a pretty hard retake for Nongshim.
It would take a royal fess up, a royal blunder from Talon to mess this one up, but still, decent chance. Off towards the fights around the back lines.
Hey,
Dambi
hai.
initiates a bit of utility into Garage again.
Hey, Dambi
Not
hai,
too bad
Dambi
though,
hai
but
be,
still
Dambi
the
maar
trade
raha hai
from
be.
Dai now, and it's a 3v1. He might have been
Dambi
off,
maar
but
raha
I
hai.
don't see how Ivy could deploy it in
कितना
this round.
सोया
Nah.
एक
Gotta call
घंटा
it. Some really great decision making from Talon. Again, beginning of the rounds, not going too far, but if you are together as a unit,
और प्रीमी
as I
ज्यादा
said,
है
a bit of a misstep from Margaret, right? You see the blind side, you're not able to dodge it. You try to sneak in towards the cubby, and you're just dead to rights. You've got no escape route.
And if we just take a
ये
little
जो हारा
breather
वो बाहर
at
है
Minnesota, right? I mean, just so much pressure against Nongshim right now. Yes, in terms of the stakes as well, but in the game on this map, Talon's been keeping things up all towards this A side, as well as C extremities on the map because of Jitboys on the lurk, because of the whole team peeking down C.
And I mean, who have we seen change positions on Nongshim so far? What differences have we really seen from
भाई ये
them
लोग
so
को
far?
Jitboys
It's
को
been
तो
Omen in
मारना
the middle
पड़ेगा
of B, it's been Darby and Ivy over at the side of A, it's Margaret setting up C, and it's Francis, you know, kind of frolicking between a lot of the map, right? He's dancing around, he's spreading his wings. But apart from that, it's been just a little bit stale at the moment from Nongshim.
Yeah, same thing right now.
Yeah, setting up for the breach fault line down the sewers, trying to set up Darby for something who's again once away from his overdrive, but it's just a heads-up decision from Talon into the C site, layer down all your utility, something that you just try again and again in scrims to get down right, and they're going to have a free site for the plant, a lurk again from Jitboys, and he's just always good for one at the moment.
भाई
I was
इसका
just gonna
लर्क
say,
को कुछ
Francis
करना
had
पड़ेगा
found that
भाई
one kill, that would have been rolling thunder, but Jitboys just keeps Nongshim on their toes. Second kill, Persia to
क्या
trade.
बंदा है भी
Not
Jitboys
too bad, but still a tough position to be in.
अबे कैसे रिटेक
You
करेंगे
got to consider that Killer has an Armageddon, Salvos eventually will come back online. It's just another round where you're not doing anything, and Primi's found one again.
Well, Davi's certainly going to try at the very least until Cruz denies entry. Wow, Salvos as well. Persia knows that they're kind of on the move for him, so he's going to back off. No real exits found. It's just Talon going all the way.
Talk about on the move.
अभी होएगा तो
I'm seeing them
बताता
in the groove at the moment. Talon, they've got a song that's in their ears, and they are not
What
stopping.
would that song be?
What would the song be?
Yeah, give me a song.
I'm not that fluent in Thai music.
It doesn't have to be Thai music. Come on, it could be K-pop.
I mean, the way that they're going right now, it might be "We Are the Champions."
Hey,
I mean, Talon are playing pretty damn good on this attacking side at the moment, and I look towards, you know, what we've seen so far in this league for the likes of Nongshim. They are the team currently, albeit slightly, with the highest defensive round win percentage. We're not really seeing that at the moment, Quack.
No, that was actually one of the more interesting things as we were talking about this from pre-game, right? Nongshim had higher stats overall compared to Talon, but Talon so far on this Haven have been taking their way with things back into it again, and it's Jit Boys with pressure down A.
Well, I'm going to say it again, folks. It's the same setup for Nongshim. Yeah, they've got the ults. They changed their trapwire setups towards the C site, though. Still standard Garage 1 and kill trap for Margaret at the back of the site where, you know, maybe Primy's been taping into, or you've got it from the shadows from Dai. At the moment, though, Dimensional Drift, you know, it definitely could be an angle for Primy to pop that and gather all the info.
Slowly. At least to throw the utility down to bait reactions out from Nongshim, if anything.
It's good timing, actually, on the dark cover. Spotted out Ivy and he found him.
Once again, Jit Boys slip through the cage and spots Damby's back as he tried to reposition. Now Thai creates some pressure onto C. If you're Nongshim, where do you rotate? You're not entirely sure. Your comes in as well, and Kilo up. Don't do it. No. Oh! Another kill. Just Francis left, and you just feel like you're down in the dumps.
It's timing and understanding at the moment from Talon. No one's really overstepping from them. They're being very patient, aggressive when they need to. The likes from Jit Boys have been sensational. The timing from Killer were there, impeccable. They are kind of just not faltering on this attacking side really at all. Not giving Nongshim a chance to set up for any of these ultimates because they're removing these pieces really early on. I mean, you just look at the positioning and pathing that Jit Boys does around the cage, finding all the information. You can't falter them.
You just have to hand it to Talon on this one. I mean, on this Haven map, they've got everything almost perfected.
Yeah.
And it's just such a beautiful recovery from last week's games. You know, I kind of have to bring that one up.
They've read the script.
Yes.
Talon have read the script at the moment. I'm looking like a fool on my prediction with the way things are going here.
Right?
But
both timeouts being called out in the first half.
I mean, you've got to. Like, if you're considering that this could blow out to an 11-1.
Yeah. That's the thing. But, you know, if there's anything to look forward to, you do have the next upcoming map. We were talking about the map. I know the mental game can be affecting Nongshim quite a bit right now.
Are we already thinking about Pearl? Is that the scenario that we're at right now?
Look at the scoreline.
Yeah, but it's first half. You know, they could turn the monitors on.
We were also kind of theorizing that the second half with Nongshim on this composition would kind of work against the whole Davy Neon thing,
correct.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, if we're seeing, you know, what the change up of the sides will do, you're going to be expecting crews to be in the A side more often than not with a lot of these deeper sensors to stop any TP aggressions to come on out. It needs some good shock darts from Ivy. And I mean, we've not really seen the utility be successful for Nongshim. Fault lines and darts and getting Darby activated. None of it's really been able to come into play. You're looking at this round again, and it's the same, you know, spots essentially for Nongshim. Slight difference in the fact that you've got Francis more towards B yet again like last round, but you've got Danby going down the sewers instead of long.
I don't mind it too much. At least they're still trying to.
Yeah, but it's playing into Talon's hands. They're happy to play very passive at the beginning of the round, wait for any oversteps because they're hitting their shots. Their first bullet accuracy in this map so far has been impeccable. And this is about the time in the round. They've used the drone. They see, all right, Ivy's over towards the A side again. Danby's probably going to be here.
Speaking of first bullet accuracy, that's all at the hands of Primy as well as Jit Boys right now. And both of these players are around this A site. You got 3 from Nongshim though, and they're going to peek into Primy at any point. There it is.
Finally, there's an opening frag the way of Nongshim. They've taken down the raid boss in Primy with 40 seconds to go. You're pivoting to this C site. You're tempting with Margaret. Francis is there. They could deploy a Rolling Thunder with 30 seconds to go to stave off this round.
Very good chance for it. Oh, Francis, what's the call though? He's already hovering around site. He's up towards logs right now. Persia finds one down middle. Armageddon ripped through as well. And there's the Rolling Thunder. Timing now, 20 seconds left.
No ultimate as well, so they are locked in to stay at their C site.
Oh boy. All of them holding these grand positions. The call has been made. to go for a save instead. Jit Boys, though, still silently skulking around. Another kill for Margaret. Why not? But oh, Jit Boys.
Nongshim need the guns, essentially. I mean, they'll have a buy in the next round. They need all
Yeah.
that they can get. So 3, the pass mark, I guess you'll say. More importantly for Nongshim, it's the round. But at that point in time, that can even just be like a respect one from Talon. We've taken 8 off you. You can have another one. It'll be fine.
Certainly feels that way right now. You got a lot of confidence, but do want to still know that single mistake, you don't want to get too complacent. Nongshim could still mount a bit of a comeback. Right now, though, that's a great recovery and certainly will do wonders for the mental side.
8-4, best half result that Nongshim can hope for, but I think hope is not what we need to rely on. They need to be individually hitting the shots, coming out with a lot of these calls. They've been holding some of these ults in their back pockets for quite a little bit now, wondering when are they going to put themselves in a situation to be able to use them, because Talon aren't giving them space. Talon aren't giving them the light of day.
And Talon are just reacting and calling so quickly off of the extremities of the map right now. Back into it again.
You can't be missing those shots as Dambi.
Can't even find an escape route either. Tough luck. And off to the C side as well. Talon still.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they just reset altogether towards C, dimensional drift in, which is exactly what they've just pulled for all the information. You're either getting from the shadows or annihilation for Thai and Cruz respectively here.
Oh shit.
Noting all the positions. Nongshim maybe setting themselves up for sort of a retake. Decent kill now from Primi. A second one going his way. You don't even have an opportunity to use the Hunter's Fury to deny Spike Plan at this point.
You'd have to save. You honestly have to save here as well for Nongshim. You need to make sure that your credits are deployable for the rest of the team next round. So Persia's going to be dropping something. You're again not playing with the economy of Talon whatsoever.
All Primi.
Yeah, you take him down, but it's still a 2 versus 5 now. 1 versus 4. Like, yeah, it's just not achievable for Nongshim.
Primi na मान रहा नहीं, Primi ना मान रहा भाई, गलत
Primi
में भाई
stats,
उसका.
I mean, the way that he's going right now, whoever of our analysts and hosts predicted Primi on the build list, they're going to put him in their build diff team. Nice. Now Ivy is probably going to be, you know, put 6 feet under as well.
Okay.
Maybe not.
No, kind of keeps himself afloat.
मत देखो.
A little bit further.
Where were these frags earlier, Ivy?
Well, we might see them a little bit more in the second half now that he's found this little moment. The round might have gone over onto Talon, but we'll keep ourselves invested for
Massachusetts.
The wheels are still spinning. They're still going forwards. I mean, there's a lot of traffic lights here and there that the lights are red, but they're still going.
Warning signals here and there, but we're still chugging along with the Chobra hype train right now.
One enemy remaining.
We'll see, though. Somebody check in on him. I hope he's doing okay.
I mean, knowing and looking at this, it's Haven from Talon. They've been on an upward trajectory. Pearl is in the pool. You're probably looking at an angle of that might be the thought process. But it's early. It's the first half of the first map. And now it's the last round of this half. An operator out for Primi, an Odin for Cruz. I talked about the ultimates in the previous round for them. They're now online. So it gives them a couple more options, but it's going to be the first frag that really needs to go Nongshim's way. And it might very well, Jit Boys, quite low.
Decent shots, but also the slide already spent. Meanwhile, Talon once again back in towards C, where it's just Persia.
Yeah, there's actually a bit of difference now, isn't there? You've swapped Persia and Francis's locations around the map. You've got a little bit of this Cypher utility at the front of B, and an operator echoes out towards the C side of things, where now Persia, yeah, the right player to get out of dodge with that shrouded step, but still maybe gonna be cocooned up.
Oh,
मालूम है वो अल्ट लेके आ रहा है.
He does get away though. Gilua from Garage, unfortunately not able to come up with the goods.
बच गया.
Down to the site now. There's the Hunter's Fury to buy a bit more time. Neural Theft too.
Yeah, but the Neural Theft was used after the Hunter's Fury, so they're not able to combo those ultimates on the back of the information.
Not fully, but at least they're aware that there might be a player looking down the back of Garage. That said, though, Jit Boys will regroup with his team just to mark down these angles now, trying to block them off at the choke points. Or here comes Dambi with the overdrive as well. Relay bolt in, and they're trying to keep themselves alive, but still, gun down, blaze down by Nongshim now. Just Primi left, and he's low HP. This round should be having Oda the other way, but Primi still keeping Nongshim on their toes. 2 kills. He's still good on the 1v1s. Nongshim, though, will be able to stick the defuse all the way through.
2 kills, not scary enough at the end there for Primi. Certainly a little bit of damage. 9-3 at the half. I think you're looking
थोड़ा
back at this
timing
one. There's a
casual हो
lot
रहा है
that you
NS
can
का.
learn for Nongshim, hopefully in this little break here on what they need to deploy coming in towards the second half. But attack versus defense can be a bit of a fickle thing. I don't really think they've given themselves enough space for this second half. But if they can get out of the gates, you know, you get your pistol round, you're getting a bonus. You're dropping the pistol round, you get your second one back, like your Talon have just done to you. Maybe they can start to have a little bit of a comeback at the moment. But I'm seeing a couple of worries. All right, what have you got for us, Jen? What have you got here? Every match has gone to map 3 so far. What about today?
Map 2-0.
She shouldn't be thinking. It should be definitely going to map 3 here, Jen.
2-0.
Just based on trends, right?
2-0.
Come on! She's still deciding. Okay, there we go. She's picking into a 2-0.
Yeah, but that's a 2-0, and the players in the picture are Nongshim there. So she's saying 2-0 Nongshim, which means there's going to be a full reverse sweep on Haven, and then Pearl goes there.
Jen is the prophet. Things have happened before. We might see the comeback. There is still a chance.
See, that's the right prediction. Map 3.
The more logical prediction, especially with the win-loss record of Talon so far.
I'm looking at this. The logical prediction is probably 2-0 towards Talon. Let's be real.
Just based off of what we've seen so far, but sometimes you gotta believe.
Needs to be the wake-up call, though, for Nongshim at the moment, right? A half is done. They're doing this little break at the moment. They need to shake off any worries, shake off any nerves.
Majority of the audience just went for the three-mapper.
Audience knows.
They know what's up.
Yeah, I'm Talon though. Primi. First
half,
2K viewers
and 988 likes.
Absolutely ridiculous. Chipboy's up there as well. Cruz is just laying back. He's doing his calls.
एक ज़माना था जो अब तक 11K likes
होते. I thought he got darted himself, but he didn't.
समझ रहे?
You're scared though. You see Primi down sewers. That's gonna scare Nongshim a little bit.
Well, scared, or you'll take more members into this one fight, and they do just that.
Yeah, but he still takes one down with him, and it's Darby.
ये देख के A से याद आता है.
4v4. You still have your initiator. Kind of cook things up somewhere.
This is interesting for Talon. Running the double senti, choosing to go for some little bits of information in the mid rounds here. Ivy, I don't know how he's gotten away with that one. That was risky business. But
close.
Now you've got a 4 versus 3, and again, Talon want to still go in mid, and it's gorgeous for them. They might get a double here.
They have the numbers, they have the confidence from the previous duels being won, so why not go for it? Cruz now finding the headshot. Got Killua spotting that out towards the back as well, the double kill. One that Nongshim did not expect.
Timing
absolutely catching them on the timing there through the sewers and wrapping around. They would have had to contend with the barrier mesh as well that was at the top entry choke of A, so it would have been quite difficult for them to even get on in. Just a lot of duels being traded here and there, some a little bit interesting on how it actually goes the way of Ivy, but traded out in the end. You know, a different round if he's able to dispatch of Cruz.
It's, you know, pushes that Speaking of things that you don't expect, though, yeah, I just caught a glimpse of the judge, the outlaw being pulled out.
I need floating hair loss
as well for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, Talon were able to get the stinger around successful. So going against the outlaw, 140 each shot, Primi. He's essentially just won the round with those 2 kills and even the tag onto Danby. You can't slide in with 10 HP on a stinger, you would assume.
Absolutely not. Your entire force buy hinged upon this, but it just got broken apart. Decent kill from Ivy, though, but you still have Primi around the site.
Yeah, Primi's still here, calling for the cavalry as well.
Thigh nearby for flashes if needed. You got this little edge around the smoke. Margaret, though, will be able to play close range.
Gonna fade.
Primi out through the other side. And Danby looks to equalize. Cruz up from the top. And, well, Shitboys with the judge. It's a little bit tough in terms of range, but down the drops. It's going to be Margaret trying to trace through. It doesn't quite go all the way that he wants. Margaret now with an outlaw. One shot is all it took, but still the low HP. Tough again, but decent economical damage.
Yeah, it's a nice try in for Nongshim there, but unfortunately, as I mentioned, right, 10 HP for Danby. They're trying to duck, they're trying to weave out the dark cover through the cyber cages as well, and it's just not able to get the job done, unfortunately, for Nongshim. Look at the replays, it's a cheeky one out from Margaret, but just not able to get it done at the end, you know. There's 2 duels that they're trying to fight almost individually as Margaret at the end, and just not able to find any. That might be the nail in the coffin with a bit of a force up for Nongshim there. They have to dig deep in towards the pockets yet again here.
11-3. You really need to make a deep run with every single buy from here on out.
Yeah.
The outlaw can just certainly delete a couple players as well. 2 of them on light shields for Nongshim.
Well, at least they do diff Premi this time. I say diff, not really a massive diff. It's just removing the head of the duelist of Talon. And that's from, unfortunately, highlighting the least fragging member in Francis at the moment. Has to adjust between the Teo back towards the breach, where I was expecting a lot more setups from him for Dambi, for example.
Thing is, do you expect there to be a judge to continue pushing out of B as well? Cruz.
This is a risky one, but I don't mind it.
Oh, and he sidesteps in with the second kill. The Stinger doing wonders. But he walls himself up just to keep himself somewhat alive. Nongshim then to play with caution. Shrouded steps over. Margaret to receive. And Ivy to find the final kill. Nongshim will keep themselves afloat for one more round.
Yeah, for one more round at least here. A bit of cushioning, but all it's going to take is one little faltering and Talon would find map point here. Is this the time for Nongshim to start to make an attack and train happen though? Hey, look, maybe, right? They're starting to have a couple of opening frags. That is the first round that they get here on what generally would have been a bonus round for Talon anyway, but with the way that those first 2 rounds went, it means that they're going to be down on the pistols come this next round. And I'm already seeing a lot more changes of position, of utility from Talon on this defense's side as well. They're not scared to waltz together through mid.
There you go. Changes in the player's demeanor as well. Certainly giving them a lot more confidence, especially for the later maps right now. Talon trying to keep themselves alive.
Ivy's using the drone right now out through mid, so you're not going to be able to use that towards the alpha side of the map, which if he did, you know, and was able to spot out 2 or 3 members, you just call an audible there and absolutely leave the site. This time though, Nongshim just going quite slow together, waiting to see any over-aggressions from Talon.
I'm jealous of her, man.
You've seen Talon push out B a couple times now.
Yeah, but Nongshim, if this is the call to go to A, you're going to be going into a potential killer Armageddon if you're spotted. If that goes from the top of A lobby towards long,
you just removed killer, so don't need to worry about that for now. Great place shot from Dambi, who has been the star duelist of the team, needing to put up huge numbers for this map as well. Hot flash from Primi, stays alive, still skulking around the site. Francis, though, coming back in with the entire team. But you have sussed out some positions now.
It's good to see that the layers there didn't wreck them in the end. So Nongshim, again holding on. But remember, that was just the pistols to come through for Talon. Now you've got the full buy and the backup of the ults as well. And I say backup because we know that Talon might not necessarily need to even deploy them. Team that has a lot of great decisions on the early stages. You know, if they're able to get Primi on the right spot with this operator as well, for example. See where that one's going to be poised over towards the C site where you've got your Sentinel setup. I say Sentinel setup, it's your Cypher setup rather, because the deadlock traps are going to be towards the A side of the map from long, which means if Dambi decides to overdrive through there, well, he's getting stunned up twice.
That would just be great anticipation from Cruz. We'll see how it all works out though, Drone.
Yeah, it's the timing right now as well, right? It's what can you hear on the utility mark. Killua with the stealth drone. Smoke's really quickly deployable by Thai. Do you get the sensation as Nongshim that there might be a little bit more of a stack towards this A site? Seen one sensor removed by a shock dart. One at the front of the site, however.
A couple of tells. Nongshim trailing off of Alpha now.
Yeah, and remember this operator too. Primi, head on a swivel to go between garage and long. Trapwire not broken by the Owl drone. And I don't even know if it was actually spotted out with the positioning that Ivy has just shot. So that trapwire can still be played with a little bit later to get and that's timing to be bought with the Armageddon and the barrier mesh deployed as well. So Nongshim, 30 seconds to go. They can't end here.
They're feeling the heat though. And the Annihilation called out as well.
Now you got to contend with Primi, who has Dimensional Drift, but the Operator and Flashes to dance with.
We'll see. If you're able to throw Primi off, that could work wonders for your team. Primi, though, just steps into the right line at the right time.
Wait,
Dimensional Drift as well.
Dambi actually got picked up by the Annihilation.
Uh-oh, that just does not bode too well for Nongshim.
Arey,
Persia, though,
Primi ko
trying to
aane
keep
to do,
themselves
Silong.
alive. Trying to stick the spike down as well, but Primi out for the clone. In with the angle being held as well. Cruz then with the grab net coming back up. That could work out huge, but 2v3. The kill's not going their way. Primi kill will have fallen. Just Cruz left.
They might have just done it here. Nongshim surviving through a pretty hefty ultimate round. Cruz now looking for some potential exits.
And that's just an incredible save coming out from players like Persia, Francis,
Yeah,
Ivy a little bit as well.
Absolutely.
Talon ये round.
Talk about getting some confidence. Oh, okay, hang on, maybe, no, never mind.
Cruz still got some kick in him.
10 bullets in
भाई तेहो
ammunition.
ult है, deadlock ult है,
You might
setup
be
है,
able to just escape.
अंदर ही आने देते.
Like, we'll just blow off.
More importantly, it's another round for Nongshim, and I'm looking at it, right? Primi ult, Cruz ult, Killer ult. I gotta say, Cruz popped the Annihilation on the A side itself really early. He's just ricocheted that one to mid-window and picked up Darby.
Just in case.
When, by the way, Nongshim are in the C site, Darby the duelist is lurking mid-window.
How big brain is that?
No, how unexpected is that?
नहीं वो तो किधर मार ही नहीं सकता.
I mean, he knew Darby was somewhere around the A side, just based on like timing and rotation of things. I think that's just such a smart call. And he's kept himself up
That's
to
luck.
9-9 right now.
That was a little bit of luck.
Sure enough, there is an element of that in
भाई
there.
चार ult है, चार.
Rifles though for
चार.
Nongshim.
That's right.
To the A side of things,
ये लोग
forcing
11-9
the gate crash
तक खींच
away,
के ले जा
starting
सकते
to
हैं.
slowly
Yeah.
gather some space. It's another eco scenario for Talon, holding on to a bit of this Sentinel utility, by the way, as well. 2 trap wires, 2 sonic sensors.
Meanwhile, for Nongshim, if you are able to cycle through with your ultimates, you can definitely string a couple of rounds together, especially the ones where Talon will be able to come back in with the full buys.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Nongshim, you want to try and be one
My
kind
game
of
is getting
100%
stuck
in
at
these sort
loading
of rounds,
screen.
right?
क्या
You have
करो?
to use an
Reinstall करके
ultimate to be
देखो
able to
एक
pick it up. I mean, it's not the worst thing. Reminds me of, Americas at the moment where the likes of a Vice, right? Steel Gardens are used on these anti-eco rounds more often than actual rifle rounds. No Vice here, but ultimates, as I'm trying to say, use an ultimate if you've got it, and you might need to with 4 players at this A site. Talon, 30 seconds to go. If you're not rolling Thundering as Francis, this is rough.
Yeah, no info yet either. Hopefully the recon
Oh, you're going to get
gives a bit of a tell, but yeah, the grab net right on through. TP's away, 20 seconds then for the hit. The barrier mesh coming up at the right time. You got the right clicks through as well, but not too bad. Nongshim able to just absolutely overwhelm the entirety of Talon all throughout this part of the map.
Neural Theft used at the end there. You throw your hat in the ring, so to speak, as Margaret, but
thank you for the
bell had
membership
already
Jan
rung,
Kate
so nicely done. 11-7, 4 in a row for Nongshim. A better identity on this attacking side at the moment, where we were highlighting earlier. They have had majority of their success over on that defensive side. Flawless variety though, against the little half buy, half investment, sort of investment.
Thank you for the 6
It's a round for Nongshim. Now they have to try and do it again against the proper weaponry of Talon.
Talon is also kind of cooled off for the past several rounds now, no longer peeking out aggressively. This time though,
Oh, you say that, yeah. A little bit of a creep up together, holding each other's hands. It's something that Margaret maybe should have done on the defensive side. Have a buddy with you.
Key info.
Trade ability.
Nongshim still just hovering around.
It's risky though, because Primi wants to do it off the back of the camera. That is gorgeous, and they can get out of this one as well. Oh, it's done. You've taken out 2 members.
Just around Garage, and then the drone out. 3v5, just as the round started. And Nongshim are just left wondering what happened.
And this is the scenario now where that halftime result of 9-3 really becomes a problem, right? Because you've got 1 round you sacrifice over towards Talon in this spot, and then you have to push us into overtime. You have to get 5 in a row, unless you get a 3 versus 5 conversion as Nongshim here.
That's why this is just such an incredible call, incredible teamwork coming out from Talon once again. What a way to splash cold water onto Nongshim's 4-round win streak. Still though, the 3 members trying to scrounge something up together towards this Charlie site.
If they can get the plant free of charge, they'll have a recon for Ivy. There's 1 Shock Dart and a Hunter's Fury. But you have to see Danny, you have to see Persia doing a lot here.
Well, in position so far.
Yep.
Steps.
Yep.
Got the
Abhi
flash
nikal
as
sakta
well. Premi coming
Oh,
back in, and
oh.
Dabby, he's equalized the numbers.
Oh.
Okay. Ivy down
Oh.
towards the back as well.
And now you switch to post plant. You still got that ult. As I said, you got a from the shadows for Persia. You can one-way the site.
Really good chance. Just got to spam right through. Hunter's low,
W.
ripping out. Oh, and it's just Thigh left. And he's just trying to keep himself alive.
He got tagged.
70 HP. Damby slips through the net, and he sees that no one is on the spike. That's key information. The round is done.
And they've really dug deep
Dambi
there. Oh my,
bolte.
Darby, Ivy, Persia, a 3 versus 5 conversion. It doesn't matter that Thai has survived there with the operator. That's just a saving grace for Talon. That is a huge round for Nongshim
Huh?
that may very well save them in this map, depending on the next gun round that we see. If this operator saved doesn't deploy
फिर आ गया,
anything
सोचो थोड़ा,
substantial
सोचो।
in this next round, it could actually be the round that has just saved Nongshim.
A clattering round of applause from our Korean home crowd right here in Splex as well.
Map
Just
ball.
giving so much acknowledgement to the efforts of
Scoreline
Nongshim
देख
in
रहे हो कि
that
नहीं देख
very
पा रहे हो?
round. Meanwhile, for Talon,
जीतने वाला
still
विशाल भाई।
looking for that map point.
Talon.
I'll be honest with you, Quack, they're looking for one round at the moment. It's attacking side deja vu for this map.
At
Dambi
least
एकदम
they've
मेरे
got
से
those
खेलता है, अच्छा player है बे
timeouts.
Dambi।
We'll see if Jovi and Frost can cook something up.
Have they swapped spots? I actually don't know.
Not entirely sure. They've kind of, you know, actually. that
अब
kinda looks
अमेरिका
familiar.
वैसे भी 2 दिन
Well, at least the hat's on
बाकी है,
Frost's
फिर
head.
no late
Yes,
night
that
watch
was-
party।
Oh,
That one
no.
time.
It was yeah,
Yeah,
all it took was
खत्म
one
क्या?
time to recognize immediately, oh my god, he's not wearing a hat.
You see him not wearing a hat in the homegrown documentary
Yeah.
as well, so that, it's Frost, Hector Rosario, but that's
अरे
it.
बंग
Yes,
है
Talon
पार्थ
means
भाई।
business.
it is.
Right now, we've got a
serious
very
लंच किया
loose
मैंने डिनर
handshake
ही
at the
किया सुबह
moment
के
from
9
what we're
बजे।
seeing for Talon. 11 to 8, shambles in their camp, so they call the timeout to have a bit of a discussion.
But ये
That's where
में
you gotta
होगा।
take a look at how Nongshim's able to
Well,
play around this.
एक बार टोरंटो
something I
चला
wanna
गया
say
फिर
as well,
मजे ही मजे
19 kills for
भाई।
Primi
एक
on the
की
first
वॉच
half. He's
पार्टी
at
सारे
5
रीजन का।
in 7 rounds now.
right? Some of them holding on to his off. Getting clapped by Nongshim, finding first contact with numbers.
Yeah. Do you still want to try and regain something towards
आज
this A
खोलने
site
डाला
though
है,
with the
easy है
operator?
टैलेंट के
Yeah,
लिए।
repositioned.
Cheeky from Killua too. Has the stealth drone. If he wants to pop it down sewers or down long, I mean,
ये
it
Brim
might have been a
updates
bit of
इस
a bad
मैच में
scenario
applicable है
because
नहीं?
all of Nongshim are pretty
ये
much here now.
भी नहीं।
Okay, gate crashes away.
महेश भाई,
Little
thank
bit
you
of
for the
information
membership
Nongshim
मेरी
to
जान
that,
के
really collapsed into
टोटे।
the site. Great timing on the barrier mash, but Persia just slips through. The rest of the team as well, but Killua finds the first kill. Off to the next as well, though, as Dambi now slides back in.
Remember, an operator for Premi, you'd need to be given a duel almost, you would think, and then with the 2 rifles of
Bhai.
Thai and Jit Boys, I mean, 3 versus 4, you kind of consider going for it, but remember, Francis rolling
सेव
thunder
करना
too.
पड़ेगा।
I might even think to a save unless you can
कर तो
find an
सकते
open
retake
kill.
technically।
Watching
tough
for
है।
at least while Thigh as well as Chit Boys methodically clear every single angle. Dambi first done, Rolling Thunder baited out, and unfortunate for Chit Boys, he doesn't get away alive.
That's going to be the call now.
चले,
You want to take
actually
this
Rolling
operator
Thunder
into the next
waste गया
round. You
बे।
cannot
अभी
reinvest
save
in
करो।
towards that one. Jit Boys, unfortunate that you lose your life at the end, but you will take a
हाँ
rifle
जी।
and that sniper into the next round. It's another successful one for Nongshim.
6 in the books.
As I said though, right, using the ultimate on
There's
these
no
rounds
1K
where you feel
वरना
like you
dance।
just have to
1K
try
में
and
भी
win
dance
it,
करवाओगे
because that's
विशाल
the
भाई।
important factor at the moment for Nongshim.
हाँ,
It's winning.
5K में
It's not
गलत
giving
तक
Talon the
गलत तक आ
space, the
गया था।
opportunities. If you're off-putting this operator time and time again, you're giving yourselves enough rope to be able to hang on.
A lot of rope, in
मतलब
fact. I mean, 6
talent
rounds in a
जीता
row,
तो
and you just hear
1K
the crowd
वरना dance,
continuing
वैसा?
to cheer and
Risky है,
applause.
risky है।
It's getting louder and louder, Komodo, with every
एडवांटेज
single
देखते
round
रहे,
going
एक राउंड
towards
का
Nongshim.
एडवांटेज है, अभी
But
इको है।
again, all it's going to take is one. It's not too excitable at the moment for Nongshim. They know
Double judge.
that they have to just keep their head on straight and into the C site potentially. It would be where Premi is. You would think generally you should be good for one in this here.
ठीक है।
At least one, you got the
ठीक
key
है।
crash to
Well, I like
stuff
that.
out as well.
Dancing।
Progressive
Advantage
smoke
के
at the
लिए नहीं।
moment for Nongshim
Just
to
up
just
के
make
लिए।
sure the sniper line isn't
Nerf
available.
bye,
for
thank
him.
you
A bit
for
of
the
difference as well, right? Playing on
membership।
a Yoru,
Kale
you're
Banks
generally
bye।
not going to see it
Kilo
elevated
Indian
on the top of the
again,
C site. You'd have to see Dai pick up the operator, and are we seeing Dai pick up an operator?
No, not so far.
Not really.
Great recognition coming through from Nongshim, and right now just to lurk into several positions just in case as well.
but
Cruz deals with the camera for now.
See a lot of the center U tilt towards the A side as well for Nongshim. It's where they've been kind of leaning towards a little bit. And a bit of a different look as well. Forward trapwire, kill trap in the site, sensor as well.
easy नहीं है.
And with more time bleeding off this clock, you start to
11
consider
के
that
बाद कुछ
if you're going
होएगा
into
लग
an
रहा है.
angle and the judge
ये
is
लोग ने तो
there,
force
well,
कर
it
दिया
could be
है.
a little bit problematic for Nongshim.
Especially if you've just seen Cruz in such a forward position.
Yeah. Oh, they do want to contend with going to this A side though, so it's going to be Jip Boys.
क्या है ना वो BT तोड़ ही नहीं सकता.
Yeah, it comes down to the utility as well as the smokes. Possibly close range kills as well, but you're working against Dambi.
Salvos though, sub 30 seconds to go to try and get this plant down in towards the trapwire as well.
Oh,
the
the
judge is
judge!
just going to echo on out. This might be hard for Nongshim.
The TP cancelled as well.
20
Unfortunate for
seconds.
Persia. Now Nongshim just trying to trudge their way forward, but the judge brings justice. Francis and Ivy though not backing down. Smooth
Blue
criminals in
Primi.
their own way, but Primi to fire back. They're all
second.
blocked off at this little toe point, but Ivy
8 seconds.
still bringing things right back to the 1v1. Jit Boys getting the spam forward, and he brings Talon up to that crucial, much coveted
1v1
map
तो
point.
कैसे आया?
Yeah, you unfortunately had to go for the stick there as IV to extend
विशाल
your
भाई कर दो.
chances of winning the round. And when the neural
देखो,
theft comes on out,
technically
you
अगर
don't
देखा
know
जाए,
where Jip Boys has slipped in
तो
towards
दो ही
as
buy
well.
round
It becomes a
निकालने
little
का
bit
है
difficult.
MS को.
As I said, sub 30 seconds for them to get in towards the site.
Crazy
The fact
awareness,
that the
huh?
From the Shadows is invested from Persia and just absolutely read and heard as well makes things a little bit more difficult. 5, 4, 3, not even to the 3 seconds on the clock. It would have been really difficult for Ivy to have won that one. But as you said now, 12 and map point for Talon. Already locking Nongshim out of A lobby.
And you also got Primi pushing up as well. Further information gained. Nongshim though, throwing caution to the wind.
BT is
Straight into
BT.
B site for the quick TP spike plant play.
Oh,
but Thai
that's
has spotted ahead of it.
No one's protecting him. He's going for the plant and then to try and get on out there. And now how do you get the spike back? It's Persia.
No chance.
This is probably done. This is absolutely an unheard of situation for Nongshim to get back in.
Oh, and they're just continuing to spray a hail of bullets going all the way through at this one little gate. Nongshim unable to scratch their way back in, still close off onto the other side, grab net, and that just confirms positioning.
I mean, they've got 2 kills so far, but can you get more? I mean, Spike in the site, disrespectful play from Thai
भाई
to
ये लोग ने
deny
तो छोड़ दिया अभी
the
साइड.
plant from going down. Fault line and recon to at least clear the front of sight, but Talon, they recognize with 30 seconds to go, all right, let's just disconnect from it, have a bit of a flank potential to come on out.
And play with numbers. Got the flash, possibly GravNet coming back as well.
And if you keep pushing as Ivy, you would probably assume that Primi would have been good for one, but
It's
now
just like
you're
Gira.
not expecting a reflank to come out from Cruz, and it's a 1 versus 3 for Francis.
Uh-oh. How could you possibly know? Francis still trying desperately to keep himself in the game. A 1v3 would be monumental, but it's so tough. He hears the footsteps. Cruz just crouch at the very last second.
अच्छा
And we
खेले बहन
end
इस
the first
विकेट.
map 13-9 in favor of Talon.
Yeah,
लगा
they came
नहीं
out
था,
of the gates with a
39
great
times
idea
score
after
होएगा.
that first pistol round that goes the way of Nongshim. Just 9 or 8 rounds in a row rather
one
to
क्या
make
आ
it
गया?
8-1. Finally one back, but I mean, it
One
was
क्या हो गया?
really
बस
the
हो
heavy
गया आज
lifting
के
that
लिए
they did on their own
challenge.
attacking side. Gets a little bit of hold under the
बस हो
collar
गया.
on the switch up. Pistol round, second round going Talon's way. You think, yeah,
ज़्यादा greedy
maybe
नहीं
this
यार.
map's done. A wake-up call on the side of Nongshim. They start to collect together. They start to have some good timing and spacing. But really, when you're looking at that 9-3 turned into an 11-3, there is just no space that they had to work with.
That's where you really got to wonder, right? There's still a decent chance. I mean, this little comeback, that was, what, 6 rounds straight in a row picked up by Nongshim. It certainly could do wonders for them in the upcoming maps. Talon, meanwhile, you take a look at the recent matches, the recent games that they've been playing, it's gone 3 maps every single time. And that's sometimes where they falter as well. Do they have a problem with closing out the games?
Well, I mean, they broke the curse the other day on their first map of the series of a best of 3 as well, right? Now they've echoed that yet again, but whether or not Pearl is going to go their way for a 2-0, or with Nongshim going into that and that being a very confident map for them, maybe they can tie it up and push it to Ascent.
That's where things get a little
Vishal
bit
bhai,
surprising
thank you
for
for
sure.
the
I mean, just thinking
1000
about
GP.
Nongshim, this is the first time they picked Pearl against Talon. We'll see how it shakes up because for now, we're going to have to toss it back over onto our desk. To
Vishal by OP in the chat, guys. Thank you for the 1000 GP मेरी जान के today.
Haven is a place on earth. It certainly is for Talon Esports that take the first map of the day. They're all cringing at me.
How long have you been
They're
saying
all
on that?
cringing.
No, I think you need to understand what I just went through watching this on my coaster, man. The first thing I hear is Haven is a place on earth. Like, what am I doing here?
Well, welcome back, Chobra here on the desk as our special guest. I do have to. How are you? How are you feeling?
I'm upset.
Okay.
I'm mad at myself. I'm mad at. Well,
You're not at yourself.
I'm kind of mad at the boys. I'm
feeling
mad
dear.
at Frost. I'm mad at everybody.
समझा.
I'm mad at EDG for losing.
Yeah. You're mad at me now for saying that line as well. But and I quote from a while ago. I think somewhere around round 18 or 19. Chobra did say,
आप सोचेंगे तो बीमार कैसे नहीं पड़ते?
He's not back. He's been gone for a while.
We did hear that though from him.
Bro, क्या लगता है मेरे इतना prediction on point top
the
notch
bar is
कैसे
like
होता
someone
है?
gets a 2K and they're back.
Huh?
Like that's where we're at now.
Will is regretting coming on the
Future
desk
से,
now.
future से.
I thought this was a
समझ रहे हो?
safe space.
He came here for therapy, but he just gets bullied.
I mean, with a match like this, come on, how can you not, right? It's Nongshim. They had us believing a little bit, especially
Next map
towards the
बोलना ही.
end over
बस हो
there.
गया आज.
I mean, you had your hands up in the air so many times, so yeah.
भाई सीन ऐसे है कि मेरा दिल टैलन बोल रहा है, लेकिन टैलन ने नेक्स्ट मैप खेला नहीं है और नोंगशिम का सबसे बापेस्ट मैप है और जिस हिसाब से नोंगशिम ने खेला है ना, समझ रहे हो? तो नेक्स्ट मैप नहीं करते चैलेंज, थर्ड मैप या फिर PRX वाला. नेक्स्ट में रिस्क लग रहा है हेवी.
Again to see Haven come back into the veto after the last time the comp change. It's now 3 in a row that Talon has won with this comp and they're beating Korean teams every time.
I mean, when you have Primi with a performance like that, how can you not, right? We're seeing absolutely electric versus Dappy on the Neon, right?
I mean, especially this first half. I think he ended this first half on 19 kills.
Yeah.
He absolutely took over. Multi-kill after multi-kill. This guy, he could do no wrong. And I mean, as a Nongshim fan, it's got to be frustrating watching this guy be on the other side.
Well, yeah, because there were so many other things that I was like, oh, like Nongshim, you know, some of the players haven't warmed up, etc. And then I'm looking at what Primi's doing, and I'm like, maybe it doesn't even matter because he's just going around fragging anybody anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he just couldn't die. You know, in this, he's constantly getting kills he shouldn't get. He's constantly getting away with his life, just making
Hey, what's up, Bunker? Sorry.
Yeah, you got a lot of really good opening kills. I think on the attacking side as well, fragging out that hard on the
तारा भाई चाय पगलू करके आया तब तक.
लाइक कर दो चैट, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो.
Always set up to frag. A lot of the time you're trying to make space for the middle of the pack to actually get into a post plan or get involved in the action, but just Primi things. He just goes and takes aim duels and wins them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, 7 first kills. That just shows just how much of a beast Primi is.
Who's saying he's baiting? First kills.
We're quite happy. We're quite happy over. I also had Primi on my team, by the way. So I think we're doing okay. And I think, you know, props to Talon for pulling out some really scrappy rounds as well, especially at the beginning of that map too.
If you compare to kickoff, I mean, Primi's taken more than double the amount of opening duels that he was in kickoff. I mean, part of that is switching back over to the duelist, but what I was kind of alluding to before, if we get into the next set of replays, is the amount of 3v5s that were converted to Nongshim, and part of that's down to Talon. I feel like there's just not good enough freeze protocols. You get an annihilation pick and an op pick from Primi, and then you're in a 5-on-3, and you just give Persia way too many opportunities here.
Yeah, I mean, this round was a little bit crazy. We saw Talon invest 4 ults into this and managed to lose it. You must have been feeling hyped on this one.
That was the round when he was back for that round.
He was back in that round.
That was it.
He showed up for one
I know
round.
that moment.
And then it happened again here. Like, that was another 3-on-5 that Nongshim was able to win. And Talon, they've got to be kicking themselves because they were dominating. They were front-running this game on the attacking side. And it's worth mentioning that Nongshim opted to start out attack last time, and they had a pretty good time of it. But this time, they chose to start defense after Talon picks Haven again. And then you did see a little bit more of a comeback on that attacking side. Partially, I feel like that was down to Nongshim's game plan. They did a really good job playing slower and conditioning like the rotations initially, and then got him with some really nice sight hits. But part of that is down to
Primi, who's got the MVP here, gets an opening pick or gets an opening kill, you're in a 5-on-3, and then you're just not able to actually convert that despite a lot of ults invested or maybe not having good enough freeze protocols and allowing these really solid mid-rounders who, you know, maybe haven't been in good form lately, like Persia, to actually pop off.
Yeah, once he gets that opening duel, right, you can't, your game plan kind of falls by the wayside, and suddenly you're stressing, and you have to adapt and everything. And Nongshim, they're still trying to find their ground into doing this, right? I can actually see Will is actually stressed. He's like, there's like a twitching vein on the side.
I've never been this stressed in my life. This is like just beating out my own wedding and how stressed I am. All right?
Oh my god!
Like, this is insane. Like, I don't know what I signed up for, but this wasn't it. This wasn't it.
I do think there is hope for Nongshim still. We're going into Pearl.
You didn't even friend Nongshim.
What
are you doing here, you traitor?
I'm not a believer. I'm trying to give you some copium. I'm trying to help you here.
We are here as friends. We are here as friends. We are going into Pearl. And no, I do have to side with Morgan here because this is the map that kind of makes me a little nervous as somebody who did predict Talon.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I was to summarize it for all the viewers, Nongshim good on Pearl, Talon bad on Pearl.
Okay.
Oh, good.
I mean, it's kind of a weird dynamic here that I have to kind of be the devil's advocate. But honestly, what I am a little bit concerned is that I still see the same bad habits from Nongshim. Like every team has their own bad habits, right?
Yeah.
Like Talon has their, we're going to give 1v1. So Nongshim, the same bad habits showed up on Haven. And while I trust that they have reinforced their Pearl, if they sat there and thought, well, our Pearl is good, let's work on the other maps, then I think Talon could come in prepared. So in all honesty, like, I don't mind losing that first map. Yeah, you're expecting you win Pearl, maybe it's a 1-1. But the way they lost that first half, I mean, a little bit concerned.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I still believe, just so we're very clear.
Look, I think Talon, they haven't had a good run on this map, especially the game against Genji doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence, and it took a pretty inspired Zeta, despite the fact there was some like degree of misplaying in that game for Nongshim. They still barely lost that game, which shows you the quality that they have on this map, right? Like even a Zeta that is kind of peak performance plus some good preparation to beat Nongshim on this map, I think you're feeling pretty safe to go through to a third map.
Yeah, you gotta remember that 13-3 against Genji, right? Which Genji were able to take on Pearl.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. And Pearl has always been very, very strong on the side of Nongshim. You mentioned that they're not really changing anything, but for this map, is it one of those maps that they probably don't need to?
I mean, listen, if you get the pistol, maybe you don't need to, right? You get the snowball, you get the tempo rolling, and they're very good at that. Like, Nongshim's a very streaky team, both winning and losing. So I think let's get a pistol, start off, not, you know, let's
not get stinged.
Yeah, let's not get stingered because we know Talon does it every single map anyway. I was losing my mind. Okay, I gotta chill. I gotta chill.
That one definitely stung.
The ramen is heating up over here. The ramen is cooking, and we gotta let it simmer just a bit as we're about to step into Pearl. What are we expecting here? I am expecting though that Talon doesn't make that same mistake that happened against Genji last time, and they're coming in a lot stronger here on Pearl, especially since they left it open.
Yeah, as you said, Chobra, I mean, I do feel like this is a map that by leaving it in the pool, you sort of know Nongshim are going to pick it, right?
Of course,
so that very much means we know what Talon are like in terms of how they like to prep. So Talon will have an idea here. They've not let this through entirely on a whim. It's not a mistake for this, you know?
Absolutely. And I think we could let Chobra get back to his watch party as well, because I do think that we are stepping into Pearl right now, and we have some very interesting updates.
Nongshim not changing up too much, but similar to actually what we saw on that previous map, we're getting rid of the Teo and bringing the Sova back in. So minor changes there for Nongshim to start out here on the attacking side of Pearl, which means that Talon has chosen to start defense.
Yeah, but we are seeing Talon play this kind of double sentinel appeal. We just saw it in Haven with the deadlock. Now we have Vice and Cypher with that solo initiator Teo instead of the Fade that they previously liked to use. So this is definitely a slightly different look. This seems very well prepared and a much more holistic style.
Vice Cube,
we'll see how it works out for them. I mean, I think I did like the Fade being the solo in it, especially on the attacking side, but you know, Teo will be a slight change up, so both teams only opting to really change their init.
Hey, does the series belong to Talon already, or are Nongshim ready to make a comeback here on Pearl? One of their best maps. We're gonna find out as we toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Excuse me,
Thank you
Rahul
very
bhai.
much, Mika and Big Time and Pilsky. Yes, this all comes down to it once again. You have some slight change-ups in terms of the initiators, but I just got to remind everyone, right? We kind of have to do it. Again, the Ascension team needs to find these wins. They need the championship points.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna, what's the word here? Dipilski, watch how they piloted the Fade last time. There wasn't that much against Gen G, let's be real. So
yeah,
they did. They couldn't get anything happening as Talon in that game. Really against Team Secret as well, if you cast your minds back towards that one. But hey, different scenario, different standings right now. We're in towards the pistol round of map number 2. And Nongshim, they need to win this one to try and send us into the third to be in with a chance to win this series. They have already gathered B1 control at the moment. They would have to contend against Jit Boys, who was pretty sensational on the Cypher over on Haven.
Certainly
have to see if he's able to keep that up so far onto this map. It's a lot wider this time. You do have the trip as well as a star for some added support. Nongshim just kind of drawing out the utility early on.
Yeah, Jit Boys taking a little bit of that damage early on with Margaret finding an opener. You can't quite navigate a secondary one though as Nongshim, so it's a little bit evens here. Margaret down for the count, of course, had a bit of a life map last time on this one. Great shots out from Ivy.
Bro, my feeling is right.
Well, he started to wake up a bit from that second half. Who hasn't? Jit Boys. That's what all
feeling is right, chat.
Really tough for Cruz now as well to be put in this 1v4 on the pistol. Then again, Talon were able to kind of bring things back on towards the subsequent rounds. Right now, though, just Nongshim to collect very cleanly on towards the next win.
And now this is the second round where we need to see what Talon are going to do. Are they going to present us with stingers yet again and potentially win out the round, or are they going to play quote-unquote normal Valorant, go for an eco, and get out a proper bonus round, buy round in the third? Because they didn't really get much in this pistol round. A little lick of damage, a single frag, and apart from that, a lot of bullets going haywire.
Yeah, if you do buy up the stingers for the next round, you're not going to be leaving yourself a lot for the upcoming ones. So it's going to be the full save, Komodo. Meanwhile, for Nongshim, the snipers aplenty, and that's going to do a lot of penetrative damage.
Yeah, you'd expect. Timing, Primi afforded something here with the pistol, potentially. Classic and a gate crash to get out of dodge. You would generally hope that Nongshim would not overlook a position like this. And with the drone going through, he's going to have to skedaddle on out of there. Meanwhile, Jit Boys is down for the count already. Again, just pistols here. So you were generally just looking for the pass mark for Nongshim, maybe even the flawless.
And that's what's curious about this entire veto as well, right? I mean, you left Pearl open intentionally.
Yep.
Meanwhile, for Nongshim, also just recognizing how to play around this map as well. The long-range duels right now, everything favoring them. He can close range with Marshall, though, kind of using it as musket. So far, so good. Reloads, but Cruz back in with a right click.
I just have in my head in a situation like that, if Margaret is there, he needs to be doing texture. Help, help, help. He's missing the shots of the Marshal or any gun. Needs someone to bail him out, but this time right now, there's an unexpected location of Primi and Killua. And this, I'm talking about needing to be a flawless round, Quack. It might be a 1 versus 1, but no, in for the 4K.
Still good, and with those kills, going his way, certainly pointing towards an upwards trajectory for Nongshim so far, but decent kills for Talon as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of highlight for me in a round such as this, right? It's the classics, it's the shots coming out. You're looking at a round such as that, carrying over these Guardians, carrying over the Outlaw to make sure that you've got a lot of these pieces for a puzzle in the next round to try and come out on this attacking side. Kind of flawless, right? We need to just see some domination from Nongshim to build some confidence on this map. Of course, a map expected to come in towards the veto with Talon not banning it. So I would be expecting a lot of counterplays, a lot of anti-strats.
Especially in terms of how Talon have been playing the mind game so far. It's a lot of early pressure around mid. If you're Nongshim right now, you're a little bit paranoid. That's why you have a couple of players just to investigate around Art this time.
Oh, waiting for flash.
So close. You got the kills going through towards Talon, though. Numbers and spades, and it's just who is that? Francis to trail off with a spike in hand.
3 versus 4. Maybe a 3 versus 3 if Cruz had overstayed a little bit, but now you've got a slight gap around the map. Killua dead, so the shear is down, meaning you can funnel some information up through mid for Nongshim. But
trips though.
What can you do? You need to see something come out from Ivy, from Margaret, and the spike gonna make its way out of the A site.
At least for now.
Well, they are playing chat. NS.
Talon invested towards this alpha
Break
site.
time करके B
breaking
गए,
the
B
trips,
पूरा खाली
all
है.
players rotated over.
I was looking at mid as well, and I was seeing that Margaret's turret was still there. He's just retracted it, so I don't know if Primi would have heard that go down and confirmed anything. They are still putting a lot of their eggs in this A side of the map. Talon.
You got numbers, you got guns.
Exactly, they're okay to do so. They've got the drone on Cruz to still spot info. They've got the clone on Primi to
Bhai,
throw a spanner in the
Killjoy,
works, and they've got salvos as well. So.
Here's the thing, though.
B main
They
भी दिया
gotta do it
Killjoy ने.
together as a full team.
And I'm looking at Francis, actually. You know, Recon has just come online. You've got 2 Shock Darts and a Hunter's Fury. I mean, how nerdy is he going to be with lineups?
Precisely that, Komodo. There's still a good chance that Nongshim could come away with a bonus win this time.
Nanos too.
Okay, at least Talon now swarming in together, but the first shot goes great for Ivy. Primi then to trade right back. Now Francis and Margaret to hold up, trying to play for time. Recon in, Hunter's Fury out.
Half defused.
And that's Thigh down to half HP as well. He's trying to jiggle back and forth onto it, but the kill comes in. Just Primi left. On towards Francis. He's trying to stick it all the way through. The shotgun comes in, but it's not enough damage. And the Red Bull clutch picked up by Talon.
That just looks like Francis didn't really have a full idea on where the spike was planted. I mean, in a map such as this one, if you're going for a bit of an open plant, you need to make sure that you're, you know, having the timing down right, making sure that if there is a smoke, you're kind of having the numbers to go for the sprays. When the nanos expire, when the Hunter's Fury goes in, but a little bit too late, it's also looking like, you know, a half defuse, you can just get on that while the Nebula's still up and go for it.
Yeah.
Indian lineup कौन सा है वैसे?
There
PRX
was
match के बाद
a
आएगा.
slight chance, but you know, recognition, especially in the heat of things. But that said, though, catching a glimpse from it from before, the economy on Talon's side completely down in the dumps.
The Shock Dart, by the way, wouldn't have even finished off
True.
Primi, so it would have had to have a spray.
But playing the long game, Nongshim with the full buys, Outlaws as well.
Yeah. I mean, those sort of scenarios, you see a couple of, you know, post-plant teams, for example. They are throwing these double shock darts first and Hunter's Fury and waiting with bolts in between and doing all this nerd stuff, which I like. Personally, I like post-plants, but...
Yeah, it just kind of really shows you why they went back to the Sova right now.
Yeah.
Also recognizing for Talon to possibly push out mid again. I mean, look at how both Margaret as well as Ivy are watching for this middle area of the map.
I mean, a little bit of paranoia as well around this B site, right? You need to clear all of the angles, seeing no Cypher util, seeing no Vice util, now getting info from Ivy.
And that's where Ivy kind of plays around with it as well, just to keep Talon on their toes. They have to spend some time now just to check him out. Talon, of course, you know, it's a round where they're kind of throwing things away. If you can find a kill, if you can pick up a rifle, that could mean quite a bit as well. So all of them trying to swarm down this one player right now. They take Ivy down. Margaret, though, not too bad, standing tall. And you have more shots coming in with the Outlaw as well. Talon have to run away.
I mean, they're going to have to go off the spike, essentially, or die to the rifles, so they do have to just charge on in. And if you're Nongshim, I wouldn't even mind them just disconnecting from this one.
My soldiers rage!
2 from the ult.
Suzume! Just run in! Throw your bodies against Nongshim and find as much as you possibly can. That's it though, yes, Nongshim, the Titans in this round, will be able to crush Talon outright. Jim Boys with the soul rifle picked up, keeps it in his hands.
That's some good damage at the end of that one, and actually kind of keeps the credit to Nongshim.
I won, but at what cost in Valorant
towards these next few rounds, but if they're able to still bring a lot of stability, it shouldn't be too harmful to them. Again, these sort of rounds are just the pistols to come through from Talon, so an idea of some mid-control, and I'm looking at Nongshim on how you're adjusting in a anti-eco environment as well, right? Still having Margaret play solo there, Ivy play solo there. These are the things that, if Talon are able to best those bodies a little bit earlier on, you know, what could that look like?
Now you've got Dambu with an
AOT reference दिया caster ने AOT क्या है अभी?
Talon though, all of a sudden, okay, this time it's going to be the A main push out.
Yeah, you got the deep shear wall towards A. You would expect that one to be popped a little bit early in, but now you got all the information as Talon that things are heating up around this B long side of Nongshim. There's a trade in the kill feed. You've still got advantages, Nongshim.
Guessing.
Lurk that's coming through from Margaret. They don't need to stick around.
Somewhat unexpected. You do have some utility just in case, though. Killua, especially with that sheer wall up. The rotations, though, of course, it's going to be tough for Thigh to be able to hold all this down by himself.
Germany,
well, the thing is, he's still got that sheer for information that Margaret will have to pop, and then the Thorns, where he can't see them just yet, peeking where he is. They've actually just been popped too.
भाई वॉल ट्रिगर
Big
कैसे नहीं हुआ?
responsibility on his shoulders.
No stars
The
yet.
wall
Just
trigger हुआ
popped. Talon then trying to reconvene towards Art. Stairs as well. Bai trying to spam desperately forward. Decent kill from Jit Boys. But then the steel garden coming in. Talon then having to back off because of this. Buys so much time. Nongshim still.
Oh shit. भाई नोंगशिम
keeping
खेल
Talon
रहा है
away.
भाई.
Jit Boys trying to fight back in, buying
नहीं,
time,
इतना नहीं
attention,
खेल रहा.
fourth eye to
खेल रहा है,
swing on
खेल रहा
up,
है,
but
इतना
then
नहीं खेल रहा.
another kill. Jit Boys turns it back into 1v1, but he's low HP.
Huh?
Does he have the headshot? Persia off to the classic right clicks, and that's just the perfect way to deal with this fight. Time as well, working against Jit Boys. He tries to go for the tap. Persia in for the right click shots. The scatter round right in. And Nongshim upwards, forwards to 4v1.
Yeah, they hold nicely from the beginning. With the operator shot to get rid of Premi on the little jump spot. That's a nice one from Darby. And the reason I'm highlighting, you know, there's a lot of things building up around B long is because I'm waiting to see what Margaret's lurk is going to be able to achieve. If he can call for the team to come back over towards the A site, they can set themselves up with that 4 versus 3 advantage. And at the end there as well, I was looking at Old Mate in the clutch, you know, waiting for when the Gravwell's going to come back online. Use the Gravwell, but Jit Boys just not sticking that one on the low HP. A little bit rough. Talon not able to start off on this map like they did on map number 1. But Nongshim, they are out of the gates nice and early here.
Very swift.
Yep.
Talon, meanwhile, it is pistol, so I can see why, but again, you're pushing out.
On a map like Pearl, I mean, you're generally using your salvos and stuff to gain some of this main control,
right?
So it's not the worst idea for them to change it up a little bit and go together as a team on this eco around a deeper shear wall as well, where you're either putting all the bodies together through it, or you're just baiting it out. Yeah, verticality, you're still not getting over that one, unfortunately. So now it's a lot for Ivy to just kind of hold.
Oh, not expecting that many players.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I highlighted a little bit earlier, right? Ivy and Margaret have been playing a little bit more solo on this map in these sort of scenarios. So you are able to find one of them and get a trade, you pill for a rifle, you give yourselves an option to be able to clutch around such as this one and steal it.
Yeah, again,
I mean, a risk with the steel guard and a divide, imagine.
I don't know about that. Yeah, you gotta get close enough, and yeah, Margaret will really push him off that line. Into the site though, Cosmic Divide now coming out from Persia as well.
भाई
डम्बी को देखो, do they have, well, the range is one thing, the accuracy is a whole other aspect as well. Now just the positioning from Dabby and Persia to clean things up.
Alrighty, 5-1.
Dheeraj bhai, thank you for the membership.
Of the Talon members. Quite a large difference as well is Prumi is not finding a lot of these successful openers at the moment, or the team isn't finding, you know, openers and trades to...
Beginning to recognize the individual plays from Margaret and Persia though. I mean, Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of Pearl and you think of the last installment of this map, Margaret had a sensational one. A bit of a life game, but still, you know, when you look towards Nongshim, not able to get the job done. Timeout for Talon here. Recuperate. Have some thoughts. What you want to do.
बस मैं इतना कम सो के कैसे रह लेते हो?
Not pushing too far up B long, for example. Not getting a great operator line either at the moment. Credits have been toing and froing. So it definitely feels like Nongshim are set up nicely in the driver's seat at the moment. But of course there can be some roadworks, as we saw from map number 1.
Always a chance. That begs the question, what's the
content idea
possible solution going to be? Frost as well as Jovi certainly trying to pick this up for Silkanon, keeping the team's spirits alive.
Bit of a frustration for Frost here.
Now we are but membership nahi lunga Singh.
I mean, that's kind of one of the things that he has been mentioning before, right? Sometimes when a team starts to
तबीयत का भी ध्यान रखो, मेरे
run away with some rounds, comms go down.
Yeah,
you can never have that.
flat.
For me, coming back up with the op this time, but we'll see. He's up against Damby.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm looking in the beginning of this and I'm seeing no salvos, hearing no salvos again.
Bhai,
So if I'm Ivy right now, I'm considering what are they doing differently on the line? Do we need to invest a drone? Do we need to invest a dart? No information on the arc rows in towards Art, but you'll still silently creep on up. You've got the shear wall as protection for Kilowatt. And you wouldn't actually mind to see Talon even be okay to go for a retake when you've got A main control, when you've got a steel garden, the team can rotate flowers, rotate secret, provided that Nongshim don't overextend into those situational spots.
Nongshim, though, I mean, if they're taking this carefully, just tripping that sheer wall, it does force some question marks into Talon's minds.
It's a really early pop on the stealth drone from Cruz, but not seeing anybody out through long, not seeing anybody through club. You know that it's got to be a mid-angle at the moment, but whether or not it's through streets, so you pop the camera for the information, you see nothing, well, you know it's outside art.
So they're all around this spot now, set up perfectly for Killua to find at least one, but tough luck. Dambi not able to make it out alive. Primi then with the dimensional drift to retrieve all that beautiful info. Survey complete, he says. And the smokes come up. Hunter's Fury to possibly allow Persia to sneak on through, but it's not going to happen. Cruz says no. Ivy, though, out from stairs. It's undetected. Thigh still kind of turns back around, but it's all down for Cruz, who spins around 90 degrees to find both kills. Triple kill in the round to bring Talon up to 2.
Yeah, the informational game in this round for Talon was actually a bit more superior than the likes of Nongshim, I'll be honest, right? Timing to get all the info at B long, recognizing that with the A main push and seeing nothing, that, well, they're either going to be mid, as I've said, either through street or wrapping through on, and it is the latter because you've got the camera available up through street as well. So just really nice, you know, kind of defaulty with a little bit of aggression style from Talon there.
Something that they needed a lot of.
Now a bit of a different scenario where you hear a little bit more of the utility over through A-long. You hear Dambi just sending it, an overdrive angle you would expect here, given that the Stinger is the purchased weapon. Timing. I don't actually know if they spotted Persia, and they absolutely did not. He has just timed them into oblivion. Cruz. That one hurts.
Yeah, that's certainly one where the Elder Scrolls will kind of scream your name down into doom. Jit Boys left to pick up the pieces.
What confronts himself over here with a single drone. The dart to become available soon as well. They now actually recognize the camera. So you got to think, as Nongshim, if they're getting information from the camera in street a lot of these rounds, we should be destroying that to remove info from them, because that has been a spot that Talon have just commanded in this map so far. Like, if Nongshim went there, they would be dead.
So kind of recalled, and then the sudden peek out off of timing.
30 seconds though, Quack, and you've still got a steel guard on his Killua. He is at the wrong site, so it's down on what Primi can do with the operator. If he misses a shot or dies,
he doesn't have the gate crash out, and up around dugout, it's are they
going to smoke that though? Generally, it's you know, when you've got this small position, you do.
Well, it is Primi. He's going to flash himself into another peak, but shut down by Ivy. Now Killua on site, but not in position to deploy the steel garden. This is a tough and a hairy position to be in.
Yeah. Is Jit Boys now going to save a 1 versus 4? Probably. You're still contemplating credits for Talon 2. Cruz, Killua. They can invest in the next round. Jit Boys saves. I mean, he could potentially even drop something for Primi. So it's not the worst save, but it is a bit of a hurtful one, given that Nongshim will elevate their score onto 6. Darby also holding on to the overdrive, not needing to invest that one. Have that available for the next operator to be taken over into the next round as well. So I'm looking towards Nongshim being able to potentially extend the lead, see what damage Margaret may find, and it's going to be the third to close the round.
Footsteps, shots in the back. What you gonna do? And that's kind of
when they come for you.
Nongshim. I don't know if that's the song that they will go for, but you know, this replay right here, it's one of the problems that has been plaguing Talon for now, right? Always trying to push out. It's not quite like Haven, especially no secondary plan.
The thing is, right now, Nongshim are really bleeding down the clock, right? And they are ultimately winning the Talon duels in crossfires, in seeing some overextensions from Talon.
Precisely that. Well, early salvos this time.
Yep. Situate Primi on the line, but is he going to be able to find the opening kill? It's a bit of a more shallower off angle that Dambi will have to stay scoped in. Or for Persia to just absolutely book you.
Peeked into it.
I was talking about the credits a little bit earlier and what the expectation was going to be from Talon. They would be able to force into this round. Now, oh boy.
flash. Well, decent on the dodge, but still kind of leaving Killua alone in the cold. Jit Boys now getting gunned down as well. Still once again back up into the B long position. Dambi is just having a live game as well.
And they saw Thai run back, Tails win his legs over at the A site too. So they know where he's going to be able to come from. You can plant anywhere you want. Margaret's just going to pick up the ulti orb first, because with the plant he'll get the lockdown, so you've got that available in the next round. This is a very well-adapted round for Nongshim here, Quack, because they've seen some aggression from Talon up at A long as well. This time they set the Arcros ready to flash and swing together as a team, right? How often have we seen just Ivy peek there by himself? This time, changing it up, finding a very clean round against Talon.
मुझे ये समझता नहीं है कि तेहो का ड्रोन थोड़ा बफ क्यों नहीं करते.
Kind of also looks like
already अच्छा है भाई ड्रोन.
The mentality affecting them a little bit somewhat.
Repeatedly
looking for the duels. Thaya now at least able to fend off the first assailant. Not the second one.
No longer for this world. That's another one going the way of Nongshim and Talon.
Kidding me.
Do you consider the second time out in the first half like your counterparts in the previous map?
Depends on the coaching staff, perhaps.
Depends what Frost and Jovi are hearing in the comms. You mentioned a little bit earlier, sometimes when there's a lot of these losses happening for the rounds, Talon can go a little bit flat. You know, it's on to Cruz essentially. How excitable can he be for the team to get back into it?
Not just Cruz, but for the rest of the boys as well.
Like how
they understand what they're feeling like in their heads. Why are they peeking out so much? Well, at least for now, giving them the freedom to do what they want. You got another A peek, but it's the outlaw for Dambi.
And we're expecting this map to come into the veto, right? We're thinking to ourselves, all right, you've had a week to prep. If you're doing veto check-in, you know what's happening. You're thinking, all right, there's going to be a scenario of counterplays. Not really seeing too much from Talon, unfortunately, at the moment.
Oh, that's a little bit greedy.
Yeah, you're just expecting on the back of an Armageddon that Nongshim are going to respect that and fall all the way back. Not that they're going to re-peek into that one, so that's just great realization from Darby. Some great timing there. Primi down with Jit Boys down. This is just an eco to come through from Talon, so you're not going to read into this one too much. I mean, an Armageddon on an eco as well is quite costly when you're not going to have that for the remainder of half.
I know. You're at round 10, 11, 12. If you don't have the ult, what do you have?
Well, you've got Killua with the Steel Garden who's been protecting that for the next half at the moment. Hey, we've seen a lot of these rounds in Pacific where someone has been holding an ultimate and they don't use it for the half, and then you're just wondering, well, what if you invested it, right? You know,
it's also tough for him. I mean, you haven't really been put in a scenario where
to use it,
you can't.
Which I was a little bit surprised. Like when it was the 4 versus 2 in the previous round, where he's on the back of A site and he's toing and froing between choke side of things and the outside of things.
Next round
you know, all the members of Nongshim are on the site. He's got the rifle. He potentially could have used it there, but the expectation is that as soon as you rip that back site, you would just be overwhelmed by 2 rifles. So I understand why he's not using it in a couple of scenarios where he may have been able to use it, but it's also a scenario where you do have it. Nongshim are getting into these sites. Talon have shown us that they're capable of playing post plants. Just realize a little bit earlier, let's just switch into a post plant and use it. Exactly. Gain a bit of strength with that.
Haven't really seen that so far, though. Now we have what could be a last-ditch effort in this first half. Primi out with an op.
And I highlighted a little bit earlier, this camera has been quite common from Talon to Overlook Street, so you would expect it to be potentially destroyed by Nongshim here.
A main formation as well, so we'll see. Steel Garden for both sides. Wow.
Stacked Steel Gardens.
Oh, Margaret, though.
Yeah, no lurk held, but now information is there.
Yeah, decent recognition from Cruz. But still, Nongshim have quite a bit of freedom.
There could be a world in which Margaret wants to meet up with the team and drop a lockdown here for this B site. I mean, they would still have to contend with all of the Sentinel util that's going to be here, but the way the positioning is going from them, if Francis can keep some eyes towards the A site with this start, that's all he needs to do with that. Remove a body from this B site, use the lockdown, set yourselves up a great opportunity, because now you're thinking for Thai, he's either going to have to Cosmic Divide or drop the Nebula.
Your Talon, though, you still have that camera, but yeah, the Cosmic Divide. Tough position for Jit Boys. See if he can kind of unearth himself from this one. The relay bolt though, the stuns, still you got decent support. Assistance out from Killua now, looking for the third kill, but denied.
Plant, eventually, has to go down.
Heavy
Margaret's holding
trades
that
हो
one.
रही है.
Cosmic Divide starts to fade as well.
Okay, oh, the drone keeps Primi offline for now, but also Cruz to set up a long flank. Spots out the first. Couple of bursts in will remove Margaret from the equation. Just Francis and Persia left. And if you're Talon, you should have a decent idea of where they are. Cosmic Divide to block off Halls. But Nongshim, they're nowhere to be found. Persia, good on the first. Francis for the trade. And it's just Cruz oscillating back and forth into the crosshairs of Francis. What a 1v1!
Yeah, that had to be a pretty swift shot to come through from Francis there with 33 HP. But the job gets done in a deficit position on that retake. I'm questioning, right? I'm saying Talon probably need to shift themselves, their mentality in towards a retake scenario, which they kind of did, right? You're expecting the numbers of Nongshim around this B site when they're trying to get the Cosmic Divide down, when they're after the lockdown, you're generally expecting a plant to go down, you've got your numbers, you're retaking or you're catching them off guard just before they're planning or while they're planning. Great shot at the end there from Francis. Like, I like the adjustment from Talon. Just not able to get it done.
Semi-finals
So in the last round of this half, it's either 9-3 again, or it's 10-2.
10-2. Certainly on the cards right now as well. You might have a full buy, but Nongshim have been getting away with daylight robbery. Look at the elevated angle now.
You still got Dami holding this overdrive with an operator to lead stead over at B now. You got Francis as well with the Hunter's Fury. Side of Talon. Well, they don't have a Cruise. They might not have a Thigh.
Okay, they have a Thigh. Well, they have a Killua.
Yes,
they do have a Killua.
So they're one away from Dimensional Drift, one away from Neural Theft. These can actually be quite large ults in a maybe a retake scenario, in a defendable scenario towards this B side.
It's the overdrive quickly and swiftly dealt with. Hunter's Fury allows for some cushioning though, but now gotta watch out for the spike. Plant Razor Vines keeps Talon away.
Couple of stars as well for Persia here.
To continue blocking off potential sight lines. Meanwhile though, Talon still dicey, but Primi now coming online. The heavy position, the dimensional drift into the peek out from Persia, where Thigh finds the final headshot. Decent recovery coming alive from Talon, but it is still a 9-3.
Yeah, it's those duels in mid that really finally going Talon's way work a treat, isn't it? The fact that Thigh gets it and Killua gets it, the newer rookies towards this squadron, and the fact that, well, Dami is just this time throwing himself in.
This time,
yeah.
9-3
on the half. I mean, we were saying the story in the previous map, right? There was not enough space given towards Nongshim to be able to try and mount a recovery in the second half. They started to do so with the 6 in a row before ultimately losing the lasting 2 for the 13-9 score result. This time, though, will Nongshim start at the pistol, or will Talon start to mount the comeback? So let's get on to our trivia, our questions, and our selections. What's been more impressive recently? Primi's mechanics or Cruz's IGLing?
You got finger hearts versus bicep bumps.
I mean, last map, it was kind of both, with Primi just absolutely shooting and Cruz having some really good movement around the map for the team.
3-star army.
I would probably say Primis. Oh, in this one right now, none. In this one right now, none.
You got snacks.
Which snack is the goat?
Is
Ivy and
snacks,
Margaret a snack?
True, maybe.
Are they a snack? What are they even holding?
Nongshim snacks, I'm assuming. I believe Chova would be explaining that on his watch.
For the Aussies out there, Ivies kind of look like chunks of saladas. I like saladas.
Okay, so. Then what about Margaret? I believe those are the fruity like pie things.
Like fruit mince pies?
No, not mince pies, but they've got some
fruit mince pies. You know what those are?
Yeah, sort of.
I like those.
You might
but
like Margaret.
Which snack is the goat, though? Ivy or Margaret?
Primi मेरा second favorite है, पता है?
First favorite is always Ivy. Ivy's kind of stepped up this series a little bit. Although, to be fair, there was a point in where Margaret, Francis, Ivy, and Dami all had 11 kills, and now Margaret and Francis got 1 more. So it's a big effort by committee, and I did hear that, by the way. You call me a snack. Okay, we've got confirmation. There are Korean snacks named Ivy and Margaret. Oh, there you go.
Wait, they actually
are named them. Imagine if their IGLs are named after the snacks.
Oh my god.
Imagine if that's the law.
That would be pretty wild. Still, though, we are kicking things off into the second half right now. Talon slowly meandering forward on this attack towards middle, where you've got a lot of Sentinel utility.
I mean, how great has Margaret always been around holding down connector, holding down straight on this Killjoy?
Individually.
मैच का watch party तूने क्या
So if you're going to
language?
try and counter anything, it would definitely be him there.
Got some support with the Stars and
TLN.
Francis as well now, but the pathing for Talon suggests for them to possibly push through.
Well, it suggests a little bit of awkwardness for Francis, so needed the timing of this smoke.
Oh,
It's a fake, and it's
shit.
gorgeous. Persia Francis
Bhai,
with info as
Francis,
well. The
baap
stun from the
baap
Ballected,
re.
and this round is just turning upside down for Talon.
Just the high.
Bhai
Can he
hai
possibly turn this
team.
back around on its head? Back in towards Link, and he's got so many targets. Now spotted out by Ivy. There's no chance in hell. Noxian picks up the pistol on the second half, and it's just tough for Talon to recover.
I mean, you may very well expect it, but we did
Ek
see
reason
a
kitne
similar
team
scenario on the
team?
previous map where there was a 9-3 lead for
Chat
Talon.
जो भी
They
लोग
picked up the
stream
pistol
देख रहे
the
stream
second
को
round,
like कर दो.
and then things started to go upside down, my neck of the woods. So we'll see if Nongshim are going to get upset in this next round, or with only the single kill coming through from Talon, that they just go for eco in the next one and then have to play for a bonus.
Nongshim have a really good chance at rewriting the
Thank you,
story.
Bunks,
The
bhai.
tables
Love
have
you.
turned around, and if Nongshim can prove that they are the team to really shut things out decisively, quickly, oh, it's going to be dark days ahead of Talon.
I mean, you technically already knew that Cruz was there with the salvos. It doesn't really matter that he got scanned.
Nothing really much forced up either. Meanwhile, for Nongshim, oh boy. Outlaws, judges.
Yeah, Margaret with a judge at that position. I generally would say that's like an ace waiting to happen if they all flood him again, but
Thankfully.
didn't happen on Garage in our first map.
True that.
Well, seeing what these pistols are going to be able to deliver from Talon here.
Not finding too much, and that just suggests to how Nongshim are playing disciplined around this one as well.
Heart free
Possibly
hai.
anticipating the judge on the other side of the door, so Talon flushed over into these.
Good timing on the drone, actually, from Francis here.
40 seconds.
Yeah, definitely spots him out.
Oh, he's
Ooh,
got
the
the
foot.
foot.
So he's got two
Pata hai.
infos. There's an
Chalo,
arc rose
pata chal gaya
available,
ho raha
already set up for a good flash. You've got Thorns as well
Lekin,
to make things a little bit
Thorn
tricky with
BT
30
de
seconds to
sakta,
go.
Thorn.
You know the Talon are going to end here.
Yep, all the rotation straight in. Even with some shots whiffed past, it's okay. We've got the judge, we've got the shots. Every single semi-automatic rifle straight into the sight.
And you're taking 4 into the next round as Nongshim as well. So things are
Here we are.
looking hunky-dory for them.
Language swam
But
by.
this is the round. This is the scenario that we
The
started
round.
to see Nongshim come back at 11-3, where we're copying and pasting with flipping
At
our team
11-3.
names. So let's see if Talon's buy up in towards now round number 15 is going to net them another one on the board.
That's the deal, isn't it? Can Talon turn things around from here on out? They've got the buy. I see you
Bhai,
looking over
blind
to see
sexy
what's
ta
going
be.
on.
I'm looking a little bit to see how Chopra's doing. You know,
Is he smiling?
I think he probably recognizes it's not over just yet. So let's just be calm.
All right, all right. So far, so good. Talon picking up the alt orb.
Yeah, getting a little bit closer for it, but the opening door, Francis nearly caught out. He can start to get spammed as well. He's definitely locked in towards the dugout here, but they don't know that Ivy is also here to assist. A sheer to be baited out by Killer. Oh, yeah, needs to make sure he properly does that one, which he does.
ठीक है, wall
An
trigger.
avenue a little bit later on available for Talon that they don't have to contend with. Meanwhile, not a lot of shifts around the map from the rest of the Nongshim lads.
Yeah, chipping off so far, not a lot of information. So Nongshim just happy to stay tucked back in.
Sairi
Contingencies to play
ji,
as well
thank
from
you
them, right?
for
If
the
things go towards the B-side, Darby's there to spot
membership.
some early information with the Outlaw, do some damage and get out. They can refresh that Nebula at the front.
So it all comes down to A.
Yeah, you're trying to funnel them into A as well. Alarm bot to play first info, and you can pop the Thorns, stave them and hold them back a little bit. Francis finds Primi too.
And that pulls down the attention to the rest of the team. They have to launch a quick assault into the site, but it's being halted. The drone, the players all marking the positions, darts towards the
Blind
back,
hai.
and a lot of paranoia for the players on the
Hey,
side of
blind hai.
Talon. They're checking their sixes, they're looking towards their front. Jit Boys then pushing out, and Killua suddenly finding the lineup.
Blind
Off towards
tha.
the back though, Margaret with the Ghost. He had a judge, so looking for the
Blind
range.
nahi tha
Just
kya?
Ivy left, who hasn't really been spotted. He's got nothing but a Ghost in hand. Talon will be able
Length
to
or?
find the final frag necessary to possibly mount a comeback.
Maybe.
While
Talon,
playing
they took it
Valo,
slow
my
and
average
steady in
drop
that
to
one. They
10
lose Primi
25
first,
seconds
who's
against
not been able to really find some opening kills in this map. But the fact that they do get in towards the site, they get the plant down, they can start to shift into just making sure they're removing heads from shoulders. And they do so quite convincingly at the end there. I think every single one of them was a headshot. So it's good to know that the crosshair placement's still there for Talon in this game. Just needs a little bit of the timing and decisive decisions, it feels like now, to start to really stack on top of each other.
That's it, though. That was a round where Nongshim again didn't have the full kit. Not all the weapons available.
Yeah.
So this allows for Margaret to play, a little bit safer towards connector.
Getting a little bit closer towards Hunter's Fury too for Francis.
Playing closer up towards A main as well.
Information that Primi blindsiding towards Art. Alarm bot too, but they're going to go for a peek together, not popping the thorns too early as extra utility invested.
A lot of pokes. Dambi though.
Oh, this is risky for Primi. You'd hopefully see him get the kill, or either traded by Kilowatt.
Meanwhile for Margaret as well. Look at how he sidesteps the angle. Primi though now finding Dambi.
Got the kill.
Crucial kill mara.
Good chance.
The onus is on Nongshim to be able to bring it back, so it's going to be an unconverted opening kill, untraded rather.
Given the movements on the map though already, Nongshim shifting weight over onto its alpha site now. Connector position as well as dugout. Francis. Salvo's coming in for the hit, and that's when Killa finds his mark.
Technically देखा जाएगा तो comebackable है.
To try and do some things. So this time an expected one for our talent.
Yeah, this time they've got the lurks all around as well. Even if Ivy wants to try, he can't really make it out alive.
Yep.
2 left, and Talon much more careful consideration
to
this
execute. Much more critical in this round as well, right? The fact that it starts off with Primi finding the first kill on towards Dambi, the rest of the team just together as a unit, making sure that crosshairs are there, not being too overzealous with their utility and trying to sacrifice bodies and get the trades out. Dotting I's, crossing T's, so to speak. And they will be rewarded in this bonus round. Oh, sorry, the round after the bonus to come away with 5 alive.
भाई पीसी में वैलो खेलते हैं हेलीकॉप्टर जैसे आवाज आती है क्या करूं
always got to dot your eyes
वॉल्यूम बंद करके पीसी चालू कर
on paper.
Hang on, I've got paper right here.
Okay, what are you saying?
1, 2. Nope, that's an X. That's 2.
Or on kar
PC. You know what? X marks the spot, and this time it is the spot towards A that works out again for Talon. So whether or not we're going to see any sort of adjustments for the likes of Nongshim now, we kind of need to a little bit, right? Being more on the passive variety, though I look towards what they come in towards this round with and what they've got soon. If Ivy is able to get one away from the Steel Garden early, and he picks that up with Death or an extra kill orb, you also have the Hunter's Fury. Those can be pretty potent come your next round. You know, we're in the sort of mindset now where Nongshim need one to at least push us into overtime. They've seen Talon more often than not trending towards this A side, so stack some extra numbers here.
मेरे को टॉन्ट मार रहा है खुद को
possibly into different spots, and then to allow for Dambi to slither through.
They are fighting, chat.
As well, and the numbers have turned around.
4v3.
Now it's down to Persia. How early do you spot out this information to drop your Nebula to ask for some assistance? Well, now you know.
Will you stay alive long enough as well for the rest of the team to get into space?
Caruso's just going for the plant, and his shoulder was sticking out. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Killed down into 2, thanks to the shoulder peeking out, and he snaps onto the last as well. That's map point!
For all intents and purposes, that was the thrifty for Nongshim. They had no business really winning that round, and Talon have had a bit of a blunder. I need Persia in this round. Straight out from Francis. Great one from Margaret. Oh my god! The shoulder stuck out. That's why I'm questioning. Why is Cruz going for the plant on the corner? The Nebula is in a spot where your body may get seen if you're turning, and yeah, it was. That was a round that really Nongshim had no business in winning.
Your heart aches on that one. Big blunder if you've ever seen it, and that could spell the end for Talon on this map, which would quickly send us into map 3, but for now still trying to put one foot in front of another into the B site this time.
Yep, everybody changed together on Talon to go in towards the B side. You need to see something big from Persia again.
Oh, and he's playing hooky around this smoke. Chip Boys though,
idea tha.
So far so good on the recognition. But the spam is now coming out from Dambi. Even odds. Hunter's Fury just gives him a little bit more advantage in the retake as well.
You're going to have to see something big come up. I mean, Premier, do you even consider a dimensional drift here? Because information, yeah, but you need kills, man.
He's done it, though. So it comes down to Jitboys and Killua. If they are able, indeed, to hold around halls, the sheer at least buys time. And then for Ivy to look for the shots with the elevated position. Fastlane now out. Where is Primi though? Oh, good on the first and the next. Now down for Francis and Ivy to try to look for a bit more spacing, but also considering the save as well as the exit. Francis out of position. And that's just going to be Talon obtaining the kills in spades. Primi, despite the ultra spent, picks up 3 more.
I said he needed kills, didn't I? I said he needed the kills, so finally he's able to shoot the opponents when they're on his screen. And he will meet up to double digits. I mean, you know what Purge is trying to do there. He's trying to play anti-flash to double him down, to get multiple. Just right in there.
Still came close, Dion.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Primi certainly needed to do something individual. I mean, that's the kind of thing we're lacking at the moment. Talon's individuals, we're not having any superstar moments.
The reads and the calls. Call this time though, having 2 successful B hits thus far. It's A this time, Talon. But you got 3 marching up B long from Nongshim, and that immediately deletes Jitboys.
Yeah, what are they favoring on the orb over there as well to get closer to any ultimates? You've lost Ivy now at this A site. You've got Margaret surrounding it, but he has to wait for this Nebula to fade.
Cosmic Divide as well, possibly, but we'll see if Killua and Gang are able to create more space towards back site. The sheer wall instantly placed. Steel Garden at ready.
Yeah, be big.
Spots him out. He's not going for it just yet. There we go. Finds the kill, and then Steel Garden ripped away. So less chance for Nongshim, but they've avoided it so far. So back into position. Primi did not expect that whatsoever. Killua can be hold down with just the Phantom now. Tries to reposition and regroup with his teammates, where Margaret then springs up from stairs. He's lined them up. Just the last one left alive, and it's Thai. The rookie has so much to do in this one spot, and Nongshim are not letting him come back into the fight.
There's no time.
Nongshim, though, can't get the defuse all the way through, so time bought just enough for Talon to hang by a thread.
Thai's timing on the gravity well there was actually millisecond perfect. I saw the body block coming through from Nongshim to try and get it to half, because if that got half, they get the round. But a Red Bull clutch from the grave to come out through from Thai. I wonder how much the replay is actually going to be able to show us on the timer. A lot of kills to be collected upon. Margaret with the double there. I don't even know knew Killua was there. We will miss it at the end. He thought it was done as well. He thought it was done. No, your timing was there. They literally by the millisecond.
It's fair.
Just missed the half.
Another one of those
scenarios. 3 more rounds, chat.
Is that
the
scenario in this map though, to have Talon start to mount the comeback?
The straw that breaks the metaphorical camel's back. Nongshim onto a half buy. Well, they still got decent rifles.
Yeah. I mean, it could be, you know, an opener or a good call here from Nongshim.
Talon, though, for the first time in the second half, full force, 1-4 split down into A main. Nongshim have no real idea.
I think Nongshim are still fine with how they're wanting to play this defensive side. Persia spots info at B. Utility to stave off any aggression. He's not seeing the likes of, you know, forward drone or anything like that. Cruz has just got salvos
balls
back
of
online.
steel चाहिए.
Players around stairs as well, which is
2 centi के सामने.
Yeah, Margaret's turret, for example, has seen nothing at mid, so I think you're still alright for Nongshim. You're getting a little bit of an idea that you may have to play post plant. Now with Persia playing towards the tower of B, I think that's going to be the avenue for Nongshim regardless now.
So pressure into gate crash. B site hit play, and it's just Margaret alongside Persia to try to play spoiler around the site. The spike goes down regardless.
Oh, Ivy, see what the Steel Garden might do here as Jitboys finds Margaret.
Steel Garden, there it goes. In for a chance for Dambi to really wreak some havoc onto the site itself. Thai though with a shorty, so quick. Still the gun's not available to Talon, and this could end it all. Just Jitboys who, unfortunately, up around by the pillar. It's a tough obstacle in his face. He needs to find and land the shots, but it's not gonna happen. As he finds the shots Final scoreline 13-7.
Bro!
Noxian will stay alive to push us into a
That's
three.
a
Yeah, we've
W
just seen some
retake,
pretty
baby.
massive dominance from both of our teams in the first half of their own map picks here in this elimination
Goodbye.
series.
IVOP.
We're getting a good series, I would say, until I cast my mind that Ascent is the third map, and I have absolutely no idea what is going to happen on that one. Of course, I don't need to worry about that one. That's our analysts that have to use their brains to try and figure all that sort of stuff
Well,
out.
कुछ crazy हो सकता है.
What their thoughts and take were on this map. Of course, one that we're, you know, expecting that Talon would have thought would come in towards this series, but we're not seeing a lot of great decisions from them. We're not seeing.
Considering जितने भी अच्छे players यहाँ से निकले इधर खेल के, वो लोग वहाँ पे crazy कर रहे हैं. I think वर्षा भाई जीतने वाले. अपने इसमें कुछ दोष है यार. हाँ, अपने इधर ही कुछ दोष है भाई. 10 प्लेयर तो निकले रहेंगे ना यहाँ से. 2 टीम बना सकते थे भाई, 2. Anxiety, where is my nighty? ये टीम का शॉर्ट फॉर्म एनएस कैसे हो सकता है? क्यों नहीं हो सकता भाई? नोंगशिम ना. अपने इधर तू सपोर्टर है, वाह. मेरे पे डाल दो, मेरे पे डाल दो भाई. अरे लिरिक्स है वो गाने का.
For Talon, unfortunately, this is what we expected on Pearl. This is what we were worried about.
I mean,
Paul भी भाई नहीं रोके. वो टेक्निकली वो गया नहीं है किधर और खेलने को इधर के बाद.
And then Talon tried to claw their way back, but they just couldn't manage it. In my mind, it's very obvious why Nongshim seemed to pick this map. They're very, very comfortable there. Did a great job of getting the spike down.
बंके भी दो चीज सुनता है. मैं सारे गाने सुनता हूँ.
This is why people respect ban Pearl against Nongshim. Like the only team that's been able to topple them was
एकेल और डोमो भी यहाँ पे खेलने के बाद किधर नहीं गए टेक्निकली.
Took all 24 rounds for Zeta to get that done against them, but even some of the best teams in the league respect ban Pearl against Nongshim. Talon left it in here. You could see
का अभी हेल्प वाला रील देखा हूँ, मस्त था. लाइव देखा था अपन ने.
Nongshim really ran circles around them on attack. Francis changed things up to go over onto the Sova, and he was really dominant in this game.
Literally running circles. You could actually
बस
see
भाई आज रात को आओगे. एसिडल 5 मैन है.
we're a little bit lost
आज है
of
क्या
what to
वो?
do once Nongshim actually found that momentum and we're actually able to get that one up on them, especially on attack.
Yeah, I mean, I also think a big thing is the Nongshim players came
मेरे
in shooting this map. Right, in the first
तो
map, I felt like Talon were walking all over them, winning that intro. We saw how crazy Primi went. We also saw Jit Boys get so many lurks in. But on this, this map, we see Francis, we see Margaret up there, who were not able to have a performance really at all on Haven.
Yeah, Nongshim, I think it was an interesting kind of game plan for them on attack. Very 3-2 heavy, really skirmishy. They had double lurks in play a lot of the time. They would leave behind the Killjoy as well as the Vice on the attacking side, back towards top mid or backside of A main, and they would get double lurks in play. Half the time they were kind of conditioning different things of like, is it my Killjoy lurking up art or is my entire team standing?
Lord,
it
was
pretty hard for Talon to read, and they did a really, really good job isolating and kind of picking off Primi. Primi couldn't get any opening tools going on the defensive side like he was able to do on Haven. He started out that game 0-3 in opening tools. Either he was getting, picked first, or he was getting, found by the Sova utility, which is not something that they prep for. If you've seen someone play Sova before, rather than something like a Teo, you're going to be ready for certain util sets and play around them. But then when they swap, even just an
mostly
it is a pretty huge change of how you adapt and approach map control. And when you're prepping to play against that team, you're not pre-aiming a lot of the recons that you're ready for, and you're getting caught off guard, and you're getting scanned a lot more often.
We are the actual academy.
Attacking side of the game there for Nongshim.
I mean,
Did you see left card with Demon One? देखा मैंने, बुरा लगा.
Such an
खेत में का
important
टूट सबसे गंदा लगा मेरे
part
को.
of how they were able to take Haven so easily, right? So
Never
when we
gonna
look back at some of
support
the replays, we can
Please.
actually see how Nongshim was just so ready and just so comfortable
matter
on this
नहीं
map
रहता,
compared
बात
to Talon.
Yeah, you'll see them first pick Primi quite a lot. You see one of the recons there that I was talking about over on B long. That's just a nice shot from Danby. see. I mean, Primy's not doing anything, you know, poor there at all. He's just going on a little bit of a jump spot, but you can see them skirmishing, pushing in, picking off crews, and the whole time that these skirmishes are happening over towards B long, I mean, Persia's read this one perfectly as well, dodging the drone, and then the TP comes off there from Primy and picking crews as he tries to pick up that orb. Once again here over towards the B side of the map, they're able to find a pick, and the whole time these skirmishes are happening on the extremities, you've got Margaret and Ivy lurking in the middle of the map.
Yeah, and then on the flip side for Talon, we keep seeing them do this aggress into A main. This was a huge part of their defensive strategy, but fantastic mid-rounding and understanding from Nongshim. They came back and dealt with this A pressure constantly. You know, as you say, that mid opens up the map, they're able to go back clear A, just dominant in the macro. And of course, we have to highlight Francis. I feel like he was so switched on this game, especially compared to Map 1. I love him on the Sova.
He's had such pop-off games in Pacific thus far. Like, he has really been, for me, the best player on Nongshim, stepping up from Ascension. I've said it so many times, but I'll say it again. From Challengers Korea into Ascension, it's Dambi and Persia who are the ones you're really looking at. These are the big hitters on Nongshim. In Tier 1 here in Pacific, Francis has been by far the best player on Nongshim and the most consistent for me.
Oh yeah, and you guys must be very, very happy to have him on your team, of course, especially with this performance. But we are going into a map number 3, and we have to bring up the fact that both of these teams, they both are dealing with a little bit of that rookie kind of syndrome, right? Because we do have Nongshim, of course, you know, their first year here in Pacific, and how can they deal with the pressure of such big matches like this, especially since this will eventually lead up to Masters Toronto. On the other side, it's easy to forget that Talon, they also are dealing with rookies, right?
Yeah.
You do have Tai, you do have Killua as well, and even Primy is still a rookie. It's easy to forget, of course, but they just brought him in last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think now that we're going to Ascent this map through, I think so far this series has gone how we would expect, right? So Talon won their map pick of Haven, now Nongshim take it back on Pearl.
Yeah.
As we head into an Ascent, this is almost a completely unknown. We've only seen both of these teams play at one time, and both of them got absolutely rolled by RRQ.
Yeah, both got 5 and 13, 5 rounds off RRQ, who have been kind of trendsetters on Ascent. They have been looking fantastic on that map, so we really don't know what to expect for Talon. What I remember about their comp is they played very Senti heavy. They have the Astra instead of the Omen. This is a stronghold comp that on the defense they didn't really get much done. They were constantly aggressing in front of their utility, so I don't really get the sense that they played that comp that well. For Nongshim, this was one of these waylay disaster maps. 17% win rate on attack. They got absolutely nothing done, and Dambi was getting thrown into the site and killed for free.
I would very much be expecting a change from Nongshim here. I mean, we've seen them move away from this waylay totally, but will they go back to the Neon? Because even in Ascension, even in Ascension, when Neon was absolutely busted, Dambi was the best Neon in the world, they didn't play this map. They didn't run Neon on.
They didn't play Ascent in general, really. They only like left it in one of the games on Ascension. I think it was against Riddle, and they threw Margaret on a Yoru. It was definitely not the best looking Ascent I've seen from anyone, so I just don't think it's been a map that Nongshim has really played that much. They played a little bit in Challengers Career, if I remember, but they definitely didn't play it in Ascension, and you haven't really seen it too much. They tried to go towards this Waylay style when they were going for that earlier on, but since then we can see the Waylay really hasn't worked well at all for them. I'm glad they moved away from it, so that really begs the question, what are they going to play here?
I mean, I think, in a way, comps obviously matter, but composure is going to be the biggest thing for me in this map 3. As you say, Mika, this is a team, both these teams have rookies. This is an elimination game, essentially a best of one to live your life in the playoffs. And I think both of these teams are very streaky, are very momentum heavy. So I think we have to look to this first half, the opening of the game. Who is going to win that pistol? Are we going to Stinger Force? Are we going to convert that bonus? I think in this, if I was coaching these teams, I would be looking to simplify. Use the strongest rounds, get ults online fast, and get rounds on the board. I think that's what you need in this, because the pressure cannot be higher for these players.
Definitely. And when we talk about pressure, again, you might go into that map 1 thinking you have a little bit of that safety net. We'll come back map 2. You might go into map 2 saying, okay, we're going to bring it to map number 3. We are here now at map 3.
Yeah.
What is it going to be, especially since both of these teams, they really want that. Talon Esports, they were one of our representatives going into Champions Seoul last year. They want to prove that they can still make it on that global stage, that wasn't a fluke, or they weren't just lucky because they brought on Primy, right?
Yeah, very much so. And, you know, I do think Primy has some work to do. You know, he wasn't really there in that map 2, and I think everybody knows this about Talon. Primy is a fantastic player. There's a reason we both picked him here for our teams. He has to come alive. We can't, He can't have those middling performances. He's at his best when he's out in front leading the charge.
Yeah, well, Talon will start out on defense, so hopefully that can help him get rolling and get involved in the game. This is what I'm really intrigued by. Agent comps do come out.
Oh,
Nongshim,
wow.
what on earth is going on here? Dambi's on the Yoru. I don't know if I've even seen that before. And Harbor coming out for Francis, so a little bit of spicy comp coming out for Nongshim for sure.
Talon sticking with that deadlock. Deadlock Vice, I think this is an incredibly strong composition on this map. The only thing I worry about is that we're missing any real hard flashes to get Harbor and Omen double controller.
They have changed things up though. Primi's over on the Jet. I think last time they were playing Yoru and they've thrown Thigh on the Omen rather than the Astra this time around. So a little bit of a faster comp. They're going to have some more dive potential. They're going to have a little bit more of that maneuverability coming out for your Omen. So it'll be interesting to see how they're going to make that work on attack. On the defense though, they are going to have a very, very strong comp and a difficult one for the boys on Nongshim to attack into.
This is going to be a very, very interesting map indeed. We're seeing a lot of changes over here. Is it going to pan out? Is it going to work well for Nongshim? Or will Talon pull through? We'll find out as we step into Ascent over to Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika. I'm gonna do a little bit of a big-time impression, though. I mean, what is this comp? What on earth? I just don't understand. Nah, that's horrible.
Yeah, let him continue with that one, Chief, I gotta say. Yeah, it's impressive vibes. Gaming back at its finest for the likes of Nongshim. Francis back on the Harbor. Of course, for those that might have missed the game during
baby!
last time, this sort of comp was pulled out to counter Riddle Order specifically. It was their one-and-done comp. They never did it again. And for really, they never touched Ascent, and they probably shouldn't have, considering the RRQ game where they got a little bit destroyed.
But that's why it's so strange to leave this map as the final decider. It's such a curveball, not just for Talon, but Nongshim a little bit as well, because Talon hasn't really played this map that much either. But right now, a bit of a standoff. Primi watching down arches. He's got that little high tide blocking so far. Demi has snuck all the way in. Will Primi expect it? Does he have the flicks? The shots are peppering over. But he's still keeping.
Margaret has just found Chip. He's going for a bit of a jump spot over towards B main, and with Primi falling too, maybe this round might be over. You stretch out through market, you get towards the B site and cruise. It's going to be cascaded off.
He does push into it though. But Dambi quick on the draw. Just the 2 players left alive, and they've got so much space to cover.
Camera's going to be available soon for Margaret as well. You've got the high tide now, but it's the information from Ivy. There's both of them. Can he get out? Okay, he's bailed.
Salvos. Decent kill for Killua, but still, yeah, you know, Nongshim had numbers in spades in this spot. There was no way Talon would have been able to fight out.
I mean, you think about this map, you think about this series, I don't think there's any universe, whether it be Alpha or Omega, any of those Earths that Talon would have been expecting this sort of composition to come through. I'm trying to cast my mind as well and think, is there actually anybody running a Harbor on this map currently in all of our partner teams? There's not a single team is actually running at the Harbor.
All regions.
So yeah, it's definitely the curveball where Nongshim have provided the goods on it before, but yeah, not expected.
Well, we will see the cascade. The Harbor once again coming into effect to block off A main for now. Both smokes up around this spot. While you've got Margaret, Marshall in hand. And just Primi.
See if the numbers do sway in the favor of A or not, because, well, if they don't, then it's just an unfortunate series of events for Talon in the round.
It's already beginning to look like it's building up to that. You know, you got the smokes both going in towards A, and Talon were not entirely sure the hit was going over. Just Primi on the A side, and it's quickly dealt with.
Gotta be careful for the overextensions though for an individual member on
5.9 and Australian dollars की membership India में 159 का.
We've seen a Teo jumping across, we've seen a Vice, we've seen nothing at B yet. Maybe they might be surrounding A. I mean, eventually they'll start to consider the orb will be heard by Persia.
Let them have one.
But apart from this, just the pistols, so for Talon, you're either going up the spike or you're trying to find, you know, some liquor damage, which is probably not going to be plausible.
I mean, you gotta make a move at some point, one way or another. Certainly considering that someone might have pushed out in towards spawn, so it takes some time.
And to answer Pilski's question a little bit earlier, Dambi's played one instance of Yoru in his career.
It's going to be the second.
I mean, I don't remember it. I don't think they got the dub, judging by
मतलब
stats.
मैं
but
कहा
maybe
तोड़
wrong.
में पा गया नचाओ
Maybe this is
इसको
where we need our,
language
Resident Nongshim expert in Chobra.
इनसे बोलते नहीं हो तुम लोग कुछ
But this sort of rounds,
Fair enough.
it doesn't take an expert to kind
Baito.
of consider that Jit Boys is not going to win.
Wow, even with the grab net. Yep.
And now we'll get the buyout to come through for Talon in the next round.
And this is where I do have to agree with
person has taken Harbor in this map by 1972 में लिया था उसने
for sure, but it also comes down to composure, right? The mental game between both teams into this state, because adaptability matters quite a bit, and if you're just completely surprised by this curveball and that tilts you for the rest of the map, the rest of the rounds, then you kind of just have to kiss your chances goodbye. Well, just don't want to have that happening.
This is the map that one of the teams will kiss their chances goodbye. Potentially for you know stage 2, you got to have more weight on your shoulders because you're going out here, you're not getting any playoff points, right? You got to get top 4 for that.
Oh boy. For all the hype that has been built up, now we've got the high tide, the execute into A. Talon, it's going to be a catch-up rotation being played. They've got 4 players already somewhere.
Salvo's in. Jit Boys does have Gravnet as well, but the high tide starts to fade.
Oh, and Margaret towards the back. Spotted out by the Stealth Drone, thankfully, but still the outlaw shot all the way from main, blocking up the first point of contact.
Margaret's lurk.
Oh my god.
Depending on timing.
Oh. Okay, just around the back of the crates, so Jit Boys has information to go for the kill now, but in towards A main again, still Ivy, Persia, they're both able to block things off. A pseudo crossfire considering hell, and it's a tough position for Cruz to fight off of. Pushed out of the door, and it's just thigh left. Oh, look at that. Pepper shot's over with the classic right clicks. Francis from the back. It's Nongshim fanning all throughout, and they've picked up the bonus.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous round for Nongshim. And again, this is the sort of scenario which absolutely tests your team's coordination, your IGL's mid-rounding game plan decisions, your coach intervention to recognize what can be plausible. Because with no one running a harbor, with you probably not doing your research all the way back to the one instance that Sinpresa did run the harbor. It was, you know, highlighted. I think they said it in the interview that it was like against Riddle Order, I think. So yeah, this really comes down to a lot of that mid-round decisioning and what you can kind of recognize throughout the rounds.
Right, how much you're able to gleam off of these little utilities thrown in your face. Meanwhile, for Talon, you might have the double Sentinel, but how much can it really do when you're being tossed with so many uncertainties? Right now, it's Danby down middle, but you have no idea that there are players all across the map. Oh, the shots with though, but Margaret will be able to recover at least one. It does get a chuckle out of Dion. Oh my god.
That's a hurtful laugh as well, because that one just looks absolutely just disgusting from Margaret, and not in the good way. Now though, maybe some stability, as it's just going to be Thigh left with 60 HP. Gun to be retrieved, but hunted maybe by Ivy. They're going to put more of a premium on just making sure the plant's there, the orb is already gone above. You want to maximize getting this reckoning for Francis.
Thigh TP's away.
Twist हो गए तो twist.
And now we have...
Worth it था बे 1 घंटा सो के आने का? Huh?
Well, one thing's for sure, if we're going to launch this podcast episode, would be that Nongshim gets to, you know, certainly build up towards a lot more for the remainder rounds of this first half.
और कुछ लिया है और मेंबरशिप या सुपर चैट का पैसा कटा और नहीं आया तो रिफंड हो जाएगा. टाइम लगेगा लेकिन हो जाएगा.
Affecting them. Oh, look at that. Even
not able to take the gun
from Francis.
Nice hunt at the end to remove the bird.
Yeah.
So now we'll get the proper buyout to come through from Talon and Annihilation available for Jit Boys. Still waiting to sort of see what Premi's value is going to be back on towards this jet as well. Not really given too much space around the map to play with. And these are the sort of scenarios where I'm also wondering, it doesn't really matter what agent comp that you're going up against. Still want to see some sort of tandem plays come in on this defensive side, right? You're still running the Teo, you've got a deadlock, you're expecting some sort of util combos. You've also got, you know, the availability from Killua with the Vice, you know, trying to play with some timings, trying to play with some stalling. Like, these are the sort of things that I want to see from Talon, right? Coming up with some sort of combinations. But a timeout to come in right now, and this is a really elevated Frost. This is... He's seen enough in 4 rounds, maybe. Because if you're looking at Talon, defensive side, double Senti, you know?
Another thing that we do have to consider, I think it's not brought up enough, is the fact that he's relaying this to Cruz. Cruz has to translate then to the boys, and he also has to lead them. He has to get them to listen to him. Sometimes that might not always be the case when your mental is down in the dumps. So we'll see how it all shapes up now that the timeout has been burnt. You have the double senti. You need to work around it. And what we're seeing is, okay, sheer wall towards tree once again.
Yeah, a lot of those senti useful towards the A site. You got an operator in the hands of Darby right now. Neural Theft and Reckoning. I mean, those can be some pretty good ultimates in these sort of scenarios that, again, as talent, you're not really expecting what a Reckoning is going to be able to do. Now with the high tide, cutting across short, cutting across pizza. Start to gather some further information with the drone as well, and this is the time where I think, what traps are you setting up? Leave Primi there. Rest of your forces towards B.
We'll see what the forces can do. So far, so good on the off angle. Killua off of the blooming cyber cage as well.
2 जन का नाम लिया, 2 जन का शर्म है थोड़ा सा शर्म है, 2 जन का नाम लिया, किसको देखो अभी?
Nongshim away to find an advantageous duel.
Trying to hold tight. Ivy, though, slowly trickling forward until Cruz goes in for the sidestep. At this point, 50 seconds remaining on the clock, sure, but surely not Komodo.
I mean, damage, really. The credits aren't in full control of Talon whilst they're, you know, around the 1500, 2k mark, but they're pretty gorgeous for Nongshim, so any damage you can potentially find here would it be good. Get closer towards an ulti perhaps as well, but now with just Persia and position locked in from the Archros, he'll just take the ulti orb on the map for
they can hear him.
For his takeaway.
He's going to try to at least play for the crosshair flick, but yeah, not going to be found. Primi protected on the A site. And it just shows how effective that one can be again.
And now I'm sort of wondering as well, where the operator doesn't work out for Darby, do they change things again and instead of using that go back to a normal rifle and try to adjust the game plan as well? Because if I'm looking towards a way that you're going to put pressure on Talon in this map, it's changing the way that you're playing the attacking side a lot. I mean, you're adding so much to, you know, their mental state that they have to contend with. Like, if you're changing things up time and time again, it can really play with them.
Possibly. But again, they had 2 weeks. Yep. For all we know, this was fully well prepped, but you also have the studs. Ooh, the perfect on the gate crash.
The perfect player to get out of dodge in that scenario. Combo between salvos and Gravnet, but it's starting to get out of it.
And then for the smoke to block off A short as well as mid. The drone out towards B main, but it's somewhat slipped away by Margaret.
By Dambi, by be like
me mid nahi chhodunga. See what I can do with the operator.
It's also a good call for then Talon to push out B main alongside that drone now to possibly just hold space. Not fighting too much against Nongshim. Maybe hearing the clone.
Yeah, it's got to pop the shear and the thorns to buy time.
Oh, Primi.
He is the only one here at this A side as well, by the way. So you'd be looking at a situation where if he falls, it might be a post-plant killer with the Steel Garden, Jit Boys with the Annihilation. Oh, but Reckoning in.
To where? To B.
Yeah, to market for a bit of a B split. 30 seconds to go. They don't need to stick around here. I mean, I'm looking at Persia, who's still towards this A site.
Right? Forces Talon to scatter and pick up the pieces because now you're not entirely sure. Just Primi to try to hold for the angle. He does walk away with that one kill, the stray bullet catching square on Francis's head. So controller gone now, and that could help out in the post-plant scenarios, but...
I mean, Killer was gone, right? As well, so no Steel Garden. A bit of a sleeping Ivy means it's a 3v3.
So not too bad, Jit Boys, good on the flank watch. Dambi low HP as well, but he is in tree, and that's a spot where, unless you check it out, you might not know.
Gravnet comes online for Jit Boys now. Cruz does have salvos. Can they isolate a player?
Trying to. They throw it in towards Generator, where no one's hiding, so maybe some information to then collapse in towards Hell. Margaret, he's got a good chance, but full swarm. Now Dambi out from the flank. Not detected so far until he gets a shot at the thigh. 2v2. A good shot from Jit Boys. Dambi desperately jumps and dives in with the shorty, but still Jit Boys able to block it off.
Yeah, the fact that you're able to remove the flanking player in Ivy in that sort of scenario, it makes it a little bit more tenable for Talon to get that retake happening. If there was a kill in towards unders, yeah, maybe it goes Nongshim's way, but a couple of good adjustments, and when you're in a retake scenario in a 3 versus 3, I mean, you're just playing for a audible call and to go together as the team, right? So making sure that Jitboys has the lasting protection at the end
ये तो
as
heavy
well,
defense
very well
map है
needed.
ना, heavy defense
So there's a
नहीं है,
secondary round gathered up by
defense
Talon.
map है.
There will be another full buy across the board, however. And Army this time can secure all of the information with the dimensional drift. Flip it over though, Quack, and Primi with the operator. No one's looking for him to push on out, and he does get away. There's a second from Cruz. Nice opening double for Talon.
Nice might be underselling it, Dion. 3v5 now for Nongshim, and they are, well, trying to scrounge up whatever they can find. They do have the creds for the upcoming rounds, though, so still able to march forward with whatever confidence they have. This duo now challenging Killua. The Cove to block things off. Killua opts to play it silent.
Yeah, you don't want to give him an option where they could W and look to bring it back into an equalization scenario. So it's 3 versus 5. If Talon want to allow the plant to go down, they can. But now, I mean, Ivy.
Ivy,
He bites off more than he can shoot.
3-4 है, सारे utils है.
And the Steel Garden ripped. So if you're Francis as well as Persia, not a lot of chances left. Paranoia to block off A main as well. And it's just Francis hiding inside of Hell. Certainly detected soon enough. Primi thankfully saving his teammates from certain doom. Francis to spray, but Primi coming back in once again. He's back again.
Yeah, just making sure that when there's numbers advantages for Talon, they're settling down a little bit. You know, you would expect in that sort of scenario, IGL, Cruz to come in, come up with the decision, the team to be aligned and how they want to go for their retake. But more importantly, that sort of round, it's having a good idea in the beginning, something that you haven't deployed just yet, to catch Nongshim off guard.
Certainly poetic. Now this will be Talon reaching the 3-point mark. If they get one more, that would be breaking that curse from the past 2 maps.
Yeah. Well, another big old buy. So these rifle rounds, we've seen Nongshim be able to get a plant, just not able to be successful in the post.
All right now. Cruz though, this time with an op in play, in for the grab that combo for Jitboys. Cruz then holding the angle. Does Nongshim expect it? Certainly not. They haven't been here before.
Yeah, hard to get him off that angle. Surprised that there was no, salvo investment from Ivy
to
push him off the line.
Fighting.
Irrespective now, 5 versus 3. Another 5 versus 3 for Talon. And these sort of scenarios, as long as they don't overextend and give opportunity to Nongshim, they've been successful in winning them 100%.
Fake progression smoke to draw out utility now.
Yeah, you still got the showcase of a double sentinel though on this sort of scenario. Sheer to protect over in tree.
Save.
Also for Thine to possibly slip around with the TPs.
Save.
Jitboys now, again with the Gravnet available. You got Cruz with the salvos online and an Armageddon. This sort of scenario by the position of Nongshim, it's just a respect save.
It's also the fact that they would have to take so much time and effort just to clear every single position if they were to march back into A.
मैं रहता तो बोलता था अभी सेव कर रहे चलो 1 मिनट बात करते हैं कि क्या खा सकते हैं आज शाम
enough as well, where Ivy's going to be able to drop over a gun to Darby. You would expect Francis is going to be able to be buying for himself. This next round, I'm kind of looking at it in a scenario where you probably have to dimensional drift, maybe off the rip, maybe wait a few seconds and use it, see if there's any overpush from Talon. You've been holding on to that one for a little bit now, and well, if you were considering using it in late round for a sort of execute, maybe you need to use it early because you've been losing the first duels.
And that's sometimes what it comes down to, right? At least what we've been seeing for the past 2 maps. The first duels, so pivotal, paramount to both teams. Of course, on a map like Ascent, then you got the 3 clear lanes, and at times Talon pushing out onto them.
Yeah.
Nongshim get caught off guard.
And they're always changing up where they're pushing, right? It's either through cubby and a little bit of bottom mid, or there's some B main control. We're not seeing too much towards the A site, which you know, are fine with in the scenario that Killua's setups are generally over there as well, right? You don't necessarily need to. They're happy enough and confident enough that they're winning the mid duels, winning the B main duels. They can potentially keep on going for them until Nongshim show us an adaptation.
Neon से भी नहीं दिख रहा है.
Still though, that once again brings back the question of composure. How then does Nongshim find their way back into the game?
Yeah.
The timeout from Silkanon.
You got to remember as well, in the grand scheme of things,
Bhai,
for the
kitni
10
mehnat
players
karoge?
in
Love
this
you, bhai. Salam
lobby,
aapko. Love you,
there's a
Pulkit
couple of
bhai.
youngins that are new to this atmosphere, right? So it can play with the mental.
Across both teams,
Yep.
absolutely.
And it's a map 3 in a playoffs game for your survivability
Binks
in a
ka
lower bracket.
hatoda?
Masters not on
Love
the
you,
line.
yaar.
you gotta have
Goda
a
bhi hai,
bit more
hatoda
of the
bhi
run.
hai.
I
But,
know.
you know,
If you bring that though, yeah, logically,
4-4.
back Nongshim, just given how they were able to persevere throughout that entire Ascension run.
8.
I
So
mean, they were
eating
kind
this
of
quick match,
untested
baby.
until the final one, though, the grand final.
True.
As I mentioned though, Quack, using the dimensional drift off the get-go to try and get some early information was probably what I expected to come out in a scenario like that.
Oh.
Primi has just
इस
absolutely
बार
booked
नेट काहे
Dami.
नहीं डाला?
He's got the hot hands this time.
Oh,
The
and no
drone
one's
not spotting out Margaret, but yes,
अरे
3 players.
इस
Not
बार
expecting
क्यों
him, and it's
नहीं
another
डाला?
5 versus 3 where
Last
the
time
play goes down.
बराबर
How
execute
successful have we
किया था.
seen Talon in these retakes? 100% of the time. And what do they have online now still? Cruise with an Armageddon that can absolutely rip you a new one in the right spot.
Jit Boys for the
भाई
flank
वो लोग
as
को भी
well,
पता है
but he's
भाई.
currently being marked
वो
by
लोग को भी
Persia.
पता है
Persia
Armageddon
really
नहीं
deep.
करके
Need his paranoia to
एमएन
come
पे
into
तो वो
play.
लोग नहीं
It's
खेल
good
रहे एमएन
information
लेकिन
at least
डाले
for
ही
the rest of
नहीं.
Talon to then throw on more utility. Francis trying to survive inside of the cove. Killua to bring out the guns. And then for Persia as well as Ivy. Counter Armageddon back in onto the spike to buy some time, but it's been halved.
Yeah.
लग गए.
Killua hiding inside
He can
of
stick
the
that.
smoke as well. They're sticking it all the way through. Killua springing out forward, trying to swap over onto the shorty. Ivy for the kill, but the round nonetheless headed over onto Talon.
Yeah, when it's half defused and the salvos are not immediately from a close position, right, there is some trajectory, distance that you got to consider as well. How long do the salvos take to get onto the spike? Well, they've got to fly a little bit of distance, so really heads up from
कैसे
Talon
लगता
to
है पूरे
just
दिन
stick it for the
वेलो
remainder of that one.
करके
Again, another
Bucks
5
by.
versus 3 scenario where
मेरे को तो
Primi
अच्छा लगता है.
comes online for the first shot,
मस्त
just
game है.
going through the wall when he recognizes that
VCT पे
Dami
खेलोगे?
has to
कल जा
equip
रहा
the
हूँ मैं.
gun out of the dimensional drift. 5 in a row now for Talon on this defensive side.
And now all of a sudden the potential A contest deterred by the op shot.
Yeah, and you've already still got, forward positions at this B main spot as well, where no one's contested you on the line. There's a smoke, so you put in a drone to further gather some info.
Oh, and then the
Oh,
annihilation.
it's just missed.
Almost
Comes
बे
close,
But it's full
almost.
control for Talon, and they kind of want to
बोला ना
I
agent
can't
है.
blame them. I mean, how many
Huh?
times have they been getting opening duels this
भाई
time?
डम्बी और मिड का
Gets
सीन
back
है बे
immediately.
कुछ.
Nongshim lose their smokes.
खतरनाक मारता है बे डम्बी मिड में.
Towards A as well. At least though information then for Talon to regroup.
Oh, the
Words
timing.
Dabby, they found him.
And that comes down to maybe
No,
some
they cut out the
inexperience
mark.
and timing on this
Casual
Yoru
balls.
as well.
Love you to mid
Like
bye.
pushing all the way through the guts of mid like that. You're turning around at the wrong moment. Now Francis is in
में
the open,
खेलोगे? Done.
and it's just for a trade.
Spike down mid.
All of these shots have essentially been
कोई
individual
50
as
गिफ्ट
well.
करो.
Nongshim
Last 1972 में था.
unable to get
Love you
any
यार.
trades happening. Meanwhile, Talon, every fight has essentially been a buddy
30
system.
seconds left.
खतरनाक काफी असली
That's
सांप
where
तो
you
यहाँ
really
है.
gotta consider
Language.
as well. I mean,
Yeah, the spike's above you if you did want it, Ivy, but with 20 seconds to go, it's the
probably not. Yeah, trying to
the save.
tuck himself into
4-0
a
से
corner.
6-4
But that's the
और
whole
अभी
thing,
इक्वल
Komodo. Once
7-4
again,
का सफर.
you might find some of these dots, right?
ऐसा लग
Kills
रहा है.
being traded or found all across the map, but being able to connect
अब
them
नहीं जीत
together,
सकता भाई.
that's where, especially with Dambi at the helm of things,
Yeah.
things can kind of get
तेरा
away from the
average
team
ping?
at times. So
Mumbai
6-4
सर्वर में
so far, and Talon
सिंगापुर
still
में 50.
haven't really broken this streak.
6
Yeah,
बोलते हैं.
I
shot
definitely
मिल गया.
feel like this was a very big
बेटे को.
risk for Nongshim to allow Ascent into the pool with the way that these rounds have kind of been played out now that Talon have an idea of what they need to do to look to close things out as well. On the back of that timeout, it's kind of been flawless from Talon. I mean, it was a bit of a different look when you had Ivy on the fade back then. You had Dami on the Neon and Margaret on the Yoru. That was what they buddied up this Harbor pick with.
Well, also now that the economical situation is turned around, Primi opts for the Outlaw. Margaret has been playing B main so far, but ooh, the shots somewhat whizzing by.
But it's another opener. Killer on a Francis this time. Nongshim have not been able to get any lead, any advantage, and I'm seeing a gate crash go towards Hell on the A site for Darby.
Rare
He needs to be the hero maker if he wants to try and do it himself.
He's getting tagged, but at least
एक और rare miss,
infiltrates
एक
the
और rare
site.
miss.
With the clone, try to force a fake.
एक और
So,
rare miss.
more reactions out now from Talon. And Dambi kind of calls it clear for his team to sneak in. He holds space around tree.
Oh, he's
Hot
blinded
flash over,
himself.
but yeah, that just definitely shows inexperience. Unfortunate, but still fantastic chance for Talon to launch themselves back in for the retake.
Another 5 versus 3, man.
We'll see. Off angle for Persia, possibly. Margaret to assist. Still, though, with all the utility coming in, the numbers and spades as well for Talon. You got possible grab net, swings out for Primi. He obtains 2 more. Shit boys to finish things off.
That was really nice timing on the arc race from Killua. As soon as the smoke starts to fade, you pop that one out. Anyone looking to catch you when the smoke fades, well, they're just blinded. They're not dodging that one. Flawless round to come through from Talon. Another 5 versus 3 post-plant scenario that they just look really great in working for the retake.
LAN पे खेलते बे, LAN पे क्या ping? 0 ping.
But replay ops doing Dambi dirty in that one.
ओए क्या मारा
He's found the
Primi?
wrong timing. To be fair, if he dry walked through the smoke, it would have been better. They wouldn't have expected that. Potentially, who knows?
Potentially.
another scenario, another universe. It's 7-4. It's a 7
मैं
in a
आया
row to
इसलिए
Talon. It's the
talent
second
जीत
time
रही है
out
क्योंकि
used by
तू
Nongshim because they
talented नहीं
recognize,
है.
well, we need to try and win this. We'll lose the 7-5 at least.
It is still close, so
dub,
yeah.
dub.
Nongshim believers still
Brain
definitely
तक ऑक्सीजन नहीं पहुंच रहा है मेरे साथ.
Well,
put themselves in the game for
They
that.
were
Lack of
celebrating in the
sleep,
beginning.
Joe.
4-0.
know.
You know, you're winning out the bonus round and everything. You're
This
thinking,
is
oh yeah, we're cooking good tonight.
7 rounds in a row for Talon, though.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's it, though. Again, anything can happen. Both timeouts being spent once more in this first half. Last round of the first half for Nongshim, so that means
CBSE class 12 वालों का
have a way with a statement
result
really to prop them up for the second
वाला
round
है.
as well.
Rians by Mazak.
This is where the value in the double
आपके
sentinels
लग गए.
is also working a good thing for the defensive side. I am keen to see how they're going to change it up on
Just
attack,
saying.
but
जिस
I mean,
हिसाब
it's
से
just
आपने लिखा है
double
ना,
up,
Huh?
Judge.
अभी से ready रहो मोमलेट
they're
को बोलने.
rolling in money, Quack. They
I know,
they
but
can have
still.
other guns on the
समझ रहे
floor
हो?
ready to hot
अभी से ready
potato.
रहो.
Yes. Oh, wait. Hold.
Triple up setup.
Hold up.
Triple snipers.
Hold up a minute. Seriously? Well,
One of
so
them's
many
gonna work.
angles.
Yeah, Darby's just dry peeked out of bloody tiles.
भाई,
No one's watching him.
भड़का है
Like,
भाई Primi.
brother, protect your boy.
Brother,
Literally. Darby
I
dead first
stepped
yet
on the
again.
beat.
That's the thing. Nongshim would have no idea. Who does this?
I mean, it's a staple thing. Having an operator peek for a tiles push, generally this is why you are smoking bottom mid on a map like this, or smoking up towards short. It was a deeper high tide that you just disrespect as Primi.
You might not expect the second, the third up. Primi re-peaks, gets spammed through. Great shot by Francis.
And now you got to contend with Killua, who rips the steel guard, and in respect and in answer to the reckoning,
He swapped off his off, thankfully.
as I said, there would be a gun that he could
Bhai,
switch
kitna
between, and
कौन-
that's a bad TP from Persia
Bichara!
on top of the sheer to get over it.
Enough ammo for possibly a second, maybe a third kill as well. Tucks himself into the corner, spots the barrel, and that's instantly ripped away! The last one now, Francis, and he's stuck! Tries to look for the escape plan to be made, but he gets spotted out
भाई
by
क्या
Jit
बिटा है
Boys!
बे Jit Boys ने वहाँ पे?
8-4 at the half. That's a flawless
Huh?
run in from Talon to really dominate the defensive side.
जब से आ रहे हैं
2
Harvard Place
timeouts
दिख
invested
रहा
for
है.
Nongshim as
Idea
well,
दिख रहा है.
eventuating into nothing. Just so many scenarios where
लड़
there's
पा
a
रहे
5 versus
सब
3
कर पा रहे
position that
हैं.
Talon are already having the numbers game. They can let
Hey,
the time
Harvard
do
Place
its
है.
work. Killua, great round in that one. Good coordination from the team as well. I mean, Angry Frost was here in the
भाई
timeout
देखो
earlier on.
टेक्निकली अगर अपन
certainly
बात
whipped them
करें
up.
जिसको गेम
It
नॉलेज है
definitely
मेरे
was a
जितना,
wake-up call.
अगर
I will say that. 8
यंगचिम
to 4 is an incredibly
pistol जीता,
good scoreline to start things off in the second half.
तो
Main thing
पॉसिबल है
is teams got
कमबैक.
to keep this together. Things have gone a
समझ रहे हो?
little bit off by the wayside from that first map where
बस
Nongshim
अगर
found
आपकी उम्र
6
थोड़ी
rounds in a
कम
row.
होती
There
तो क्या
is
आप प्रो
still
बनने का ट्राई करते हो?
a scenario in a world where Nongshim is able to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking towards a little bit of the differences that this side switch-up is going to have, right? How Killua deploying device, how is Jip Boys deploying the deadlock.
Uncle!
I mean, I would say it's a little bit more mainstream when you look at Nongshim's composition. If you, remove the harbor, for example, and you put in another initiator, that's a more common style, right? Where you got an Omen, a Cypher, a Taeho, a Yoru. Like this is playing in towards sort of a shifted meta with the new Taeho, but a harbor in there. You know, you're flipping it onto the defensive side. You can certainly see some things that'll come out from Nongshim, but I'm kind of wondering. We're not seeing opening kills. We're not seeing shots allocated for them, really. There was a lot of individual.
Age is just a number by, लेकिन आप जाने दो NT.
Can they adjust that on this defensive side early? You know, is Darby going to be finding any opening frags here?
You would assume he has to, especially with the gate crash that he has right now. Just a dump of utility all around A main, but sidestepped by Primi and Gang.
Ooh, shots do pepper out. When the dark cover does fade, they can reimburse that with the cascade. Doing nice and early, actually, from Francis there as they go looking for something different.
No bogeys on the radar just yet, though. No Talon still playing discipline around the corners and angles.
Of course, no gate crash for Darby now. Just a sheriff.
As 5-5-90, yes sir.
The repositions from Nongshim currently.
I wonder.
Right, a slight gap for Talon. They just made some noise towards middle.
Yeah, it's all 5 for Talon though. Towards the A side. It's go time. Primi, gone.
Lean.
Peppered through the smoke.
Eyes low as well.
Still, opportunity for Nongshim abound. Talon, they might have the sight, but this is where that utility comes in. The double sentinel.
Yeah.
All around generator. And they can potentially buy so much time. Now Killua peppering his own shots forward, but what is this? The wallbang for Margaret! Yeah, okay, repositions in towards Hell. Hiding inside of the survival smoke. Killua needs to find the shots. Jip Boys comes in with the assistance. Margaret dropping down, but the utility not coming in line. It's just Cruz, and he doesn't have any salvos either. The defuse getting stuck all the way through, and Nongshim answers back.
So Nongshim have now found both pistols. Cruz getting a couple of good cheeky kills at the end of that one, but both pistols for Nongshim, and they are still trailing, so they're going to have to do some heavy lifting at the beginning of this half. They completely relinquish control of the A site, allowing Talon to get one in, and a couple of shots come through. That's disgusting from Margaret. It's wild that he's able to find that one.
I reckon that's where the kind of problem comes in, right? The pathing of the jet. And
all the best. And
I'm looking towards Jip Boys on the deadlock as well, right? That sonic sensor that he places at the corner or the top of the generator. I've seen a lot of Cypher players when they're able to set up towards a post plane at the A site, they drop that one because it's you know, one that if you're running in for a retake, your feet will trip and you're generally dead. You can also see some adjustments by putting the sensor under Hell and it will trip anybody running on the top. So I'd be interested to see how much depth Jip Boys has on this map with just the deadlock utility for post plants.
Seen it drilled by Cruz from other maps, for example.
Yeah.
So hopefully Jip Boys able to pick up where Cruz left off. But right now, though, at least with the pistols.
Well, we're looking for Nongshim to pick up where they left off.
English वाला. पूरा sentence हिंदी में है और and English वाला है.
Wow. They will find just that.
If they find 4 rounds, they're only tying things up, Quack.
That's right.
There's still
क्या बात है? क्या बात है? Best of luck.
Results. No one count them out. Now spotting so much information in towards B main, surely the rotation soon enough. Talon though.
Pura sentence and English wala
towards A, but if they do stretch their legs up through mid, they're gonna have to break the trap wire, and this is where Darby with an outlaw, if he wants to go for the challenge, they potentially could get overwhelmed.
As Gate Crash has for a different position, but that's when then Persia comes in with the outfield position on the Bulldog. Okay, Darby back in. Talon looking to recover.
Margaret's trap wire not going to do anything for him as Ivy
so far so good though, repositions with a Spectre! The last shot going through with Darby, nail in the coffin. Rounds answered right back.
Yeah, 3 alive. I think you'll take that as a pass mark for Nongshim going in towards the
Binks bhai, 10 years ke liye ban ho gaye hai.
Did win the first one when they were on their attacking side. Felt like, you know, there wasn't just a adjustment from Talon, right? It took them a little bit to figure out how they're going to be countering the aggression of Nongshim. I think it may very well be another scenario where they've got to figure out how we're going to get throughout these defenses when we're a little bit lackluster on the initiator ability, right? You're going to have to see a little bit more come out from Vice. Killua is playing a little bit more of that pseudo in it as well, right? You got the flash on the Archros that can certainly do that. Now though, Jip Boys, you're done. And that's an opener which I mean technically counts with the util, but you'll take that one as a opener that's not traded.
Fantastic calling. Meanwhile, yeah, that's where you really want to see a lot more pressure on towards
होता है भाई अभी हाँ क्या अभी होता है
But this is the time where I'm
हम
you know
लोग तो
saying
ban
it's a couple of rounds in the beginning for Talon where they have to
W बे
get ready for what Nongshim throw their way, and then they might wake up.
That's where the adaptability comes back into question. All of a sudden, the swings from both ends, and Talon caught unawares.
This may very well be a flawless bonus to come through for Nongshim, unless Cruz has something to say.
बच्चों को कितना लग रहा है बहुत से के
1v5 Komodo. I don't know. He's running straight back through spawn into two players from Nongshim marking tiles. Persia spots him.
Yeah, just don't give him the solo duel here. Make sure you go in together as a team. Somehow Cruz finds bonus solo. 5 HP. Maybe he gets closer towards the Armageddon here. He's one with death. And he gets another one, so he's got it for the next round. Okay, I think you're kind of okay.
Normal chat
that's a bonus round. You probably should be winning that one as Talon. But the fact that, again,
40
Nongshim have a clear idea on how they're wanting to play the beginning of that round.
Udo,
it's the
crystal
stuff
ban,
that they
humans
practice in
puppy.
either scrims if they've tried this one, or it's the stuff that they're theory crafting nice
human
and early
थोड़ा
on.
सा
Right, and that's why you see this
Cook है
very
कि और
specific
cook है नहीं पता
composition. You love to
बाकी तो बड़े
watch and
उड़ियो तो
really get enthralled
उड़ियो
by how
बोलो
the
उड़ो तो
utility combo comes into
बढ़िया
play. But we
Crystal
gotta see
भी
Cruz
बढ़िया
as
है
well.
ban भी
The
बढ़िया
dude
है
has some kind of an arm
काफी
injury and
भी
he's still
बढ़िया
able to walk away 3.
Yeah, but this is the
Human?
strange scenario now, right? Where you've got an Armageddon, where you've got a Annihilation.
का आइडिया
You're
नहीं
able to get a couple kills off that one. I mean, maybe you steal a round back as Talon. Full 5 towards A main, however. Orb to be gathered up.
Don't know how much that's going to do.
मैं जल्दी ही मेरी तरफ से
That's
फर्स्ट
just,
नजर आएगा चलेगा लेकिन तब
you
तक
shall not
कैप्स
pass
में
A
मत
main
लिख
wall, that one. That
Talon's
one's,
a Balrog in this situation with just stingers.
I mean, that one's been prepared specifically by Francis for this sort of scenario. He's done his homework on the right wall placement.
How he's like, you know, you got to calculate the trajectory of how you swing your mouse when the high
इतना
tech.
I mean, low
smoke
sense
है
game
भाई,
is
B पे तो
true,
smoke
true.
चाहिए
Eyes
भी
up.
नहीं केजेस सारे smoke
Stingers
back
though
to back
here
A
for
पे जा रहे
Talon. Let's see if they're going to be able to make
वो
it
लोगों को
work
smoke
of this
through
one
ही
again.
push
Armageddon
करना
and
पड़ेगा
Annihilation if they want to try and
ready
contend
हो
with it.
तुम लोग ready हो
Monstrous flash play. Grab net right now though against Dabby, and unfortunately he will bite the bullet. Francis, however, bailing his team out of the tough situation. Just Cruz left and swings into his ultimate doom. Nongshim tie up the score.
Yeah, a little bit of an overstay from Darby there with an outlaw. Where the no-scope ability of that gun is generally not too accurate. He does get taken down, but it's good to see that Francis stamps his feet and gets a couple of trades in there. Valiant attempt for Talon with the lesser equipment, the Stingers to try and get something done there. Maybe with the end result, you might say a bit of an overinvestment with the Annihilation, but we start to get a little bit closer to a couple more of these ultis now as we are tied up 8-8. This is where we start to see some depth in this map.
This is where you need to see Talon try to find an answer back as well.
For sure.
The op from Dabby though, I don't know if Talon are prepared for it.
I mean, you know that the credits are available to come out with a gun such as this one, a shorty to destroy the stealth drone. So be able to spot out too, but I mean, you're rinsing and repeating a lot of this Harbor utility where you've already used the drone to get in front of it. You'd have to sacrifice a body to get any farther forward. You do have your shear there as Killua as well to just make sure that nothing afoot happens in the deep. But we start to put our attention towards the A site, don't we here? No more Harbor utility until that high tide comes back online. Francis,
new shop start के भेजो कुछ नहीं
you won't know that he's done that much damage to Killua.
Wish you all the
I don't think
best.
you can call for the team to come back to B, can you?
Yeah, not enough. Killua's got to do a little bit more. Meanwhile, towards the A site, just a full hit, and down with a TP, the corner left unchecked. Jit Boy's finally coming up with the goods, but still, it's not enough. Killua,
he got Francis, but can you? I mean, you're gonna have to call for Cruz to get over there. How much
right.
time can you buy yourself?
That's the whole thing. He might have flashes, he might have vines, but
they could technically leave and try to cut him off. This is why Killua has to go back and help Cruz get across. Ivy, he actually could give them an opportunity here.
Oh, Killua, he's peppered Ivy down by a bit. Cruz!
There's the opportunity. He's given them a 2 versus 2.
Overstayed your welcome, Ivy. And now there's a chance still, though. 2v2, 10 seconds for the plant, and that offers some opportunity to Nongshim to close in onto market, at least until the sun comes in. Cruz then has 1 second left until the salvo is back, so gets himself in a position where he sends it over. Further time being bought.
First 2.
Killua hiding inside a boathouse, both players Trying to play it safe. Oh, and off the flash, it's going to be a great kill. Just Dabby left, and he marches forward until the phantom shots from Killua finds a round back in for Talon.
Yeah, the difference if Francis is able to finish him off through the spam in the beginning of the round, or maybe if Ivy doesn't go for the cutoff kill, the neural theft to secure that information.
क्या हेल्प कर दो मेरे को बताओ. हाँ, लास्ट टाइम मैं वो गेम खेल के 1972 में खेला था. अभी मेरे फूफा के चाचे के लड़के तो है नहीं क्राफ्टन भाई कि मैं बोलूंगा मेरा भाई का आईडी बैन हो गया प्लीज कुछ कर लो. समझ रहे हो? जो भी करेगा वो लोग का सपोर्ट टीम हेल्प कर सकता है. तो आपको मेल फीमेल वाला काम करना पड़ेगा. उनको मेल करो कि ऐसा ऐसा सीन हो गया, आई वुड लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज, और देखो कुछ कर सकते हैं क्या वो लोग. समझ रहे हो?
Aware of what could happen around A main after all that util combo.
Muzaffir bhai, thank you for the membership. मेरी जान के डोडे.
Resetting all this
10 cent है,
utility,
sorry,
making
10 cent.
sure that staving them off for quite a little bit of time.
गेम तो
Yeah,
क्राफ्टन
that is a clone. You're correct.
And he still hasn't made a single peep, so still a chance for Killua.
And nice work to bait out
कमाल का
the
knowledge है
Sonic
मेरा.
sensor as well. You reclaim control of A main.
Love,
You gotta be
love
too
you, Ankur
careful
bhai,
that
love
you
you यार.
don't get flushed out by the salvos, for example, of Cruz if they want to go back towards the A side. But it looks like the call has been made for Talon here that they want to
Milk कर
contest
दिया by the way,
with
thanks.
B.
Love you.
And I'm wondering in this sort of time, as Nongshim, what are you doing to re-get some information? You don't have a drone from Ivy. You have an operator from Danby. So you're going to have to try and figure out something, right? A drone in towards mid. You don't necessarily know if it's teetering towards A or B.
Bro.
Yeah, well, that
With
might
that,
do
you
it.
know.
Especially in with the utility now coming out. Oh, Primi though, he's just going to gate pass all of it. On
Primi
for the
bolte,
sharp
Primi
blades
bolte.
into the site where
Ball थोड़ा सा
Margaret
casual है.
trying to play
20
anchor.
seconds.
Camera as well. And then for the mid-round calling back into the A site. Francis though, so far so good. Puts
10
up the high
seconds.
tide. Jit Boys jumps on over. What?
He needed a shoot. He didn't need a Ferrari beacon.
Unfortunate for Francis, but you still got Ivy around the corner. Down for the trade. Killua keeping the team afloat. Annihilation now just to push Nongshim away. Margaret back in. Sent out the last second on towards Heaven. Danby, operator into angle.
As soon as he makes noise as well, Sensor will get him. And you just got to call for the save here. Another situation where it's an individual member potentially for Nongshim. Had they tackled that a little bit differently, it could have been the round. I mean, Harbour is not a general pick, especially on this map, right? It's not a common pick regardless. You know, some teams toy with it here and there on Icebox, but that wall, it does slow you a little bit. Jit Boys has just jumped on through that one and found you. Had you just gone for the shot as Francis, that probably could have been the round.
It's one of those coulda, shoulda, woulda situations. Definitely bites him in the back. Thankfully, they will have enough to buy up or scrounge up.
Hello, Bunks bhai. Kaise ho meri jaan? Sab badhiya.
Nice done him there. Wow. Really nicely done from Talon though, despite the time. Bleeding quite
Kya
low.
language hai? Hindi.
Still eyes on the prize to finish it up. Now we come into a more stacked ult round of Nongshim, but the weaponry, not the greatest. A couple of pieces that you can certainly work with for sure, but you need to see opener from Darby potentially. Alright, he does get out. But the operator, you know it still looms.
By right now, the op is not opping.
Or at least knowing that it has TP'd away.
Yeah, for sure.
Think about it.
I mean, you're still looking to see the early game of Talon in this round as well, making sure they're trying to piece together some sort of information. Any more lean of the spurt player, right? Again, you're going to confirm that Persia is playing in towards market. There's a couple of bodies in towards mid. You can expect that there's going to be some Cypher bits towards the B site now with that camera there. So if you're Talon, this is the sort of scenario where you got to make a good conscious decision on where you want to try and end up. B split, the name of the game here, and there are 3 members of Nongshim. The thing though, the Reckoning and the Armageddon on the other side of the map, they are not going to reach towards that B site.
मैं क्यों? मैंने तो कुछ नहीं बोला.
The intensity of the calls right
Love
now.
you.
Final decision
Op is not
back
opping.
into the
Op
B
is
site.
not opping.
And Nongshim, they have pieces on the board. Margaret to receive the first.
Play time.
ये round तो लग गया
20
Talon.
seconds.
No way.
Talon continue forward with their march. Armageddon now at the best possible time. And it puts Talon into a bit of a precarious position, trying to lock down in towards Boathouse, though, at the very least, and they found those kills. Margaret not able to stay alive either. Killua sticks the plant, and it's just Francis and Ivy. They peeked out, and they get shut down. Francis desperately looking for a kill, anything possible, but Talon denying it outright. Look at that spray from Cruz!
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the positions of Ivy's Armageddon there. If I really want to be, you know, pedantic in this sort of scenario, he's trying to get as close as he can to be able to use it, and he has to drop it from outside into the site. Had it been the other way, towards lane probably, he actually could have forced the hand of Talon, but just not close enough because no one on Nongshim there were getting any extra further information up through me, up through B main.
Banks, as a new player, what part of game should I
Talon were
focus
going to
first?
be
I
ending
can't keep
towards that
everything
B side.
once, like smoke lineup.
Bit of a rough one there. Not a bit of a rough one, a really rough one for Nongshim.
पहले सबसे basic smoke.
Things are incredibly tense
you're
right
playing
now, and
controller or
Killua just
aim.
keeps up the pressure
Lineup
once
button.
again. Meanwhile, in towards A, he got the graph net. Francis trying to get out.
Locating target.
Again, Talon sending up the stealth drone towards mid. And that's an opening double, another 5 versus 3. Jit Boys has found both of them, and Darby is on an island by himself, only good for one, down with the ship.
अब खत्म.
Fortunately, the rest of the team might continue to sink as well. Not too bad
पेट
though,
में
Margaret.
दर्द होता है क्या तेरे मुंह
But it's
खोलते
still
ही
a 3
जिंस
versus
मुसफिर
2.
बाय.
You've got a lot of gaps around the map now.
Best
that
of luck
Cruz
आपके shop के लिए हाँ.
shift underwards this trapwire. No, he's going to jump into it, and he will get taken down by Persia. Okay, 2 versus 2 now.
Just finds his scalp.
हाँ,
So-
2-2 तक कैसे?
Oh, but this is risky,
Nongshim
Quack.
possibly able to turn things around. Yes, still risky. Jit Boys coming back in with the assistance, and both of them wide swing.
2-1.
Baited by the Gravnet. That's a real rough one, and now it's Margaret. An idea. Do you try and go for a 1 versus 2? Or do you save the gun for the last round, potentially the next round?
Tuvan को support please. Let's go PRX
Attempting to go
2-1
for
because
it.
मैं
He's had a
$2
life
के
game
लिए.
before.
He's got to have the idea, though, that this position is possible.
$50
He has to shift into
का
it.
है
It's
कि नहीं
confirmed, but it doesn't
PRX?
matter. Chip Boys comes through with a 4K.
But मजाक
And
सकता
now
है,
it
I'm a
looks like the
PRX fanboy,
realization
buddy.
is there for Talon on how they want
समझ रहे
to
हो?
navigate this map on the attacking side. Again, another scenario. It's 4
Because by
rounds
that was
over
a
to
2.99
Nongshim, and that's enough to get all the
Australian dollars
information.
मेरी जान
That
की
loose bullet at
चोट
the
है.
end there, by the way, ridiculous.
You really begin to feel for the Nongshim core.
$3 है वो. $3 नहीं है वो.
Map point, series point,
Australia का
elimination
$2
point.
$3
Talon
मतलब
to
US
try
का
and survive in
$2
this lower bracket. For Nongshim, they would bow out here of stage 1. No extra points accumulated, just 3 on the
तेरा
tally,
भाई
which means they
ऐसे ही
have
नहीं
to
था
do
commerce में.
a lot next stage. But let's see what they can do here, because Dami has sleuthed his way in towards mid.
Why, yes. Still got some guns. That said, though, the stealth drone from Cruz could play detective.
Ooh, gate crash. Eventually going to start to
बस
fade
भाई कोई
here
लड़की
for
स्ट्रीमर
Dambi.
को कैसे पेट
Then
के
it's a big
है
decision. What
बोलो
do you
ना.
do? Send
Maximus
another
Gaming
one?
भाई.
Or just
हर
get
दिन
out? Yep,
सुपर
just
चैट
gets
करो
out.
10,000 एक साल तक.
Out with the drone as well. So that's kind of forced
क्योंकि
out the
सबको
utility.
आजकल
Almost
well
always
to
from
do
Talon.
लोग चाहिए. Well
Drone
to
always
do.
through mid.
Settled लोग.
Another avenue for Talon that they can choose to
prove
go for
करना
if they
पड़ेगा
want
ना,
to.
आप
Now you
settled
see
हो.
a lot of members shooting at that one from Ivy.
भाई बाप अल्ट मारा है हार्बर ने.
Reckoning for info as well.
But what can he do?
एकदम
Oh,
डैडीज
maybe they'll
अल्ट.
peek out into it
डैडीज
to
अल्ट
find
मारा
as
है.
many kills as possible. That'd be good for the first. Pops up over to the pop flash, but Primi does get away until he's tagged
क्या
up.
बचा प्रेमी.
Thigh though, then
Oh.
looking for the lurk kill. All of a
चलते
sudden into the
चलते.
A side. No earthly idea.
Dambi बोलते
Dambi
हैं.
and Ivy though, finding shots right back.
क्या हो
3
रहा है ये
versus 2
गेम में?
now. Cruz and Jit Boys to get towards the site. Favor Jit Boys here for a plant instead of Cruz potentially. Get an annihilation on board, but they're not going to juggle that one as Darby
by the
sends in
fan,
the
old man
dimensional
up,
drift for
language.
all the information.
Right, it does keep him invested as well, so he's not able to really pull out utility just yet, but I assume soon enough. Got a great chance to, yep, let that one rip. Straight off through into heaven, and now you know that Abby's right in hell. Cruz finds a shot, looks for the flick onto Margaret, but Margaret able to snap one right
क्या
back.
लगता है?
Accuracy in spades.
भाई जिट बॉयज
It's just Jit
कर
Boys
सकता है.
left. Needs to come up with the goods. He's got the
अभी भी
first
कर
one
सकता
so
है.
far.
One
Can he
tap
find the
देना है.
clutch? It's a hopping Ivy! Be hopping off to the sides with a right click.
Ivy
And
ना
keeps
मान रहा.
Nongshim in the game.
Call that a
भाई,
kangaroo hop in my neck of the woods on that
technically
one. He's
देखा
just
जाए
bouncing
तो
up and down
3
to try
राउंड
and get
दूर
the
है
kill with 10
जिसमें
HP.
का
By the
वो
way,
लोग को
it was Jit Boys that
सिर्फ
went
2
for the
राउंड
plant at the
या
end
एक
there,
राउंड
make
एक
sure the
हो
annihilation was
जाएगा.
available, but didn't
Technically,
actually cocoon anybody. No
OT
pretty
जा
butterflies
सकता है.
in the
दो ही
round.
राउंड जीतना है वो लोग.
As Nongshim finally will get another
समझ रहे हो? Zero.
back. But my, oh
Only
my,
2.
these are certainly
Only
getting
2.
tense, aren't they? 12-9. There was 4 chances total, now 3.
Yeah, that's the other thing though. Talon continues to afford guns.
Yeah, I mean they've done well to get 4 in a row, right? To permit themselves a couple buys with loss bonus. They'll have another one after this.
Armageddon.
If they don't end it here, because then you also do have to contend with the idea of there's eventually a big ult round that can be possible if Cruz holds it and Killua gets out the Steel Garden in a couple.
Depending on how the situations play out right now, at least.
Execute me.
And a quick hit from Primi, but instantly gunned down by Ivy as well.
Armageddon used nice and early from Talon towards the top of the A site, but maybe a little bit too early because it doesn't find anything. Meanwhile, a pivot back towards the B site for a couple of these members as Margaret is the lone soldier there, going to call for Francis to assist. So they've got some pieces at this B site.
And so far, Margaret has done his job of putting up those cages at the right times. Meanwhile, for Talon, looking for gaps to slip in.
And they would have a 4 versus 2 at this B side if they wanted to try and slip in there nice and early. As the barrier mesh fades, that's going to be the call for Darby to start to think that mid might have been exposed. So he starts to reposition. This, with 50 seconds now, is a bit of an interesting one.
Wow. Tree being checked as well. Nongshim doing their due diligence right now.
Yeah.
Down to the anchor positions as well as the flank checks. Killua so far so good on the entry.
Process needs help.
Whoa! And he puts up a big wall just to keep himself alive in the corner, but it gets spotted out by Talon. Now further kills being found. Cruz cutting off the rotations, and it's just Ivy left. Does he find the clutch? Salvos might be back in 3 seconds, but the TP as well. And that's just further distractions until Cruz swings out from the back. Talon sends Nongshim packing!
13 good rounds from Talon in that one. It took a little bit on both parts for them to wake up and figure out how to do some mid-rounding adaptations on what Nongshim Red Force were trying to send their way. A team of Talon that's had their trials and tribulations through this stage. It's looked awkward, it's looked bad, but it's also looked pretty good, and they are still on a pathway here to be able to potentially go towards champions. You know that this was a series that delivered some pretty damn good Valorant from both teams in a lot of those rounds, but this time Nongshim Red Force will bid adieu to you in this stage, picking up no more championship points, which means everything for them relies on delivery in stage 2 for their chances to stay in VCT Pacific.
Just to, make it forward. Well, that said, commiserations to Nongshim, but still a huge round of applause for Talon. It was rocky, it was back and forth. Nongshim tested them all the way through. A lot of progression from this team. I mean, a sudden comp switch up onto Ascent, and they definitely kept Talon very much so invested in the game. I mean, lovely handshakes between both coaches, both coaching staffs.
The teams kind of playing towards that one. Talon, congratulations. That's a hard-fought series.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see them heave a huge sigh of relief as soon as they found that win. It came so close, but the adjustments, the wake-up call from Frost being called somewhere in the first half, they just had so much at stake, and they've managed to pull it off.
Yeah.
How does Talon then continue looking forward? We don't entirely know. They're continuing forward with this win-loss pattern, but that said,
true.
It's a triumphant win, and we'll toss it over onto the stage for the winning interview.
Huge congrats to our winners today. Now, Primi and Cruz, please join me for the interview. You got number 6, number 7, lucky 7. 네, 탈론의 프리미 선수 그리고 크루즈 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘의 승리로 내일 다시 한번 싸울 수 있는 희망을 만들어냈습니다. 어느 때보다 더 값진 승리일 것 같은데요. 먼저 소감부터 물어보도록 할게요. Congratulations, guys. You guys were on the verge of elimination, but you guys get to fight another day tomorrow as well. So, how relieved are you, and what does this win mean to you?
So, I think I don't know. It's just, I just hope we win the next 2. That's it. Yeah. So I'm not that happy yet because the job's not done.
사실 잘 모르겠고 이번 경기 승리도 중요하지만 이제 남아있는 두 경기 이기고 아무래도 마스터즈에 가는 게 중요하지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 하고 그리고 사실 아직까지 정해진 게 아무것도 없기 때문에 그렇게 썩 마음에 드는 결과는 아니라고 하는데요. 프리미 선수의 소감도 한번 들어보고 싶네요. What about you, Primi? Tell us about the win today.
I'm feeling good, and yeah, I think we have to win 2 matches, yeah, to go to Toronto.
2 more Masters. 프리미 선수는 오늘 경기 만족하고요. 근데 마스터즈를 꼭 가고 싶기 때문에 토론토에 가기 위해서 다음 2 경기도 이겼으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 합니다. 자, 그럼 프리미 선수 일단 어센트에서 농심이 하버 조합을 가져왔는데 상대해 보니까 어땠는지도 들어보고 싶어요. This one's for Primi. Cruz, if you could translate, 농심 brought Harbor back into their Ascent comp. What was it like going up against that comp? Did anything throw you guys off?
ก็ตอนแรกก็รู้สึกเล่นยากนิดนึงครับเพราะว่าเรายังไม่รู้ว่าต้องแก้ยังไงแล้วก็ตอนหลังๆเราก็สามารถคิดออกครับว่าควรเล่นยังไงอะไรอย่างนี้
It's a bit difficult on both sides at the beginning because we don't know how they play. We gotta see what they do, and then after we figure them out, it became a lot easier.
사실 공격과 수비에서 정말 상대가 뭘 할지 몰라서 좀 파악을 하고 상대를 읽어내는데 좀 시간이 걸리기는 해서 힘들기는 했는데 그래도 이제 상대가 뭘 할지를 예측할 수 있어질 때부터 굉장히 경기가 쉬웠다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 크루즈 선수 요즘 탈론이 좀 승패를 보여주는 패턴을 보여주고 있는데 이 퐁당퐁당 더 이상은 할 수 있는 여유가 없거든요. 이 패턴에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하고 있는지도 들어보고 싶네요. And Cruz, there's a pattern going on. You guys win one, you lose one, win one, you lose one. But then from now on, we really don't have the luxury to lose, right? So what are your thoughts on this ongoing pattern and moving forward facing DRX tomorrow?
We just think that we lost today, I guess. And then the next one will be a win, and then if we win, the next one we think we lost that day again, so we'll win again.
Alright. 그냥 오늘 졌다고 치고 내일 이기면 되고요. 그 다음 경기 이기면 또 졌다고 치고 얘기를 하면서 계속해서 그 패턴을 스스로에게 속이면 될 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그럼 마지막으로 이제 프리미 선수 DRX전 각오 물어보도록 할게요. Lastly, Primi, what's your mindset heading into tomorrow's matchup against DRX?
I hope we have to win. Yeah.
Because you lost today, right?
We lost today, so we win tomorrow.
내일 이겼으면 좋겠고 오늘 졌다고 치고 졌으니까 내일 이겼으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 합니다. 이렇게 해서 크루즈 선수와 프리미 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 2번째 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations once again, guys. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, you heard it from Talon. Commiserations to them for the quote-unquote loss today. At least that's what they're trying to do. They're kind of trying to... Is it a reverse psychology? Not exactly.
That's so crazy. Why didn't they think of this before? Just pretend you lost.
That is the key. Every match is a loss so that you win the next one.
But to bring it back to reality, they did in fact get the win today. And we didn't know what to expect from this Ascent. We feel like there wasn't a lot to go on heading into this. And we saw, of course, Nongshim bring up this different comp, bringing the Harbor back, but Talon the ones who managed to get it across the line and keep their Toronto hopes alive.
Yeah, I think Ascent is a map that suits them a lot better. I'm surprised that Nongshim weren't actually able to get this across the line after the pistol and the bonus wins in both halves. But I think this map definitely suits Talon's style a little bit more than Nongshim. Nongshim doesn't really mix Ascent into their pool, even going back to Ascension, as was mentioned on the cast. I think, they have mixed in the Harbor comp. They like to be a little bit unconventional on this map because it's a map that doesn't really suit their style, whereas I feel like I could see it suiting Talon's style, and they were able to get the win there at the end of the day. I'm surprised we didn't see Icebox be the pick for Nongshim, as they could have chosen between Ascent and Icebox the last two maps, and it's a map that they played quite a lot of, and unfortunately bringing it here onto Ascent despite winning a lot of the opening kills, they haven't been able to convert it, unfortunately, despite a great start to both halves.
Yeah, I felt like, especially when we get into those gun rounds, Talon just understood the map much better. They managed to figure out how to play against this harbor, and I feel like Nongshim were just never really in the game. You know, they had so much momentum starting each half, but then it doesn't matter when it gradually falls away. I also think credit to the coaching staff. You know, good timeouts, really course corrected for Talon, especially in that first half, and got them winning 8 in a row.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, there was, I think, a universe wherein this was very, very close. Perhaps it went even to overtime because you saw Nongshim actually get a lot of momentum, as you mentioned, in those early rounds, right? And it didn't look good for Talon at first. There were a lot of rounds actually that they lost because of errors that Talon is most likely to do.
Yeah, I think, look, honestly, you know, it comes down a little bit to the comp and just the shock factor. You do have some kind of the set rounds with the harbor wall and some of the ults mixed into the equation, so that definitely could have helped out. I think we've got some replays that we can take a look at that do kind of summarize how some of these bonus rounds went, and it's a dimensional drift in a really early timing round 3, followed up with some fantastic harbor utility that really caught the side of Talon off guard. Beautiful Teo missiles straight behind the high tide, and you get that A site for free.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have a better start to a map than this. You win the pistol, you have the Yoru for round 3, and I spoke pre-game about how I really believe this map 3 was going to be all about momentum. As soon as I saw that first win, I felt so good, and then I really believed in the comeback after this round. A great set piece on round 3 gets them that bonus win, gets them to 8 rounds essentially for free.
Absolutely. I mean, there was great ideas for Nongshim. They're a very well-prepared team. Here's a great idea of how Talon's defense is so strong, though. You see Senti setups on both sides of the map, and then in the middle of the map, you have both a op posted down into tiles, and then 2 players posted up top mid. So where do you attack, Morgan?
Yeah,
you know, you're into
a
Senti setup on either side, or you're going into the middle of the map into a 3-way crossfire.
Yeah, that's called the Durka.
And throw your PC out of the window for playing 11 pura time.
The Durka, that's what I know a lot of teams who call it that. You know, he really defines it, and they just understand how to play it. But Jit Boys is our match MVP here. I felt like he had an electric series, to be honest. Even cast your mind back to Haven. The
मैं बोलूँगा बाद में तू बोलेगा नहीं.
Into the deadlock on this map 3. I felt like he really showed right today.
मेरे को भी सब tips and
We
tricks
were going to
पता
get more
है.
value.
मैं ready हूँ.
Boys going back onto the
बोल.
Sentinel
Big
role.
up भी कर सकते.
Controller initially in kickoff, he's had to adapt his role back into the Senti role, and I thought it's Jit Boys' time. When I think of peak Jit Boys, I think of Jit Boys
Excuse me.
on the attacking side of the map, and just taking an aim duel with the small side.
ये क्या language है भाई?
So I thought he was really going to be unlocked
Hello?
in that role here in Talon, but it's taken a little while for him
भाई
to get rolling. So
toxic बीवी भाई. अब नहीं दिख रहा सुप्रीम कोर्ट कुछ.
क्या बोली मैं?
हाँ? आराम ज्यादा?
नहीं.
कुछ राइम नहीं कर रहा है उसके साथ. कुछ राइम नहीं कर रहा है भाई. वर्ड सोच रही है भाई.
What is the meaning of it?
That जो भी है मैं ही हूँ. What the fuck, bro? यही बचा था सुन के.
Really absorb what happened.
Yeah, just saying, अगर आज 5-5 होगा और मैं खेल रहा रहूंगा स्लॉट है तो मेंबर्स ओनली होगा. ठीक है, अब तुम लोग बोलोगे बैंक्स भाई क्या मेंबर्स ओनली का 14 लगा के रखे. बात सुनो, रेस्ट नाम की चीज है नहीं, समझ रहे हो. 1.5-2 घंटा होएगा 5-5. ठीक है, उसके बाद मेरे को वापस एनए करना पड़ेगा. तो रेस्ट तो एकदम ही एनएच के 1 घंटा नींद इधर 1 घंटा नींद उधर, वैसा करना पड़ेगा मेरे को. तो इतना स्ट्रीम्स एनएच के, इसलिए मेंबर्स. घर कितने का है?
कौन सा घर भाई?
जो भी लेंगे ड्रीम हाउस महंगा है.
बहुत महंगा है.
बहुत महंगा है.
बहुत ज्यादा महंगा.
बहुत ही ज्यादा. पिंकी दी आ 7वा 9वा घर ना लीक्स ओटीपी हटो.
तू लीक्स दे रहा था सुबह को
क्या?
नए घर का हिस्सा.
मैं क्या लीक्स देगा?
हाँ भाई, लीक्स क्या है ही नहीं तो लीक्स कहाँ से आएगा भाई? नल चालू ही नहीं है तो लीक कहाँ से होगा?
अबे पत्थर ही नहीं डाले, नल कहाँ से डालेगा?
हाँ वही.
हाँ, पहले पत्थर आता है नल आता है. एक्सक्यूज मी आसिफ भाई, हाउ टू टेक मेंबरशिप? लव यू यार, एक तो पसा, लव यू यार। मॉड्स एक्सक्लेमेटरी मार्क ज्वाइन करो, लेकिन मजाक से हटकर मेंबर्स ओनली ही करना पड़ेगा, मतलब ऑप्शन नहीं है। वैसे हाउस यूज पलक भाई, क्या लैंग्वेज है ये? बहुत से क्या दिखा, कहाँ से लिया ये? इंस्टाग्राम से।
इंस्टाग्राम से ही है। क्या लिखा है?
अच्छा है ना?
केन पाची।
अच्छा है। पीछे का प्रिंट ज्यादा अच्छा लगा मेरे को आगे से।
बता पीछे का बता। अरे चेयर मत घुमा। लूफी है क्या? लूफी नहीं है।
ये वन पीस है।
नहीं, ये लूफी जैसा लगा
मेरे को याद नहीं पीछे क्या है।
हाँ लूफी है, फैंसी है।
लेना से मुश्किल है प्लेऑफ होने तक, अभी 2 ही दिन है यानी, उसके बाद करेंगे। 2 ही दिन है। पंको एक माउस कलेक्शन, एक टेंस का माउस
नहीं चाहिए कोई कलेक्शन, नहीं
PRX
जगह
का
है
माउस
पीछे रखने को, और
सामने रखेंगे। टेंस माउस, PRX माउस। और जैसा दिन में फील होता रहेगा ना, लोग बोलते हैं कि ओनी या वैंडल, मतलब फैंटम डे, वैंडल डे, वैसे अपन माउस डे रखेंगे। आज कौन सा माउस डे है?
एक काम करते हैं, सोफास कलेक्शन। इतना बड़ा घर लेते कि सोफा का कलेक्शन। सोफा घर
देखो
छोड़,
टेक्निकली
घर छोड़, सुन घर छोड़, एक घोड़ा ले लेते हैं।
देखो टेक्निकली,
क्योंकि रहता भी हम घोड़ा में है।
देखो टेक्निकली मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ,
क्या माउस वाला
जो भी ड्रीम हाउस गोडाउन जितना बड़ा तो होगा ना।
ना पैसा है तेरे पास?
नहीं है, आएगा अभी। ये 6 साल है यूट्यूब से काम कर रहा हूँ मैं, 6 साल रगड़ रहा हूँ मैं, कभी ना कभी होगा। 1-2 साल रुक जाएंगे। और फेकर माउस है मेरे पास।
Gentlemen, there is a world in which this is the grand finals of a global event, but today it's
रहने दे, गिर जाएगा सब गोडाउन से।
बाहर नहीं निकल
सब गोडाउन है, सब गोडाउन।
These two Goliaths of Pacific, Paper Rex or T1, will be crashing out of playoffs today.
लीक्स बोलते क्या लीक्स रे बाबा।
Yeah, I think for T1 that's going to be a big shock given that you're current reigning world champions, but unfortunately a very close
इसका अलग
loss to
अकाउंट है,
DRX,
1-2 करोड़, उसका 1% भी नहीं है अपने पास अभी।
So still these guys are showing the potential to beat the very best in the league,
बस
but
कह रही है,
unfortunately
नहीं
just
है
weren't
बनता।
able to get across the line. They are
और
making some
भाई क्या
changes
हाल चाल?
around a couple
भाभी
of
जी
roles,
नमस्ते,
maybe
कैसे हो?
moving away
इजी
from
हो जी
double
भाई?
flawless on certain maps, but overall in Pacific,
टी शर्ट का बता दे,
these guys are dead even.
कब
They're
से
just
मुझे
a bit
पता नहीं है,
really
कैंपाची
good
करने
सही
लगता
भाई,
overall in
कैंपाची
this
लिखा है
league.
और
So when
कुछ
it
नहीं
comes to
पता।
playing here in Korea,
इसका फोटो,
गुडवाई का गोल्डन माउस आने वाला है।
सुनो, इसका स्क्रीनशॉट लो और गूगल पे अपलोड करो, तुम्हें मिल जाएगा कोई भी वेबसाइट पर।
बिंग्स भाई आप अपनी एक जर्सी लॉन्च कर दो, मैं खरीदूंगा पक्का। एसिटल जर्सी खरीदो मेरी जान के टोटे। बिंग्स बताओ ना, बिंग्स बाद में स्ट्रीम व्यू फॉर ऑल कर सकते हैं जो मेंबर्स बन के लाइव नहीं नहीं। बेस्ट है कि जो मेरे टीम में खेल रहेगा उसका स्ट्रीम देख लो। समझ रहे हो? कि उधर तो मैं ही खेलता हूँ, सब मरने के बाद मेरे को स्पेक्टेट करेंगे।
निखिल का
Yeah, I think against T1 you're seeing them change up a couple of things, but overall you can really expect T1 to be bringing a lot of the same stuff that you're expecting for them. So that prep time will definitely help out.
अंदर तू इतना बड़ा, इधर रॉकेट भी है उसके नाम के बाजू में, तेरे को दिख नहीं रहा है।
नाम के बाजू में बिंग्स भाई, कैसे तूने रॉकेट के बारे में बोला?
तेरे को बोल रही रॉकेट नहीं दिख रहा, तेरे को बोल रही तुझे रॉकेट नहीं दिख रहा इतना बड़ा। तू अंधा, मेरे को मत आ।
चिल्ला रही है, गाली दे रही है आज। कल मायके जा रही है, भूल गई?
तू भूल गया मैं जा रही हूँ?
तू भूल गई मेरे कितने सारे फ्रेंड्स थे इधर?
their
बुला
history
मत तो।
with T1.
घोड़ा
में
These
रह।
two teams,
साथ
they
में।
have clashed
एक चाल।
often here in Pacific. Of course, it's different
हेड के
rosters.
नीचे
Hey
पड़।
friends,
Do usually see Paper
अभी
Rex
नहीं
come out
अभी नहीं
on
आना
top.
कल.
It's the same roster, of course, for more or less the same roster.
मैंने
I would
बताया
say.
उस
For
दिन
Paper
मेरे
Rex and
stream पे
T1,
बाहर
they've switched
गया।
things out quite a lot.
Yeah.
लोगों ने
I think
देखा।
exactly a
Yeah.
year ago today, we saw the
वो लोग कभी
legendary
चुप है.
13-0 that these guys had over Talon. I mean, we just saw Talon make it through. And,
बंस
you
भाई
know, so
अभी तक
really,
जगे
really
हो,
storied.
मैं
I
अभी
mean,
उठा मत
13-0
करो
was-
यार.
I remember this game so
मैं तो जैसे ही
well.
उठा,
Well, most matches.
पहला डायलॉग,
Insane.
आंखें देख तेरी.
We remember those. I mean, like, of course.
जब सो जा,
it's
मैं
more
बोला.
easy
वो
to
वो
have a
वो
13-0,
वाली गेम खेल
but,
रहे थे ना
they
हम
just
वो
took it
ओजी
But
खुश वाली
for, of
उसमें
course,
कैसे
Paper Rex
आंखें लाल हो
and
जाती है
T1,
सेम
These are two teams
Same.
that
आयरन
Yeah.
शेड्यूल वन था मैं.
here
हाँ.
are so closely tied to each other, especially since they know each other so well.
मेरे को
I mean,
लगा
you go
नाम नहीं ले
back to
सकते
Stacks and
करके
Buzz
मैंने।
facing off against Paper Rex when they were on their previous team, right?
बंस भाई
They
कंटेंट
would
देना है तो
consistently
फुल स्क्रीन
face off
करके दो
against
ना.
these players. They
शॉर्ट्स
know
में
them
क्वालिटी
like
अच्छी
the back of
आएगी.
their hands, pretty much.
ये
Yeah,
रे.
these are players with a lot of experience that go very deep in these
अपन
tournaments,
से
and that
बकचोदी
means
करते
in a low bracket pressure match where you have to perform.
लेकिन
You
मैं
shouldn't
तो
be getting
बोलता
any
हूँ,
choking, you shouldn't be getting any nerves.
हो
These guys
जाए
know
आज
how to
बाहर
perform
निकाल
on
तो
the
घर
stage,
से.
and Jing has been doing absolutely
इसको
that.
बहुत
To be
बज रहा है.
fair, these
इतना
are
तो
stats
मैकल
from
ने
the
बजता
last two
ट्विटर
series,
ने.
but these
एक्चुअल
are
में
against
मैकल ज्यादा
global and
बजता.
TFM, so maybe a
Plus
little
one.
inflated
You're
to
saying
what
they
you
don't
get.
count?
They
Are you
don't-
saying
they
उसने
count,
T-Bone को
they
target
count.
किया.
I
My
know there's a
God.
lot of Jing haters out
No.
there.
नहीं,
I'm
उससे
not one of
एक्चुअल
them.
में
I'm putting him on
कुछ
my
नहीं होता.
team pretty often. In fact, I
T-Bone
haven't
को
done
target
एक गेम
किया.
होता है
has, but Jing
जो सिर्फ वही
has
खेलता है
been
और
one of
बोलता
the
है बहुत
best players.
फास्ट है
He's
गेम,
one of the best
बाकी
player
कोई
on
नहीं खेल
Paper Rex
सकता.
for me. He's been flexing on the
मतलब मैं
controller
पति
role,
को
more
बोल
so
देता तो भी
over
ठीक
onto
था लेकिन
duelist now,
T-Bone
and
को
it's been working
Lord
out a treat
T-Bone
for Paper Rex, and I know that a lot of people might have had their criticisms of Jing, but he's been fantastic in the last couple of series for me, and particularly in this stage, he's been great.
Yeah, I really think he's the key to this Paper Rex team, you know, I mean...
जिंग मेरे सोल में झांक रहा है.
...player for so long, we saw him leave this roster and come back. Now he's had to change roles, there's been all sorts of back and forth, but I felt like from last week he was at home on the Rays, and it
That's
felt like
good one,
vintage,
that's good
vintage
one.
Jing.
Yeah, it's Jing, go enter, Jing do raise stuff, iconic, classic Jing. Of course, looking at the head-to-head, we are seeing Paper X come out on top in this head-to-head, but of course, this was an entirely different roster for T1. This was not the Masters Bangkok champions roster of T1.
The thing that's, I guess, in this whole
PGM HKL का merch बेच दो.
that you hang your hat on, because that's kickoff.
सिर्फ इतना ही लिखा रहेगा. क्या आपको हाथी
few weeks
पसंद है?
Very close. Kickoff? Come on. That
बस.
was a little bit longer than a few
उसके
weeks
ज़्यादा
ago.
कुछ
Time moves
context
differently
नहीं.
when you're at
इतना
my
ही.
age.
Oh my, that feels like an eternity ago. That's so much has changed.
रोमान भाई अभी उठाओ, कैसे हो? सब बढ़िया.
It was one of the earlier
कब खेलोगे
games in
वापस?
kickoff.
क्या
It's a
वालो?
once
आज
week,
रात
a
को?
very close win over PRX that I felt like PRX definitely could have won, to be honest. I felt like they kind of threw that game in the bin a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one stat I really want to highlight here is the first kill win percentage. We see PRX actually...
बस भाई
edging
टिबोन
out
भाई
towards
के
the
साथ
back,
काउंटर
and
कर
PRX
लो
have a
नहीं.
reputation for throwing mid-round.
इम्पॉसिबल
That's
है.
Stop the count.
चूते को समझेगा भी नहीं कि
This is what
काउंटर
I
हो
mean.
रहा
I
करके.
think
प्रॉब्लम वो है.
sometimes with PRX, it looks
कर
worse
तो
than
लूं.
it actually is. You know, we know that
लेकिन
we
उसको
have
समझेगा भी
a
नहीं ना.
team, and people always
समझ
get
रहे हो?
mad that they're like, why are they throwing these
W
थोड़ा
gaming,
सीन है
we
उसके.
just go in!
They do close them out more than 70% of the time, and more than T1 actually managed to. So I think you have to give some credit to PRX.
Not to mention, PRX have been improving in that regard.
अबे हाँ
They
बे,
have been
एक टी-शर्ट
changing, they
प्रिंट
have been evolving,
करवा
they
जिस
have
पे
added
हाथी
Padman
बना
as
और
well.
लिखा हो.
So
लैंग्वेज.
it's a different flavor to PRX, and especially with Padman in the smokes role, of course, something can move
रोस्टी
over
आपको
to
कॉल कर रहा है?
something
हैं?
he's more
कुछ सीन हो गया
comfortable
क्या?
in. And we're seeing that sort of harken on Paper Rex that is much more familiar.
सीन ऐसा
So
है कि
going
मैं
into
unknown
map
number
vetoes, I'm wondering
कोई
what is
उठाता
going to
नहीं.
come out, especially since this is going to be very crucial. Again, elimination match for both of these teams.
आज तेरी
We saw
वजह
how
से
crucial the
ट्विटर
maps were
एक्स
in the
पे
previous series
गाली
as well.
खाया. मैंने क्या किया
Taken
भाई?
out by PRX, that is
देखो
what they've been
ट्विटर
banning
ना
the
सिर्फ
last couple of
पढ़ने के
series
लिए
in a
होता
row,
है,
and
उधर
it's
कुछ
quite a good
लिखने
ban
का
for
नहीं.
T1. T1
सिर्फ
taking out of
पढ़ने
that
का
box.
निकल
I don't want to see
जाता
that
है.
बात
पढ़ने
anymore.
का निकल
I'm
बात
जाता
glad that's gone. And
उधर
PRX
लिखने लायक.
played some interesting comps on that. Fracture the choice for PRX. It's been a very solid map for them, but also quite a good map for T1.
ओए गॉड ऑफ
Most of them
गोड्स
played a lot of
है
good
बुंड
teams.
भाई,
I don't mind the
उनके
fracture pick,
साथ
though. I
मस्ती
think
ना
they're trying
आए.
to play to their own comforts. We spoke before about how much of a map it is for PRX. In
आज
terms
व्हाट्सएप पे मजा है एसिड के स्ट्रीम पे हाँ ना
You know, and then we look across the T1, picking Ascent.
बकचोदी
That's
क्या ही
definitely
करेंगे मैं
straight
और
to pick.
पे
They haven't played it yet. I mean, PRX is going to get to start on that defense. They've been playing that very fluid fade as well as
देखो आ गया
Lotus
बीस्ट
is
आ
going
गया
to be the decider there. That's another map that a lot of these
बीस्ट
teams,
इतना
both of these
बड़ा
teams
बड़ा
have played
पैराग्राफ
before,
लिखता है ना
but teams
चैट
become a little bit more convinced
बीस्ट
by
भाई
it
वहाँ का
at the
चैट
same
जीपीटी
time.
है
हाँ
I
एक्स
say
का
that results-wise, but lately they've been
पहली
swapping up
देते
the
हैं
comp a lot. They've been dropping some maps here and there. They got stomped by RRQ as well at the end of the group stage there. So the third map a bit of a question
बीच में
mark.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ एक
The
सब्सक्राइब
first
तो
map
बिंक्स
here,
का कुछ
PRX
हो
picking
सकता है
into their
1
strength,
million
and
पहुंचू
a decent strength of
हाँ?
T1 shows me that
Easy
they're
rich
not
है.
scared of T1 in this series. They're not trying to play games too much with the
जिसने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया बिंक्स भाई को उसकी गाफ में हाथी का समझ रहे हो
You play pretty close games against
कोई जा रहे हैं इंडिया से
very good teams on this
टोरंटो
Yeah, it's a comfort.
बहुत सारे
It's a
लोग
comfort,
टोरंटो
but,
जा रहे हैं
I-
इंडिया
I
से जा रहे हैं
feel
कि नहीं
like
पता
they're
नहीं
not
लेकिन
even
काफी लोग जा रहे
considering T1's fracture in this. They're going, we know our
देखने
fracture is good enough to win,
खेलने नहीं
so we
देख
will pick it. Last time we saw them play this breach Teo style.
बंक्स
popular,
पीआरएक्स
but
हार
both
गया
these
तो
teams
टोरंटो नहीं
like
जा
the
सकते
neon
देखने जा सकते
I think also that T1 at the moment, sure, they're Masters Bangkok champions, but they're not invincible, especially not invincible here in Pacific.
रन मत
If
कर मेरे
ever
बाद में
there was a chance to strike at T1 for Paper X, it's now, especially since T1 have laid out all of the
उससे
cards.
याद है स्नैक्स
I'm
भाई
gonna
के
say
गांड
this
में हाथ
quickly as I
निकाले
can, but I'm a PRX believer.
वो
I have
विंगमैन
5
प्लशी
words for you.
लेके
Bring it
अपने
back.
गाफ में प्लांट आ गया रिफ्रेश बड़ी आ गया ना नेट सही कर नेट सही है मेरा Binks by I'm in serious relationship where I'm being treated like an option and her priority is not me and she's entertaining another guy and उसने mental health भी F up किया है so should I stay or leave
खुद ही आंसर कर दिया है तूने
लास्ट ऑप्शन थोड़ा ज्यादा अच्छा लगा लीव वाला ऑप्शन थोड़ा ज्यादा अच्छा है फट से अबे इतना करोड़ों का आबादी है भाई जो बंदा मेंटल एफ करता है क्या फायदा उसके उतर के
Bangkok champions are now facing elimination, but stakes like these are nothing new for T1.
और आ रहे दे भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप
Can withstand the pressure. They know that they have. but
बीस
lightning
ने
struck
तेरी
twice with
मेंबरशिप
the same
प्राइस
team.
गाली थी
They
जेरी
have
भाई
another chance to
ये
get
बोलने के
over
बाद
to
भी मैंने उसको
Coming back
फंसाया
from Bangkok, this
मेंबरशिप
T1
ले
team
लो
said Pacific
Just
is
say.
a different beast. Just
Price
because
for
they
one.
won that,
Snacks
they
ने
beat
क्या
the
किया
T1
मेरा विंगमैन है उसके
everybody
पास
here. But I was, I'm sure they're hoping that it didn't play out quite like this with them being
जी
on
मैं
the
जिंक्स
brink
कोच
of
बन जाओ जी
elimination.
चैंप
Have
जीतेगी
to win to keep their hopes alive
पहले
of
प्लेऑफ
defending
जाए
their Masters title.
Speaking of different
तेरा
beasts,
साउंड
how do
कम
you
है
like
कद्दू का
dinosaurs? How do you like Tyrannosaurus Rexes? I love them. The once tyrants of Pacific. While they didn't start off stage 1 the way they wanted to, here's where they can hold down W in playoffs. Paper Rex, they know that the world is waiting for that big comeback once again.
15
Doesn't begin
घंटा
here
सो के
with
1
this
घंटे
match
के बाद
all
जो
the way
मैं
through the
जॉन
lower
कर रही
bracket.
है
Yeah, they've got a long run through the lower bracket.
जाओ,
They've
जाओ,
got a
सो
very
जाओ।
difficult opponent to start things off as well, but these guys have had a lot of time to prep.
No, bro.
They've had 2 weeks and they're starting to play their way into form through a lot of those
ये
group
मेरी
stage
कहानी
games
क्यों
towards
बता
the tail
रहा
end of
है?
things. They look like they're better and better, and they look like
भाई
they're
वो
really
गाना सुनो
embracing a different
ये
style of
है
playing that
मेरी
fits a lot of their strengths.
कहानी
I love that zoom out, by the way, when they zoomed out and you saw Divide kind of in the middle
तेरी
cracking his neck.
जिंदगानी
Man, what a way to start off a series here.
गाता है
Yeah.
मैं
It was very
आके
scary. Very,
देख
very scary.
रहा
You know, he might go fishing and bring you up like a
है
big giant fish or
तू
something.
भी
Anyway.
तो सुन रहा
He's a fisherman.
है
कौन सा गाना है ये
देख जा तेरे रातों में
We're going into fracture
अपना-
first.
Yes, we are, and
आंगन
it's going to be interesting. I mean,
में
again, like you said,
सुन
PRX, that's a
रहा
comfort pick into a T1 that has played quite a lot
भाई
of fracture.
बाप
They've
गाना।
played a lot of great
चार
teams
गाने
on
का
fracture.
lyrics
We did
mix
see,
match
I
करके
believe these
इसने
two
ये
teams
भाई
played
बाप
fracture against each
गाना है
other
भाई
in
बाप
kickoff,
गाना है बाप
if
गाना
I'm not
कौन सा
misremembering,
नाम
but
तो
it was
वो-
completely
ये है
different
मेरी
comps back
कहानी।
then. You had double duelers for T1.
तूने
They were
नहीं
running
सुना
the
है
neon
नुबड़ी ये
raids back
गाना?
then, and I believe
क्या
PRX was
बात
still
कर
kind of
रहे
हो?
struggling with
क्या
what
कर रहे हो?
roles to fit in this team, and it was
ये
before they brought
है
Patman in.
मेरी
Yeah, very much
क्या
so. We've
मैं गाना
only
प्ले नहीं
really
कर
seen
रहा हूँ
PRX lose this map
ये
to
वाला
Boom, but apart from then,
ये
it's very
13
clear to see
साल
why they
हो
want
गए,
to pick
13
this. It's
साल।
pure comfort.
And look at that!
ये
We
नहीं
have a
सुना?
familiar face on the stage.
ये नहीं
Brian
सुना?
Fried, of course, joining the rest of the team. He is back
ये
here
गाना नहीं
in
सुना तो
Pacific.
जिंदा हो तू
And of course, you can see our
भाई
predictions
वो
here.
वाला भी मस्त था ना
Mostly
शायरी तो
favoring
जिंदा
Paper
हो
X,
तुम
but I would say the percentage
मेरी
of
सांस
us
ले रहे हो
voting this,
तो
it's
जिंदा हो
तेरी
49,
मेरी कहानी is अलग, ये
51,
कुछ
maybe
और
a
बोल रहा है।
0.59,
अबे ये
whatever
है
in there.
तेरी
Wow, the
मेरी
viewers
कहानी
agreeing with us as well. I think
ये
I think
मेरी
predicting for
कहानी
PRX to
है।
win is a
ये-
bit of a
ये मेरी
disservice to
कहानी,
what
sorry।
T1 have accomplished. They're the current reigning world champions. Yes, they're very shaky in Pacific, but these guys really clutch
मत
up
कर
when
भाई,
the
मत
pressure
कर,
is on,
excuse
and
me।
they've got their backs against the wall here. in the lower
Prediction
bracket with a
62%
star-studded roster.
PRX
I really think
baby
they should
4
be
seconds
the
मेरा
favorites in
goal
this series right now.
I'm going to say it. PRX have plot armor. There's no way They do not crash out of the lower bracket.
Main character, but come on, Stacks, Buzz.
True. They're pretty armored up guys.
Yeah, no, there's plot armor there as well. And do you really want to be I don't want to face Angry Buzz, right? An elimination. But of course, Paper X, they have no choice but to. T1, they have so many good players here. And let's not forget Meteor as well. He can be so deadly. And as we're seeing right now, our compositions going into Fracture.
PRX changing up a lot. Something's on the Brimmy. You got
4
Batman
second
thrown over onto the breach, and they're playing double duelist here. Forsaken and Jing. So actually, they're playing kind of the comp, a similar-ish comp to what T1 was playing against.
Let's go!
Big changes here. I think there's a lot of comfort here for the PRX guys. Over on the side of T1, they're not changing anything, which really worries me. PRX have had 2 weeks to lead up to this game, 2 weeks to plan, 2 weeks to anti-strat, and T1 are coming in with that same composition, where it's PRX who are the ones who are making the change. I mean, I'm definitely a little bit worried that T1 might be too predictable heading into this.
I think, though, that T1, you know, they've played a lot of quality teams on this map. They've played a lot of reps. They've got 10 reps on Fracture this year in both Bangkok, Kickoff, and now in Stage 1. So they can be very adaptable. They played a lot of games to where they've had to face a lot of different styles. So I'm not too worried that they're going to have adaptability in this first map.
Well, I don't know. That just made it even more difficult to predict who is going to take Fracture. But let's see what our casters think. Pass it over to Quack and Komodo.
That time सोच के इतना गंदा डायलॉग मारा है आवाज
बड़ा खर्च
Thank you very much, Mika. Yes, the desk brings up good points, but that said, this is still an elimination match. You have a very good point yourself, Komodo.
Yeah, I got a new point though. These guys, they don't know their build diff teams whatsoever. Pilski is saying Forsaken, and Big Time is saying Jing on the smokes. Nah, how about something to bring out his first ever smokes on the Brimstone, folks? That's something new.
That's something.
That's
That's
true.
something.
It really makes you question, like, why are they picking this? But you know, you do. It allows you to put, you know, the Forsaken and Jink back on their comfort
for sure. And I mean, I'm looking at history. I'll take you guys down a through memory lane right now. What the 2024 entailed for us with the Paper Rex team? Well, they were second in the grand finals for kickoff, right? So they game runners up. Stage 1, well, they won that one. They got the grand finals up. Stage 2, well, they bowed out in third. 2025, I'm turning my head. I'm throwing my hands up. Where are you? You've scraped by into the playoffs here, but is this where it's going to be done again?
That's the thing, Komodo. I'm going to have to tell you exactly where, because throughout the entirety of 2025, the very first loss that PaperX received was dealt by T1. This being an elimination match between two teams, between lots of players who have so much history between them. It all starts off right here. PaperX on the attack on towards north side.
All of them up at north side as well. It's Buzz, it's Izu, over towards Dish, and they want to go for fire. Look at this one, everyone's trying to do it.
The salvos, though, they have punished on towards at least one player until Forsaken trades right back, but low HP, and Izu happily collects.
And Jing's on 3. Meanwhile, Forsaken, full HP,
Bye.
they got to go
Galat
back
trap
and now
place
smoked
था.
off. How do you even get through this one?
But अगर कोई ये राउंड
Start off by
जीत सकता है
back in the spawn.
हाँ deadly do.
Maybe you click the... Can we start again? Start over. Reset.
Reset. Yeah, I had a tech issue. No.
Damage done. Sorry, mate.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. And right now it's looking like T1 are going to be able to come away with the round, unless they have some big mistakes here. Sylvan's low, Izu's low, but it is the double duelists, and there's 0 pieces of utility that they're going to be able to run in with.
Unless Jing finds 2 miraculous kills, or maybe a bit of mobility for Forsaken, but right now that's a quick tell. Smoked off, Forsaken finds the first frag. He's done things like these before, but the shot's eluding him for now. He tries to slide into safety, picks up the Sheriff, but still, you gotta watch out for the shots through the smoke. Unfortunately, that flushes him outside, where it's a quick and clean kill from Meteor.
Yeah, if Easy didn't go and try to hunt down Forsaken for the last one, he would have been finding himself an ace. But
पता है आज वो लेकिन recommend हुई
got traded at least at the end there, leaving really no space for Forsaken to come out with anything. Some really sensational damage early on delivered by the salvos and all the utility towards Dish, and then just kind of kill and then playing together as a unit for the last kill on a Forsaken. So pistol round, it doesn't work out for the PRX lads. They're going to take a knee here as well, not go for really anything of a force up, just a single bit of light shields in here for Forsaken.
And to make some noise off towards north and south side, closer towards B. where clearly a lot of the defensive utility coming in. Sylvan trying to back himself into safety.
He does get taken out by Defy. It'll be a second one on a Meteor if they're able to try and flush him out on the site, which they do manage to do so successfully.
Bro!
Start to look for a bit of a plant here,
No,
though.
bro.
Maybe
No.
you're giving up a bit of the goods in this 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Izu, he's been on one. It's only 2 rounds right now, but still very much so aware, and you also have the utility coming back in as well. Outlaw off towards north side, and well, you've gotten what you came for. So the spike planet is all it really is. Well, down to the off angles as well. It's tough shots, something trying to trace it across the head, but still it's Buzz.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing that we're going to look to for something, right? Like we were talking about
Aztec
Jing in the
Starbucks for
early
Pinky
installments
Diva.
of this map for Paper X this stage. It's playing on towards the Brimstone, you drop your smokes and utility, and then you're just shooting, right? You're trying to shoot the opponent. So having somebody who's quite sharp on that role is not necessarily a bad thing when you have to contend with that shot in the map pool. For the people that don't like it, it's gone soon and Sunset's coming back in, for what it's worth.
तुमको क्या लगता है? क्या है तेरा prediction?
A lot of public outcry, but that said,
दांडिया चल रहा है ना, दांडिया देख रहे हैं अपन, कौन जीतने वाले दांडिया में करके prediction चाहिए.
Of discomfort right now with the utility down, you know, he does go into duelist mode, but so far not being able to come up with too much. T1 meanwhile, pushing out of tree.
Timing here right now, tagged on up, finished up. Only Devi was at south side. The rest of the squad for Paper X over at the north side of the map, and this is the bonus round, remember, as well. So breaking them off on Dish.
5 seconds में.
It'll be pretty hard for them to get on in. They've got no real drone ability. They're gonna go.
Yeah, and with fast lane as well. Slides under, finds stacks. Buzz though also denied. And down to the trades, Izu not able to find too much reprieve for the rest of T1. So just down to the final 2.
Starbucks आ रहे, उसने already coffee पिया है.
Incendiary for Sylvan, flash for Meteor. But it is a 2 versus 3.
And also the door being propped open. Okay. Decent trades.
Jingu on fire, Jingu on fire.
Swiveling around.
Does get
found out. And it's down to the final kill, and Jing bips it once.
It feels like Jing found the hard flags in the round. Couldn't get the easy one at the end. The submachine gun of Sylvan getting the job done, which means the bonus round goes the way of T1. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, Paper X, you lose the first kill. You know, kind of walk up to the start line at that point, and then you explode right on out. But it feels base for the clutch that comes through from the likes of Sylvan.
Refresh
Gaming,
karo,
they got into the
refresh
site,
karo,
they were
refresh
running
karo.
around with their heads and finding all the T1s, but yeah, just couldn't get the job done at the end. Red Bull clutch for T1.
No Starbucks safe for house na joy hoy coffee
much
bada.
so,
Bada?
definitely gasping for air off a play like that. Well, Paper X, that said, now down with the economy. T1 finding so much confidence to peek out. Remember, this is Paper X's map pick, and now they're getting pushed back by salvos. They flash back against Buzz, though, but he's still able to hold down the line.
Yeah, you still got to remember that
While
Team 1 T1.
T1.
They can still know how to play this map.
Dawai
Right?
bhi
They can
lad
still
raha hai.
fashion a good victory, but as I say that, these pistols.
PRX lad raha
let's
hai
just
bhai.
have a
Kya
scrap battle.
kaddu ka lad raha T1.
Full scrap, Paper X comes out on top of the brawl.
2 versus 3 again,
Ah,
no
itne
quack, so
guns
you've got to
mile
get the
log
plant
ko.
down, you've got to contend with the fact that T1 are here relatively
Bhai,
early.
जिनके पास ult है
That's
chat.
it, Jing does have an ult to work with, and he's playing around, dropping a
दोनों
good
का आवाज
launch
आया.
pad, if anything.
दोनों का
T1
आवाज
right
आया.
now, both of them as a duo, marching forward inside of A main. A lot of noise being made known. Off towards Sands as well.
Oh,
wow, Meteor!
Bro, what the
Once again, looking
What?
for the needle, and he finds it, threaded through.
That's disgusting. Oh my god. Illegal. For those that don't know, Quack is a PRX fan.
Well, that aside, you know, if we throw the PRX biases aside, this was 3v2.
I mean,
it was a kind of
drift look. It's a scenario
Breach
where
कैसे
everybody
मर
has
सकता
won the
उसको
duels
stun
over the
देना
different
था.
PRX squad, and in the 3 versus 1, you've got Meteor that's just getting Pat-Man, finding an individual little lean out from Dubai, and then individually winning the spray game where Jing's spray.
इसलिए वो डब्बे के पीछे बैठने का
It
जहाँ
looked
पे स्प्रे नहीं
atrocious.
लगता.
I'm not going to lie.
That's
2
it.
rounds so far, we've seen the spray not really look too good for Jing whatsoever. So he needs to make sure that he tosses that to the side. And this is where Paper X start to wake up. Blimey.
Maybe.
I knew. As soon as we heard the audio, I'm saying to myself, it's got to be a tech timeout, guys. But 4 rounds. 4 rounds. And this is the wake-up call that we saw in the previous one from Talon, right? So maybe this is the wake-up call for Paper X.
It's not one where the coach gets to do any talking, though.
Yeah, this is true.
So it still is a really different scenario, but that's it. I mean, a lot of great awareness coming out from the T1 players currently, and that's why, you know, what Pilsky said actually bears a lot of weight. While, you know, majority of us are PRX stands, fair enough, you know, we're gonna call it like it is, you cannot discount T1 whatsoever.
Yeah.
They might have had some rocky performances from before, but
I'm just a fan of good Valorant.
Yep.
And T1 so far have pulled away with a couple of good retakes there. And what I was trying to highlight earlier is you got to remember that T1 aren't a team that don't play Fracture. Right? Close loss to TRX in overtime, beating Zeta Division, playing internationally, you know, having you know, some close losses and a close win. It's not the most comfortable map for T1, but it is a map that they know how to play.
5 man, ये वो वाला है post plant.
Hence the positions once
समझ
again
रहे हो?
right now.
4 second यूं करके जाएगा, ऊपर plant करेगा, और बाद में पूरी दुनिया के लिए post plant.
With the showstopper, doesn't really find too much, but just lets it rip straight in towards spawn. Now hiding inside the smoke, and he gives Stacks a little bit of a kiss until Izu though swings back out for the trade. Meteor now trying to play inside the smokes, and he will spot out Divide, where Jing is the only one left. The spike down on the ground. Izu spots out the final player. T1 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, Izu's been pretty phenomenal over this B site, sorry, A site at the moment, hasn't he? He's just multi-fragging up a storm, getting set up by the team as well. Everybody dancing around the sky smokes. Working really good for them. I see the timer paused again. Maybe we will have a little tech issue once more. We'll wait to hear if there's going to be any audios. I believe it's a gear issue as well. So something that we can hopefully rectify pretty quickly, and I think we need to for Paper X in the grand scheme of things, as that deployment towards the A side again was kind of just all through dish. Okay, it's a normal timeout. Normal. So we got Coach Alex and sub
coach
Mind Freak.
We'll see. All that aside, though, there definitely is something in the water for the Southeast
Asian team right now. No, he's playing in Brimstone, Quack.
Well,
he's not in the water. He's in the map. But he's not treading water, I'll tell you that.
You know what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Definitely not the performance that you were looking forward to.
For sure.
Like
all the
fans out there. Nope.
All the words to come through
are 5-0 आ रहे तू बोल रहा क्या हो गया?
He's shaking his head.
Not happy.
This does not feel good.
I mean, how many times have we seen Paper X just try to get through dish so far and it be unsuccessful?
Could be 5.
3?
Yeah.
3 times?
Count them up,
I believe.
Count them up. That's it. T1 on the other hand, phenomenal job so far receiving Paper X with every hit that gets sent their way.
And it's going to be another eco scenario for PRX as well here with just something on the Guardian. Meanwhile, you got a little bit of this A control from Izu just spotting by himself. And an attempted transition potentially from Buzz, but they don't need to do anything too unexpected here, T1. Just playing to the numbers, playing with the weaponry, waiting to see what Paper X are sending your way.
Alex will have baat nahi karni.
Control. Maybe it's going to be on Pac-Man with rolling Thunder 1 away. You can kind of just give it to them at this point in time as well, because you know what the play is looking like. Forsaken with an overdrive available if they want to try and get in somewhere too. That turret is looking the wrong way, but the alarm bot will be the first thing to give info.
Okay, well, Steel Garden goes all the way through as well. Buzz now in with a Phantom. Look at that beautiful movement straight into the side. Overdrive completely denied as well. Now Buzz with his overdrive of his own straight in towards tower, where Petman tries to fend them off, but only good for the first. Meteor once again down to finish.
Yeah, and they will weather through Forsaken's overdrive as well. No other big ultimates or massive investments from Paper X, so they'll have a gun round to come through here, but it is 6-0. This is the one that you really need to see them start to pull their...
बात सुनो, winning idea देता हूँ. Winning idea. Arcade push. Winning idea दे रहा हूँ PRX भाई. Arcade push. समझ रहे हो? Arcade push और दवाई by dish lurk. Winning idea.
Scrounge up together.
ठीक है, arcade push है, ठीक है.
Calls for desperate measures. just come up with as many rifles as possible to
Low
slow
है,
down, suppress
देख रहे हो?
fire down Arcade.
He's
Win
lucky
है.
to get away with that one though, Buzz.
करना पड़ेगा
Bit of,
और थोड़ा push करो.
Scenario where you think the Paper X would have found the opening kill, which they still will do in a different location around the map.
Yeah, Easer's
नहीं,
been sending out
एक
stealth
मिनट
drone
है, जाना नहीं है.
now, so decent recognition.
जाना नहीं है, पे जाना
then
नहीं है.
for Stacks to play sneaky.
B पे भी
around
नहीं
the edge.
जाना है.
Yeah, it's
Arcade
all
लो
patience now
वापस
for
rope
Paper X.
बहुत
What are
time.
you going to beat out? What are you going to try and do together as a team? Are you just
Arcade
going to go
low.
back to big old fracture things and try and set Patman in unders to
Nah,
ult in
nah,
towards
nah.
the site? And try
Nah.
to go in together?
यहाँ से नहीं.
Possibly.
You got the shear over towards Dish, by the
Oh,
way.
Patman
So
भाई
that's
ult
not going
मारने
to have
वाले.
to be thought of over at this site, but the operator line for Buzz, if he's good for one here, it would be great.
Ooh. Oh, he jumps up and sends in the relay at the right time. Does deter Forsaken straight in towards tower. Now Sylvan holding the off angle.
And that's
Paper X completely stopped in their
Yeah,
tracks.
that's on the back of the Rolling Thunder as well. Now, Stacks is in the right location that might not even be expected here with sub 30 seconds
No
to go.
chance.
Nah, they're not even thinking about it. There's one and two. This round is done. Now, Patman, it's damage control. What are you going to be able to find? And Clack, it's absolutely nothing. That's a scenario where Paper X get the opener. But apart from that, nothing.
Nada.
Zilch.
More synonyms.
Donut hole.
The donut hole. That's a lovely one. Egg is another as well.
Oh, we're cracking eggs at the moment right now. We're making an omelet because T1 is having a big old breakfast today.
Complete.
Paper X,
What's the Southeast Asian? I got nothing. But nonetheless, yeah.
ये me watching PRX वाला face है.
Timeout, Paper X.
Dude,
What do you got for us now? This is the pick of Paper X, remember? So big time talking about the fact that we've got 2 weeks of preparations coming into this. It's 2 weeks of
भाई
preparations for
PRX बाहर
Paper
हो
X to,
सकती है.
you know, get them veto the way they want, or at least get their map pick the way they want. And coming out with the map pick of choice being Fracture here. Starting off with a 0-7 is not the way that you really wanted this to go. I mean, you look towards what they came away against Boom, for example. They lost that one. They beat Gen G.
अभी तुम लोगों को सबसे बेस्ट पार्ट पता है. मेरा एक्चुअली बात हुआ था PRX से. फ्रैक्चर मैप उनको ज्यादा पसंद है. अपन ने इसलिए पिक किया ताकि वो लोग अपना मैप पिक समझ के वो मैप पिक करे जो हमको खेलना है. समझ रहे हो? डीप नेक्स्ट मैप क्रेजी होने वाली है मेरे हिसाब से. समझ रहे हो? ये माइंड गेम्स खेलने वाला है.
Call like we see it. And once again, we are on the outside looking in, so who really knows? But you can definitely say that this is not looking great. Meanwhile,
चाहे
for
कुछ भी हो, यहाँ से घुसते रहने का है, ठीक है?
Once again,
जीत गया
to
PRX.
stretch out, do too much in the map.
7-1 होने वाला.
Same defensive setups.
Perfect.
Once
इधर
again,
से
marking
बार
down into
बार बीट जाओ
Arcade,
Arcade.
spot them out in full. Sylvan able to receive off of the fault line.
चलेगा.
Even
देखो,
decent
देखो.
shots now coming through
देखो.
though. Forsaken able to silence Meteor.
देखो यही करना था. Trade game.
Able to do successfully so far, right?
Low
Get a little bit
post
of
plant,
time
low
on the
ult.
back of getting the plant down, which actually has been staved off for quite a few moments as the
चलो
lockdown
पीछे,
will
चलो,
have
चलो.
to be
Save
respected.
करो फट से.
And this is the time where we'll start to see the retake now happen.
कहाँ से है अपन retake?
Rolling Thunder.
वो लोग क्या ऐसे बैठे
Izu
retake
in
will happen.
position.
कद्दू करे.
Buzz making a bit of noise towards Canteen just to pull some
Crossfire.
attention away. Paper
Neon
X.
और breach पे crossfire. वहाँ से
that-
killjoy भी है.
that
W.
view. Patman though with the off angle right now. The Rolling Thunder not let rip, so just a call to save on to utility while the rest of the team tries to find as much as possible. Patman then able to collect in quad.
Okay, on the board
Just
this
saying.
time, getting some trades, overwhelming
saying,
the B
chat.
site, dropping a lockdown in there.
ये comp है ही
Is
B
what
के
you
लिए.
like to see. Mind you, the reason that I said donut earlier is because I did see the kill department of something, and it's still the circular number, unfortunately. But this time, Patman getting a bunch of great shots out there, and just the team looking a little bit better to overwhelm T1, but they are not chipping away whatsoever. The scoreline, the credits will still be looking good. So T1 have another crack at a good half here to further extend the lead.
Buzz in position out by Tree.
And also you got Izu spotting out over towards the dish. You'll destroy the turret, which
Lol.
looked like it got retrieved by Divide just before it got broken.
नहीं जाना.
Minute 20 mark as well.
Oh, easy. What you got for us here?
Armageddon in towards stuns where he might just be able to find it, but no. Paper X. They've got the angles locked down this time, and Forsaken slithers forward to silence Meteor once again.
Can't drop this one though as Paper X. 4 versus 2, no ultimates in sight for T1. Though you're giving Jules to Sylvan, not like this. A trade, and Buzz now for the 1 versus 2 with an operator.
He's making a lot of noise, so Paper X knows exactly where he is, now holding the off angle into the site. You have the spike in view. Surely you're able to find it, and there it is. Paper X recovering off the 2 timeouts call.
Could you imagine if he got off the defuse, line up that operator shot for the moment they crossed over? I would have removed my headset and walked out the door.
I would have joined you,
I would have gone over to Chobra and said, get on the desk. Like, get over here and cast.
Yeah, we'll be having fun together as a whole trio now, wouldn't we?
I mean, hey, look, Paper X, you've actually managed to pull away the round besides making us get on our seats a little bit when Sylvan is just winning 2 individual duels there. But they bring it together, they collectively and calmly win the round at the end. Try and get into a reasonable scenario for this scoreline, right? If they can bring it up to 7-5, then we're starting to wonder and ponder. Okay. They're starting to get their attacking side notes.
Let's reset things. Make a bit of noise towards north side, bait Izu out into the opening, and then you go for the south side push where Buzz has already made.
हर्षल भाई ने बोला इस जाटो की स्ट्रीम मत देखो, खुद भुसड़ी का नोबिता का डीपी डाल के बैठा है. हाँ पिकाचू. हाँ ओह जैसा डोरेमोन के पॉकेट से 2 टॉय निकलता ना वैसा निकला है तू टॉय.
Forsaken doesn't stop, just into the smokes with the shorty, takes out stacks, and looks to reposition off towards heaven now. Sylvan getting peppered down. Suppressive fire from the team is good. We've got a minute left, and the spike's still not down.
And this is the time as well for Paper X. Generally, they would just look to stick around, go for more challenges, get chaotic, but playing on the more passive variety, Forsaken traded. While the rest of the team is starting to already book it towards B. There is the Sheer, though, still here. And 8 seconds to be bought from the Incendiary too. So with the rotation from Buzz now also over here, this is now the more stack site for T1.
I mean, the whole intention of this rotate is to call in with possibly the Rolling Thunder into sight, but now it's getting blocked off somewhat. The op still firing through. Sylvan in great position to find a little bit more. He kind of almost gets propped up by it, but still, Paper X finding a couple more trades down to Buzz.
10 seconds, Spike.
Trading right back.
Irretrievable.
I don't see how Devi is able to make this sprint. He tries though, but the angle is still in position. Salvos soon enough, and Buzz sliding in. Devi caught unaware or caught in the animation itself.
There's just no way that he was going to be able to get out of that one, unfortunately, when you've got Buzz and Izu playing together. If there's even a scenario where he's tapping onto the spike to try and win the duel against Buzz, he would have to find Izu in the millisecond as well that the round would almost have left. So just great little allocation play from T1 in the moment there. And for Forsaken, I mean, yeah, maybe overstaying at the A side a little bit. What if he slipped in towards the tower instead and looked to catch up any rotations? It was early rotations from T1 to that B side that really worked the treat, wasn't it, though? Incendiary to stop any numbers of Paper X getting through the sheer wall together. Just not able to remove that operator from the equation.
And that's where you really just have to sing the praises of T1 once again. Every single player very aware of what their role, what their responsibility is. Sylvan putting up that Incendiary just shows great awareness. Next round coming up, and it's slightly different setup with Meteor watching the angle.
This time, at least, but there'll be no damage on the exchange.
Drone out.
See what Paper X want to try and do to end up at this B site when they don't have any, you know, I'll call them large ultimates available, large area effect ultimates. It's just Jing with the showstopper. But it is an opener.
Yeah, trying to be the catalyst for the team into the positions. He does let it rip. Second blast back out. But sidestepped Sylvan! How was he able to Matrix dodge that ult now into the kill from Stacks, where he's able to find yet another something through the smoke? Just Buzz off towards the back line, and Devi somewhat finding balance. He picks up the op, but you're down to round 11.
See you later to that gun.
Okay.
No 2 left feet, by the way, for Sylvan in this round. He is just absolutely done Jing dirty. That showstopper dodged, and the kill to come through from Sylvan. Now the 1 versus 3. What can you try to do as Devi? I mean, the spike is down just kind of in the open in a tradable spot. He'd need very sharp
भाई
shots here.
क्या
You gotta watch out for players who are trying to play off contact as well. Oh.
You can just salvo him and he's pretty dead. Aftershock as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the round's done. He's just flushed
Oh
out.
my
That's
God.
really nice play from T1 yet again.
Perfect
They
util usage.
are commanding on this defensive side of Fracture here, and guys,
It's disgusting.
I know role changes can sometimes be difficult for a team, but not 0 kill
I have no words.
Yeah, I mean, T1 are just playing this one perfectly, and Paper X, even with coach intervention, scrambling at best to try and figure things out. I mean, there's been a lot of retakes, but T1 have just had the right pieces to go back in towards the retake.
Oh, and look at this now. Buzz feeling confident to go in for the overdrive play. Perfectly set up by the team. Look at the flashes! He's online for the ace! Where is Forsaken? He's all the way across the map by north side. Don't let him ace at the very least, maybe. Forsaken, though, does he look for it? Buzz, low HP, but he still tracks on! Mid-slide! Denied Forsaken!
Buzz has just been sent to the moon in this one, folks. 10-2 half by T1. He's come out with the goods and the entertainment there, hasn't he? Supported by the breach utility, the great fault line, the great flash points, and just the individual brilliance to dodge around as well. I mean, 32 HP, and catches Forsaken sliding through to try and answer back. That is a just destructive half from T1.
चारों blind थे
Put
भाई,
things in perspective,
चारों.
You would have to anticipate. You knew he was going
Yeah,
for that
you knew he would go for it. Like, Buzz is just the better Neon on this map right now.
Or even the calls for, to send Buzz down tree that
He's not
way.
scared. Who's the
सबसे
best
ज़्यादा
player?
agent
Right
के लिए.
now?
Yeah. Nah.
I'll let you take this one, Komodo.
The giant rock in the sky.
Corsican.
Giant rock in the sky.
Even win
It's gonna
ठीक
come
है
crashing down
मैडम,
and
लेकिन
eliminate the dinosaurs.
Corsican is the best
That
flag.
was, a line that Paper Thin had last year.
Star
That was a
agents के लिए.
distinction level event, Meteor. And he would be one of the big factors against Paper X. Remember, last year onto Gen G as the Sentinel player. This time on towards T1, and he's kind of doing the same darn thing.
Yeah, I mean,
really? Oh,
it's
she's
the Masters winning team that's had some rocky starts in stage 1 here,
and
of course.
for Meteor, 2 times Masters winner.
Yep. I mean, we've already said
Cameraman be like,
previous champs winner.
boss.
EDG. They will not be making their name known in the server over at Masters Toronto.
That's the whole thing about Valorant.
What is on the line in those teams?
Yeah, and also for teams not to stay on top for too long.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you can't make the same case for T1. T1's staying on top.
अरे बाप रे.
Middle.
Maybe.
Or they play
Awkward
off.
moment बोलते.
We'll see.
Pistol round though. Let's see if Paper X is going to be able to convert this one and make something of this defensive side, or if T1 are just going to run away with this map.
Off on the defense. Smoke's instantly propped up off of the flash from Meteor. And also for the rest of Paper X to continue pushing out of A main. But what is this? Checking the corners, and Meteor comes up with a double kill. Forsaken to trade. And if you can hear my voice, it doesn't feel good.
Job might have been done just there by Meteor to find the double, give an advantage to T1, who still do have the spike in possession. So they're going to push that towards the A site. They can play it to their heart's content.
Do you expect Buzz, though, off with the angles, and he finds the first. Jumps, relay bolts, slides for the second kill, looking for the third, but shut down so far by Petman.
And now they're not going to overheat. T1 in a 1 versus 3. I mean, Izu, I'm looking at your position, mate. You're just watching the rope, you're playing salvos here. Confirmed that the rope play is not the play, and Sylvan's just going to individually win the duel. So pistol round now over towards T1, and that just makes things so much more difficult for Paper X here.
Yeah. Probably going to be
भाई पहली बार something को ऐसे देख रहा भाई.
Even with the force, you can't really count on it too much.
I kind of understand the idea. If you hear some footsteps over towards the other side of the map, like why would somebody have snuck themselves in towards that corner?
और बहुत
generally
जल्दी
checking
पहुंचा
over towards,
corner
the actual
में.
tree side of things and the choke. So you kind of understand why Meteor wasn't cleared there, but I mean, just credit to Meteor. Puts himself at the right position at the right time with the right damage. The rest of the team don't falter
में ये
after that.
PRX की गलती नहीं
True
था.
and fair enough.
And now the force up has to come through for Paper X. Otherwise, they concede map point, and 10 of them.
That'll be a mountain to climb.
Yeah, and they're just going to do it bare feet, bare-handed.
Like hobbits.
No tools to assist.
Well, for now at least, with the A main control.
मेरे हिसाब से second
the
वो
fog
है
of war still kind of
something by writing video
plagues
बना रहा है.
Paper X.
I mean, T1 in this scenario
Second
don't see
map of
anything
that.
from Paper X, right? They see
समझ रहे हो?
nothing at Dish. They can assume that there might be something
लग रहा है.
happening over at A, but the shield that's been placed there by Meteor is just safeguarding that one at the moment. If they do traverse still towards this Bravo site, I mean, they're only going to have to contend with a Devi who's got the turret at one side to spot info, which now gets removed. And you're going to have some quick rotations come out from the rest of the Paper X members.
He's got to find at least one kill, but he's getting peppered by so much utility. The drone, the fault line, now trying to hide inside of the smoke, but T1 has a very good idea where he is. Ooh, slipped past though. Shot towards the back of Sylvan Skull. Down for the rest of the Paper X to arrive somewhere near the site, but the spike still goes down.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go, and now a bit of stuns up around the site as well. Nothing can come through for Paper X at the moment, can it?
Cosmetic stun.
Gotta get the plant. Or maybe not, just get the kills.
Yeah, hunting down for a Jing, and there he is. Meteor once again crashing down upon the dinosaurs.
And now it is the 10 map points to come through for T1. That was the force up for the PRX squad as well. So they're going to try and do what they can come at this next round. And I mean, I'm just thinking to myself, something, get on the board. Don't deliver us a Jemkin effect that we saw on Bind last year. On their Reina, for those that remember.
Well, if
he has got 9 assists though.
If he's able to turn things around Ascent, maybe, but it's Ascent. Oh,
yeah. Opening kill would be needed for Paper X here. You see a lot of bodies in main. You see a stun go your way. You want to try and get out, or you want to try and get one. And unfortunately, that can't be delivered.
What?
Okay, I've cursed him. We've cracked the egg. He's on the board, and now it's going to be 10 rounds in a row for Paper X.
I'm going to cut you right there. 3 players from T1 on the site. You also have Sylvan trying to reposition towards A main. He has a very good idea of where Paper X are. Full contact now off the flashes, but Paper X will fully collapse and descend onto T1. Finding all these rifles.
Well, it's 5 alive for Paper X as well. So if you want to start off any chances to get back in towards a map like this in a flawless variety, well, how about starting off with a flawless round and all doing it together? There you go. Effort by committee.
It's one of those where you're able to surprise T1, but how many surprises can you really pull out? You've been pushing A main for the past several rounds, well, past 3 rounds, a little bit. T1 certainly beginning to read that.
We'll see what the answer is going to be. For more importantly, Paper X for the next couple of rounds if they have that available, because this is going to be another purchase for T1. Playing north side of the map. I like the idea that they have down towards the south side, by the way, with the arc rows, but it's going to be smoked immediately for some tree control.
Okay. Well, once again, the A main push,
just confirming that the information is there.
So much of it. You do have some KJ utility towards drop.
Shia going to be baited. Yeah, but the KJ util's down. This could be very worrisome, although I think maybe something has heard this.
Yeah, he's trying to stay online, but he's not frosty enough. Petman, though, good for the trade. Now flashes out, looking for another, but a little bit too greedy. 4v3.
Angel's still available for Ching here.
Yeah, he's got a good chance to really chuck it in at the right spot, isn't he? But
where?
You got Meteor coming up from the back as well. Yeah, not truly certain. The smokes will dissipate. And now for the rest of Paper X to hold this down. A full firefight until Meteor ascends from the back. Forsaken, though, trying to launch himself back in. Off towards the 1v1 where he knows where Meteor is. Doesn't really have much to work off of, just the spike, but that is where Meteor will silence the full outright. It's 13-3 at the end of map 1, at the end of Paper X's map pick.
Yeah, did not think that was going to be the result scoreline here for the first one of this elimination game, but T1 have certainly come out with something special on that map, a bit of a masterclass that we didn't really see from them at Masters, but they've carried on the information from that one and just the great realizations and calls in this map. 13-3 on Paper X's map pick makes you quite worried going into the second one of Ascent, which is T1's choice.
And I believe you do have a really good point about that one as well, Komodo. I mean, Ascent is a map where we don't see too often from either team, but at the same time, just questioning basic things like form. it really makes you feel so darn nervous because we do have to say goodbye to one of these teams at the end of this match.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm hoping that there's going to be just a really big reset for PaperX in this short little interim before we get onto that second map. Maybe they want to bring something more normal, agent-wise, composition-wise. Feel very uncomfortable in that map for them.
That said, though, again, we are on the outside looking in. We're not in the practice rooms with them. We don't entirely know, but maybe it's just a bit more comfort looking for that. Nonetheless, one thing is for sure, PaperX off this first map pick has been absolutely derailed. We'll toss it back over onto our desk.
I can definitely.
ये देखो शौर्य जैन को देखो. Now imagine how bad is he. Feel bad for Udotan and Crystal. Both were from one of the top team, Bleed and Jayali. शौर्य भाई, आपके दो आंखों के बीच में जो मुंह खुला हुआ है, हाँ, आंड खाओगे? हर चीज में जी को लाना है, हर चीज, हाँ, हर चीज में जी को लाना है. कुछ कनेक्शन ही नहीं है अभी. हो गया अभी 2 महीना ब्रेक पे वो लोग. ना ना ना, मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, ये मैच होने के बाद रात को जब एनए भी रहेगा ना, तभी भी लाओ. ओ माय गॉड, सेन देखो कैसे हार गया. फक, जी की गलती. हाँ, उधर भी लाओ, मैं तो बोलता नहीं, कुछ कनेक्शन है. हाँ, टॉप टीम्स में थे, कैसे निकाला तो फिर उनको? कैसे लिया? जी में फ्री में लिया क्या? फीलिंग बैड तो खेल लेना, जाके फीलिंग बैड तो खेल ले ना, वो नहीं करना. कीबोर्ड लेके जी जी, ये देखो जी, पीआरएक्स आ रहा बेच जी, डीआरएक्स आ रहा जी, टी1 आ रहा जी. क्या होएगा पैसिफिक में? एक ही टीम तो जीतेगा, लेकिन जी जी जी, भोसड़ी जी मतलब तुम समझ रहे हो? कहां से आता है भाई, कहां से आता है? 2 टॉप टीम्स लड़ रहा है, एक ही आगे जाएगा जी. कैसे बे? चूतिए ने फिर से लिखा. भाई रे चूतिए, ये बंदा चिकांड. किसी और ने लिखा, इसने लिखा, ये पीयूष ने 2 बार.
all over them, gets them that bonus conversion.
हाय हाय हाय, सब गाली गाने कॉपी पेस्ट कर रहे हैं भाई. मेरा चैट हरामी है रे, गांड में आती कलन तुम्हारे. हरामी चैट है मेरा भाई. बक
So easily. I mean, I feel like this game just slipped out of their fingers.
क्या हरामी है बे चैट.
Here and they could never quite.
चैट मत करो यार.
He goes to Buzz. He was fantastic getting on those info lines on defense. You know, he's opping over Arcade, opping in towards B main. He uses the Neon so well. I honestly think that you could watch T1. Like, I am not an advocate for playing like T1, especially when they're playing the double duelist, but on Fracture, like, if you try to copy-paste their defense onto a lower-level team, there's a lot of things you can learn from. The way that they use the Teo drone to inform their rotates. Buzz, the way that he plays this Neon, gets on these info lines and allows them to kind of flex around and rotate accordingly. Very, very good approach to Fracture. They're always so active on the map. They're always changing up how they're rotating, whether it's through north or south side. So I just love watching T1 on Fracture. I honestly think they play a fantastic Fracture. And I think that as well, the burst style that you got from PRX was countered very well by the Vice. Like, I think the Sheer actually gave them a lot of problems, and the Thorns gave them a lot of problems with how they wanted to play. A lot of the time it felt like Forsaken was out on the site and no one could really help him, even though they're playing Neon Rays and you want to try to be able to burst and actually get those timings with multiple people inside of the site. It just didn't actually feel like they were able to pull that off at all, and part of that is down to that hesitancy and just not being awake, but part of that is also down to, I think, the way that Meteor played the Senti and the counter util coming out from Stax and Izu.
Yeah, I think that warm-up that PaperX usually has, it's part of the PaperX roller coaster, right? It's like first map and it's like, oh, and then second map, oh, we're back again! And that's how it's gonna be for PaperX. Fans know this.
I mean, I said in the pregame, the whole reason I predicted PaperX is the story of it's so PaperX-like, and what could make it even more PaperX-like is get absolutely smashed map
you know,
one,
we have a saying back in the local PH challengers that, like, you know what? In a hero story, the hero has to get beaten up first. You know, he has trials and he has challenges, and then he emerges, you know, a little bit muddy and stuff, and he opens the doors of Helm's Deep, and that's when you cheer.
Right. So when the good part's coming next stage, right? They have no prep for Ascent. They've had 2 weeks to prep. T1 has never played Ascent before in this kickoff as well as Stage 1 era. They've got absolutely no data on what T1's going to be doing. For PRX, it's been a decent map, to be honest. They lost a very, very close map on it. The other one they won versus Boom. They lost a tight one to DFM. And I don't mind the way they approach this map. I honestly don't mind their Ascent at all, PRX, but you do have something on the Jet. And he is very sleepy today. He needs to really be fired up on this defensive side, or there is absolutely no hope here.
But maybe that was him, like, being, you know, shaking him awake. Like, hey, gotta perform now. Now he's gonna go crazy on Jet.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like Jet is such, you know, it's a much more obvious pick for something where the muscle memory will kick in for him on this agent, where he knows how to play. He can get the op out and just lock lines, where you don't have to kind of land a headshot every time, you just have to hit one bullet. It's a much easier agent for him, and the roles are pretty natural, you know, so I still feel okay about them here, but now it's T1's turn for that surprise.
Yeah, 100%. I want to see what T1's going to be bringing out on this map. I mean, I don't know how much they've actually first banned it. I know they've been changing up their ban quite a lot. Maybe they've been second banning it a little bit, but Ascent has just not been a map that we've seen from them at all yet. So this is where they know that PRX has been able to sit back. They've got a lot of reps on multiple maps. T1, they love to draw out the series. They love to go to 3 maps. They've played over in Bangkok. So you have the most data on T1 of almost any other team in Pacific. You know, you've seen this team and exactly how they're going to play so many times. So Ascent is just such a fresh peek into the lower bracket here, and clearly something that T1 have prepped on in here for the playoffs.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to see Ascent twice in a row for, like, both of these series today, actually. Yeah. I didn't think we were going here. But hey, going now into Ascent, and after that performance from PaperX, I surely hope that they haven't woken up. I surely hope that Alex is probably talking them into, okay, now we play. Are you guys okay now? All right, let's go into map number 2.
I mean, I've definitely said this before, but resetting after those stomping losses is easier, because you can throw the whole map away. You can go, oh, okay, like something's going to walk backstage and you're just going to go, that's on me, guys. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
For sure. I mean, the stat numbers don't lie. Stats don't lie.
But you can move on from that, because there's nothing you could have done to win that game.
Yeah,
when
there's
you
no
get
use.
stomped like
There's
that.
no use talking about it, right? It's like, okay, all right, we know. Now let's go into that.
Just clear the memory, reset, come into this series fresh, because, you know, their Ascent has been good, right? So it's still a very winnable series for them.
Okay.
Who's the best in Korea? Bhai, oh, best. PRX अगर ये मैप जीता ना, सब लोग sorry Binks bhai. I will never doubt the goat of the goaters of you करके लिखना, ठीक है?
Believe in the story. This is a story team. This is what they want you to think.
You guys, what they want you to
think.
Let me know in the chat.
Right?
Let me know on Twitter. Is Morgan a good salesman? Can he sell you a vacuum cleaner that does not work?
I will believe.
Literally doesn't even turn on right now.
I will believe till the bitter end. I know that, like, we saw in a year ago today, these players have it in them to pull it off. We know that they can do it.
You know what? Like 2023, PaperX EG, come on. But hey, that
we're huffing the copium.
Let's go!
It feels so good.
Chalo.
But hey,
Okay.
Bringing up the agent comp
Yeah.
right now. We do have something on that jet that we were bringing up earlier.
समझ रहे हो?
This is all good for Paper X.
We'll see. A T1, they're going to play the same thing they were
Yeah,
playing.
something is the best. I really like that guy.
Okay. I mean, yeah, he's going to need to be bringing back some of that. I heard he was
But
winning
मैं
some
बहुत
AIM comps
सीख
when he was like
जी
12 years old or something. But at the end of the day,
Crazy, thank you for the
T1,
100.
back to the meta comp. It's what they played in the off
Thank
season.
you for the 100,
it feels like
Raj.
them and Gen.G in agreement that comp's still pretty good on Ascent.
Yeah, it's very standard. No more surprises here from Paper X. You know, exactly as we would expect. Like you said, Mika, something back on the jet, which I think is exactly what's needed here. Get the muscle memory going. Get, you know, just believe in yourself and believe in what you've done in the past.
Hey, I love what that fan sign said. Stress, hypertension, migraine. I am all for it as long as we have a banger map. So we'll toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Big Time and Pilsky. Yeah, we're definitely feeling a lot of that, but we'll throw that aside because we've got a job to do.
Jingo Man अच्छा है
T1 now
भाई.
looking
क्या Jingo Man?
definitely primed for success, but we'll see if Paper X are able to come back.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, T1 came out with a masterclass
Even
on
GT
Frap
तो सब पे
shot
एक बार
from
कर,
number
अरे
one.
नहीं
Paper X is big turning to
जीतेगी.
3 if you are a Paper X fan. The series starts now, guys. You didn't miss anything in map 1.
We just started? Oh, how lovely. No, I don't know about that, but one
Chalo baby! How's the positivity?
Even Meteor, Paper X, they should be familiar with this. This is
They
a
want
blast
that.
of the past with this composition that's being played. But right now, something onto the jet, trying to pepper shots through the smoke. Well, Forsaken's been spotted out as well.
And this is where the reset will happen. Meteor's already starting to get a little bit of a lurk towards the A site.
Ooh.
We'll see what he's going to be able to fashion
एक ही
here. If he
बंदा है
dodges out the
इधर.
arc rows, that will potentially come out from Device soon enough. I think he may have spotted him. Now he definitely knows.
Right, if you've done your homework, you would know. Oh, and into the shots as well. He's on alert. Okay, quickly dealt with.
Yep, but it is some damage to Forsaken, don't forget. So a 4
Give us a
versus
bit of
5
sorry.
retake. Going to be the scenario for Paper
4
X. I'm
with
also
5
just wondering
बोलते
how far forward did these T1 guys go?
चेटिकोलते हाँ
Not too far. Still under the site.
अरे
We
क्या
have a
फायदा
lot of
suppress
the
करके
utility positions all set up.
ये ले counter
Oh, that actually caught stacks, by the way, so no flash drive available.
they
Door broken
blind
as well.
they
Found Sylvan. And
They,
Meteor
they,
all
flawless,
procured, but down to the
they.
trade. Stacks able to put a couple shots in until Pac-Man collects up the third.
हाँ
Paper X is going to come away with the pistol. Good little retake for them
Chalo,
there
sorry,
as
Binks
well. A
bhai,
lot of
lekho practice
numbers,
karo.
a lot of bodies
Sorry.
spotted out on
Chalo.
that B site for T1. So I'm
Practice
a little bit
karo.
surprised they didn't want to take any more forward space and stretch out through his tree, but hey, they wanted to set up for a bit of a post plant on the site itself, and it didn't really work out. On the board though, Paper X, it took them, what, 8 rounds to get one on the board over on map number 1. So as Big
Language.
Time was saying, it's a lot easier to just forget the first map and how that eventuated and really just reset yourself into this
एक
one.
राउंड हुआ है
Clean
अभी
slate.
जीतेंगे फिर बोलोगे
We'll see how
2
it
राउंड ही
goes.
हुआ है
Meanwhile,
फिर
for
बोनस
T1,
कन्वर्ट होगे बोलोगे 3 राउंड ही हुआ है फिर इको
not
जाएंगे
too
बोलेंगे
bothered by
4
any of
राउंड
this
ही हुआ
either.
है
You do
हाँ?
have the outlaw in the hands of something right now.
Yes, main control that they try to establish here is T1 just on this little eco.
Classic pop flashed over into the smoke.
Yeah, he's still got a 0 point for Patman and all the utility in case there is a big pop out, but you also got to contend with the util of Defy. Meanwhile, Meteor finds Forsaken.
Yeah, the Prowler snuck over. Still though, so far so good. You've got the anchors on the site doing their thing.
घुस के
That's what you need
के
in a sort of
मारा
scenario like this as well, as long as you're staying on top of the trade game. I mean, I usually say you want to try and survive with everything for Paper X in a scenario like this, which they may do so, bar Forsaken.
Whereas to their positions,
Ah.
Stacks and Izu looking for a way out.
ले
possibly.
पिक ले ले
Get straight into something though.
मार क्लासिक मार
Off to the
मार
classic
मार मार
pistol duels. There was a
Stacks
little
को बोल
right
रहा था
click.
Stacks
Yeah,
मार
wrong button, but the rest of your team
Nice
is there
one.
to
Anti-race
finish
stacks, bye.
up the prey. So, Paper X 2-0. This is where we'll see the buy come through for T1, and I mean, ever since the addition of KO to this map, how many things can you talk about for these 5 agents in terms of ingenuity? So, a lot of positions, a lot of good calls, a lot of mid-round decisions that T1 will have to come out with. There for Paper X as well, right? Some adjustments on
कितने
their
round हो गए?
defensive side. Device switching up, going to the B site this time instead.
Okay.
हाँ
Something looking for top.
अबे रिवील दो जो देने दो
Be a little bit of a peek into the shots. Ooh, Forsaken to finish the deal. And with a double shot onto stacks as well. Tailwinds away into safety.
This is good from PaperX. Dot and I's, crossing T's as we've been talking about, right?
Okay.
Giving an option for something to be able to find some damage, find some kills.
What is the reason of PRX downfall? Kidhar gaye bhai?
Forsaken here, but the C's and Devi.
Looking for the shot off to the
Mar
head.
peek leke
Izu,
mar.
though, opening things
Mar
up towards A short, where Meteor continues to prove to be a roadblock against Forsaken as well as Devi. Just a ghost. Can Forsaken really find the frag? Meanwhile, more mayhem on towards the A side. Forsaken finds the frag. And down to Sylvan, who does get blinded up, looks for the classic right clicks. Oh, and Sylvan will be able to stabilize.
He knew where Forsaken was as well a little bit ago, so it's just going to be this 1 versus 1.
The blue reveal be.
A haunt for
Reveal
Forsaken available.
good.
He will reveal position with it.
Oh, and
W.
Sylvan has to smoke though. So to work around the corners now, Forsaken. A little bit of movement and accuracy, and Sylvan will be able to pin him down. The Red Bull clutch for T1 to put one on the board.
Yeah, but a lot of damage from PaperX delivered in that round there, Quack. A great start for them as well with the opening double. It's a 5 versus 3 conversion that I feel like we were saying way too bloody much in our first series today. But they do manage to get the job done. Some individuals finding some key trades.
Damage देखा 4 guns गिरा है. That's good bonus.
To be able to try and win that one.
Good bonus.
And speaking of the KOs from before, you know, you love this one, right? Patman
KO
Light armor
is generally my favorite
Light
agent
armor
of his.
outlaw में चुप भरेंगे लोग.
Something that he's been playing all throughout his career. Now back into comfort zones. You do have full pop flash. Petman being able to spin around 180. 2 kills until the trade from Izu. Quick launch possibly into the A side and quick rotations from PaperX on top of Heaven.
Yeah, of course, we did see
That's
some
very
changes recently to
cuteness of
KO
you,
with the
yaar.
normal click if you bank it off a wall, pops a little bit quicker. But the right hand pulling out the gun always works a treat. Speaking of gun work, it's something to try and find another, but he can't quite do so. 5 HP left, 4 stacks, and he'll be polished off. So now it's all down to Meteor, who was lurking. So a minute to go, Quack, for him to try and do something.
A main, somewhat expected. Devi as well as Forsaken. Yeah, you got an outlaw. Forsaken's tucked in as well. They're possibly expecting him to drop off from Heaven, but now spots him. And into Meteor, continuing to flutter back and forth around the corners. Puts down the turret for extra cover, but it's still something quickly found by Devi.
Through the corner of the wall there as well, right? The Outlaw 140 when there was 125 HP for Meteor at the end. Given a little extra chance to potentially win out that round, but again, some nice work to come through from PaperX. Good underhanded flash drive to gain some A-main control. Love seeing Jets just try and dance through the air when there's no blade storms and get out of dodge, just to watch that one back. But ultimately, PaperX to collect on another round. They will now meet with what they had in the first map.
Defensive map is just saying,
does have a judge now in hand, so alongside the Haunt, able to sneak through. Meteor can't really hear a single peep.
Yeah, and unless you're investing a drone here from Izu, for example, you'd have to try and just go with body and hit the headshot, which you're not doing, but you're still getting the kill.
And midair, off towards Buzz, who does have the perfect crosshair placement to pick up 2 kills. Jing, though, wrecks 2 of himself as well. TPs into safety into a position where maybe unexpected for Meteor. Oh, snaps on towards the quad. Online for the ace now.
He's not going to be playing directly with Devi.
And you know where the spike is as well, so don't give Sylvan the 1v1s. That's the very least we could ask for.
Yeah, Jing does have the regen shields too, so that's back online.
Okay, into the spot. Devi allowing his brethren to pick up the ace. Certainly a huge boost of confidence for the PaperX core.
I mean, it absolutely has to be, right? You want to see your individuals coming online. You want to see the team working together as a unit. A little bit awkward for something losing that first duel, but the fact that Jing is able to just get both of them in mid when you've got the dash from Buzz into the crosshairs of Jing. He doesn't need to move that much to be able to strafe that kill over towards him. And then ultimately ending with the ace.
Which then brings us into the next round, where T1, having built up, well, I was going to say a couple, but that's a lot of ultimates. So full rush.
Thank God the one gifted my Jan
Furion as well. See what damage is going to be able to come out with this one from Izu, as the side itself is going to be fully cleared on out. Meanwhile, Patman can rest, he can wait, and he can rip on his own null command, but they have to kind of respect this lockdown for now.
Could burn further time away. Sheer wall prepped up though.
Yeah, because you got to remember, no Sova for Paper Rex, opting for Forsaken on the fade instead. So Meteor taking this space. Could be cheeky.
Yeah, could definitely play spoiler. He spotted out that smoke as well, but Jing able to sidestep it into the kill.
They know that this is from behind, and now spotted.
Paranoia spots it out, but ooh, something fortunate whip. He's able to hold down ground for the meantime. In towards Buzz then, who's playing around the smokes. Decent trade still coming back forth until Stacks lines them up. Low HP though, and Davai able to possibly just run and gun down into the ground, and Paper Rex will pick up yet another round.
Yeah, Stacks knows that was a winnable prospect in that one, finding the first ones, and then just the one versus one at the end, but his HP gets the better of him, you think, and Davai's position, just expecting that duel to come, locked in a little bit. Nice try for Stacks. There. Paper Rex recognizing that they have to shift into a little bit of a retake scenario as well, getting some good flanking action happen with the three of them, immediately popping the null command makes it a little bit more difficult for the likes of T1, you would assume. But yeah, the 1 versus 3, and I mean, he was already tagged up by Davai on that drop down, right? So, bit rough for
Binks
the likes of T1. And they're going to drop a timeout into the vault.
Fair enough.
Wait for attack.
And also just anticipation from Paper Rex, so it's seeing that many ultimates. But we'll see what T1 can cook up together now, because it wasn't the entire arsenal of ultimates being dumped into that one round, but it was a lot. I mean, true.
Lockdown, Null Command, Hunter's Fury, like that's 3 big ones on a map like Ascent on this attacking side. They take a little bit to come back online, right? 8 or 9 ulti orbs.
Story mode game
right now, but also a lot of thought being thrown into the process. They had a banger of a map on Ascent, a map which, you know, they were kind of the innovators of things.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this map be banned by T1 in their last 3 best of 3s, right?
Not played a single time.
Not played this year.
In regulation, yeah.
And you're definitely thinking it's curveball scenario for T1, having, you know, banning this map. Usually they would come out and think, all right, well, I'm Paper Rex. They're going to ban it in the second if we don't. But they picked it, so
apparently not. We'll see. Paper Rex, so far so good.
Yeah.
Just being able to read things, so kind of redeeming themselves from that first map, and I want to reserve my judgment for now.
We'll have to see if Meteor's going to hang around after being horn revealed on this one. Baited out by the Prowler. Jing to remove his head, but that's going to be the go time for the rest of T1 to get in towards this alpha site.
Jing finding monstrous kill after monstrous kill ever since that ace now, but still.
Do they take forward space? Last time they didn't, and it got the better of them. They're going to still choose not to, and remember, Patman with a 0 point can remove these blades.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit tough for them to find forward space now, especially knowing so many players nearby. You got to think about A main as well, where another smoke comes out from Jing, so kind of aware. And that's where they all get pinned down by the Steel Garden. Guns robbed away. How do you work around this? Unless you are Buzz.
Here's the flank.
He's got to meet every single hostile with full threat. Finds the first and the second as well, but into the smokes, Davai. Buzz though, he's angry. He's finding yet another stings onto another kill, but Izu then traded back off. Buzz trying to scrounge this up. He could just send into a right click, but something in with the phantom shots. 5.56 rounds, just picks the round up, but no time for the defuse. And well, Father Time will be smiling for T1 from this one.
Oh, Sylvan will still go down with that one at the end. Got to give him still some credit there with the paranoia that staves off Forsaken from being able to come in with a bit of an early retake when the flank was happening through main. And then also a From the Shadows reposition just to make sure he's in the right location to be able to deny the spike plant, defuse rather, from coming. So, a little heads up Omen plays from him. You get that kill no scope. That was disgusting. Anyways.
Crazy.
That's another round for T1, and they will push Paper X onto a bit of a more eco variety in this next round. A couple of guns for sure, but nothing too substantial unless they get advantage and they can steal them.
Well, yeah, certainly trying, but pushing all the way out. Quickly read by T1 until not stability found. They're not quite able to hold down this tile's position. The spike, though, is by an open A site.
They get straight in towards the site for another 3 versus 3 post-plant scenario. Meanwhile, Paper X have picked up these weapons. I think the question is going to be with how deep they are in towards B main. Are they going to still go for this? I did just note that Divide picked up the ulti orb before the plant went down. So he's at least, you know, wanting to get that one back online as early as possible.
Still a good chance to use it for the latter half of this first half, but we'll see. Buzz is playing into a really slippery position, shall we say. Paper X might not be aware
Lots of util here for Sylvan and for Izu.
Which could buy further time off of the spike as well. Sends it through. Buzz now making some noise, creating presence where Paper X then get distracted. The spike continues to beep away Komodo, and Izu tries to lock down the angle. So far, so good. Jing launches the first kill. Buzz then making noise around the backside of tree door. Jing still finds another shot though, and it's just Sylvan left. The spike beginning to attempt away, but still time being bought up now and will go off. T1 coming up with yet another round.
And it takes both of them with it as well. No surviving with the weapons into the next round for Paper X, but by the credits, they will have another purchase to come on through. Red Bull clutch out for T1. Able to find a couple of openers, but it looks a little bit risky, doesn't it? Like when you're going for this mid-tiles play in towards B main pushing as well. You know, we see a lot of teams crumble in those sort of scenarios if they're not comboing a dart, for example, on the back of it as well, but you throw it bit of Destructor, or a Flash for that matter, but it works out a little bit for Paper X, so it's good to see that they have a couple of these calls that they can come out and look to go behind them with gusto.
Yeah, so certainly much different performance from map 1, but they are still facing that potential loss. I know it's early on, but the timeout now being called.
There
could be something in the comms. Alex maybe trying to.
Well, it's a couple more rounds in a row for T1, right? So you don't want to give them any sense of confidence that they're going to get back in towards this one. As much confidence as they already will be with the 2 rounds that they've picked up, right? So have a little bit of a discussion as well. You're on this defensive side as Paper X, you want to try and gather as much as possible, especially when you're already in the lead.
भाई ये TRX जीतेगा.
I mean, I think
उसके बाद T1 का पैसा खत्म.
Paper X have been the team that have
7-3
got the most successive rate on defense.
फिर अड़िच मारेंगे 8-3 9-3 कर.
That's considering
9-3 तक का तुम लोग को absolute cinema दिखा दिया chat.
You do have an outline in the hands of something right now. Some possible ultimates as well. Of course, Forsaken does stay alive.
Sorry, ready रखना
has
बस.
been pushing out for the past couple of rounds. T1 and playing cautious.
Just falling back towards a bit of defaults for this Paper X side. Prowler in towards B main, not spotting anything. Jing tempting fate.
Jing के side में जाना नहीं.
Does it nicely though, doesn't he?
Form
Looking for a second, it's absolutely gorgeous. Imagine if this one, no, removed. But it is an advantage.
अच्छा मारा दो.
Patman relaying forward, however, but the main thing is you've just lost your smokes.
Yeah, it can make it a little bit difficult on the defensive side, but it
Qatar
is a 4 versus 5. And you do have a Nightfall for Forsaken in for a retake scenario, so you'd be happy in this sort of position. Patman would get the 0 point back online. Actually, as I said, they just got it back online at the 55-second mark, so...
Well, that is also precisely why he's trying to play into a more defensive position there. Finds every single one of them, tries to spray and pepper all of them down to possibly allow something to peek out with this Outlaw in position now. Crosshair zeroed in. Chooses to take out the drone, the turret instead. Into the pop flash, but still great Nightfall, and that allows for the rest of Paper X to begin marching in. Meteor trying to thread the needle once like he's done before. He might be seized up to 1 HP, where then, even though his feet have been planted firmly on the ground, Forsaken removes him outright.
It's Jack from 6 feet under. Nice retake round again for Paper X there, and that's why I highlight the Nightfall, right? That's why I highlight the 4 versus 3, because they're going to be absolutely happy to go in for the retake scenario like that. Patman with the 0 point, it removes the turret, it gives his teammate a little bit of an option to peek out just a little bit with the Outlaw before ultimately having to destroy it when the 8 seconds are up. So a couple of great little moments there for Paper X that you can give them a pat on the back. And they set themselves up quite nicely now for another round on the back of that swinger, because there's no real credits in the back pocket for T1, who have to play Hero Stinger. Now, you heard me talking about it earlier, Clark. Hero Stinger percentages have been very strangely potent in Pacific this year.
Buzz is the one wielding it.
Yeah, so let's see if he can do it.
Oh, straight in, close range, but quickly spotted out by Devi.
We return to normal.
Sheer wall as well. Forsaken just happy to lap up every single final target at this point. Ooh,
nearly.
The fragment. Still though, fully aware of where T1 are. Position safe enough. T1 begin to stream forward. Divine for the first kill. Forsaken for the off angle. Patman from spawn as well. 7-3.
Yeah, looking to have a pretty damning defensive side here are Paper X. They come into this next round as well with some weaponry. Got some ults there that can cut T1 down to size. Something's going to get out the operator, so they can even change the look on their defensive side as well. And I mean, you're staving off an aggression.
मारेंगे
right?
बोला
You're
तो
locking
मारेंगे.
3 players behind the shear. You contend with the tip of the spear and Buzz trying to upset you on the site with a flash drive support by Stacks. Not
सेंस
gonna work.
आएगा कद्दू का सेंस
So PaperX are starting to recognize what they need
9-3.
to do on this map, specifically on the defensive side here, to try and make it something of a 9-3.
कास्टर दे
Beginning
देखा
with
क्या
it.
बोला
Warning shot from the
Team
operator.
sniper.
Forsaken with the peek in towards B main. Meter has been
Not
continuously getting shut down.
Yeah, I mean, he's always just been noted at least over at the B site, right? Whether it be by Prowler, by Haunt, or this time by Body.
Possible slight agent diff, but that said, now we do have Stacks snucked in towards Pizza. Something with the op, toying with fate.
Oh,
Doesn't really
didn't
catch it.
just catch the belt.
Still scoped in though.
Yeah, you're not getting out of that one as Stacks, unfortunately. Another 5 versus 3 now, Quack.
क्या हो गया चैट
A main, it's a little bit clear. The fragment and everything all thrown in just to force them off as well. Something with a mid-air shot. Jing in for the spray. And now for the final shot, something picking up huge numbers as compared to the previous map.
Absolutely smushed down. That is a great shot to come out from something big smush. And yeah, I mean,
हाँ भाई
again, right? Just forget the result on the first map. Come out of this one as a fresh new one. You still know how to play Ascent, even if you haven't had some good results on it. It's a map that's been in this game for ages, and you've changed one player in towards your roster, right? Mindfreak is technically still here, but Batman's in it.
Which then brings to mind also, you know, for T1, any
Attack
recovery.
में आने
Never really
दो
called it any timeout yet.
They hold it for the second half. They feel the need to, switching onto their defensive side again. They are playing the old faithful Agents of 5, the normie meta, the boring meta.
The normie meta.
Yeah, it's boring.
Well,
remember, you give me 100 agents, right?
अरे बोलो चलो अभी भी टाइम है
It's tried and true. It's optimal.
Yeah, this is true.
It's a team that are so used to.
Is it though? Because PaperX are leading quite.
Okay.
8-3.
Fair.
Trying to turn it 9-3 now.
We have modern iterations of the Ascent comp. For that said, though, right now it's a lot of footsteps, a lot of information in towards B until T1 rotates silently in towards A.
And you got to remember, there is a null command for Stacks. Izu with a Hunter's Fury. They can look to set these up as Izu's playing work. Maybe has to think better of overextending by himself too much. 50 seconds to go. 0 point though. Getting what, 2, maybe 3?
Which would be enough to confirm a possible hit. The turret down as well. 50 seconds left for T1, and they have yet to decide.
Are they scared in a situation like this? From the shadows from Silver. Best bet है अगर ये लोग mid to be जाएगा तो जीत सकते हैं. But it's just going to be a pivot up the guts of mid, potentially to still go to the A side if they do want to with that lockdown, pushing them out. But with confirming the information now, the eyes are going to be towards this Bravo site, and something guns have to do the delivery here.
So quick. Well, thankfully, Jing does TP down towards Boathouse, though, to hold something close by. Might push into stairs. Jing gets taken out. And this might be a chance for T1 to get the spike down. Playing post plant as well.
Blaze are going to come back online for something here. Divide with the Steel Garden 2.
In position, but you also do have Meteor kind of lurking back around. PaperX might not be aware that you have the Hunter Spear being sent through. Meteor springs forward, and it's just Divide left.
1v5.
Might have sent over the elf, but can he really find every single shot? If he pushes through that smoke, he might find certain death. So, trying to play it safe, but he gets suppressed as well. Into position, then Buzz to pick up the burst. A flawless round for T1 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, you think they might get a little bit locked out of that A side there as well, right? And they're opting not to have Sylvan with the From the Shadows to just book it towards B, open up some space for any lurkers that might be still on the site itself, which technically Jing did get there a little bit early, right? He wasn't taken out. He was given an option to try and win some duels, but just didn't really happen there. And T1, they do make it work, but the plant goes down with the layering of the ultimates and the lurk out from Meteor.
Land hit to avoid 9-3.
At the half, I think it's quite respectable for PaperX going in towards the second. But I'm also just remembering, right, for T1, 4, whilst it's not the best, it is still manageable with a pistol, with a second, with a couple of slip-ups. So we'll see. Best Stacks celebration. Mouse kiss or vamos?
Okay, mouse kiss. that's what it's going down to. I think we've seen a lot. I think one of my favorite ones, though, is the one where he kind of gave that wave for PaperX, you know, against, was it Cloud9?
Yeah.
Way back when. Which is scarier?
Good wave, good wave. Which is scarier?
Scarier,
or Alex's punch. Yeah, probably the punch, because we look at Forsaken's stretch of agents, and I mean, I'm going to do him dirty here. Look how many agents are actually resulting in a negative.
Oh, whoa.
I mean, when you only have like a couple of agents played once, right? It's the smallest of sample sizes.
When you put it like that.
Yeah.
Certainly, well.
Alex's punch, I mean, that's a lot more consistent than the agents that Forsaken's playing, so...
Oh my god, all jokes aside, this still could go the distance.
For sure.
Depending on how Paper X starts off on this second half. T1 definitely show signs of life still. We're starting off with Buzz under Sheriff, possibly peeking down mid.
Yeah, let's see what Paper X's offenses do have for us now.
Right, this is where Paper X truly get tested, because they haven't seen T1's Ascent in the longest time.
Game
and they can have as much guesses as they want with what agents will be specifically where and what tendencies T1 are going to come out with. But, you know, defensive side for this fight was better for the longest of times. Generally Killjoy B site, but a change up for T1. A little bit of a different look, and I don't mind it right now. But the test is going to be over to the B choke for Izu.
He spots him. Takes a bit of damage as well. Jing with a flash through. Ooh, that's lovely. Allows them to find Izu, but oh, Stacks and Buzz undetected. They spring forward. Forsaken to trade back. It's 2v2.
Yeah, for a mere moment in time, wasn't it? Plans to start to go down by Patman, clearing the site to first. Has the 0 point available. Do you expect Forsaken to have slipped in towards B main here?
Maybe, especially the flash. You do have the smoke up as well, so Sylvan could definitely block things off. Forsaken looking to peek off of the smoke bloom though, but a little bit early now. He finds himself in a precarious position. Can he find a single shot? Quick for the haunts, but gets cut out the animation.
I like this from Patman.
Sexy reposition by.
To get one shot. And now for the next one, he finds every single bit, and he laps it all up. 1v2 clutch. It's a Red Bull victory for Patman to pick the piss off in the second half of Paper X.
Man, I'm looking towards the ghost shots to come out in this round, and you're just thinking to yourself, why have they bought armor? Why have they got 25 extra HP that I can't finish him off immediately? But the ones that haven't got that little light shield in there, I mean, they just head removed from the shoulders, Buzz and Stacks, courtesy of Forsaken in that one. But this first shot from Patman, I mean, that's just absolutely disgusting.
It just tells you how confident he is now. If there were a scenario where he wasn't feeling as confident, was hiding still inside Boathouse, that might have been a very different round. So great round by Patman, but back in.
I mean, let's just put Patman on KO
all the time. Please. We'll see. Depends on what the team demands, but still right now, at least with a Vandal shots being sounded off, T1 then beginning to move on over. Tavai trying to lurk and hold out by top mid. Will be able to clip someone's head in towards the site though. The hit kind of trails off.
A little bit. Tavai not able to get a second one, but it's a little bit of damage at least.
Yeah, good enough. Then for the site hit to come through, Paranoia sent over. Something looking for a different pathing, knowing that could be, well, Izu kind of tucked in somewhere. Jing then spraying forward with the Bulldog, something to play in towards spawn. Does find the first one, and then to play Disciplined. Haunt to check out B main as well, but nothing seen. Meteor then slowly creeping forward, in for the shots. Petman finds Meteor.
But it's Sylvan down on 19 HP, courtesy of the damage that Divide dealt before his demise. So this one becomes difficult.
Yeah. In for Petman on the peak as well. Will quickly dispatch Sylvan with that headshot.
Yeah, I mean, something that we think of from T1, right? They're getting a lot of victories, but they're never doing them clean 2-0 style, right? It's always these 3 mappers that we're delivered for them, always keeping us on the edge of our seat. But, you know, still looking to have some deep runs, still looking to do some great damage. Is this another scenario, another page in the book of T1 Map 3 affairs? The way the Paper X are playing at the moment, potentially so. But this bonus round here is going to be a potential decisive blow for either which way. It's a great little buyout for Paper X, by the way. 3 Vandals, a Bulldog and a Judge. Definitely work with that.
100%. Endurance, and Meteor still has some left in the tank until that is something bleeds and dry.
Getting Vans into error, keeps crashing.
उसका
कुछ तो है.
49.
Google
Harry
करो.
Potter's there.
Error का
See
कुछ
if
तो
he's still
meaning
going
है.
to be able to bring some magic in this round for Paper X. Meanwhile, bit of a lookout from Sylvan to mid. You've got Stacks there as well, up the guts.
And then possibly for Jing, something to cast Wingardium Leviosa into the A site, but You do have Sylvan sneaking up with an invisible cloak, though.
Patman's aware. He's aware of it, and he's got Sylvan. So now things look a little bit better for Paper X. Meanwhile, Patman picking up the null command, removing everything.
Whoa,
Stacks is just trying to send it early.
Dives
and he's not going to do anything.
Oh, flash play being read as well. Down to Buzz, who's looking for the shots. He does find the first, but Patman, once again, back online. Izu the only one left, and he's right on the other end of that smoke. Jing quickly spots him out.
Bonus round secured for Paper X. This is why I mentioned that there's certainly enough that they can do in this round, right? Starting off with something, finishing with Patman, I would have to say, picking up the good mindset, the good awareness that mid is open and T1 could be lurking up there. So the fact that he's able to find that kill, he already had the null command going into that kill before Sylvan, but just popping it in towards the site. I mean, you've got, what, 3 players assisting there for something's kill? I mean, you're getting everybody kind of contributing in this map for Paper X in some way or another. That's the bonus round 1, so it's 11 to, tell me the number of T1, 4?
Yeah.
That's a bit of a rough one for the Korean fans.
That's why it's a little bit silent in the S-Flex stadium for now. But that said, you know, it still is a hell of a map for Patman.
And I mean, if you remove yourself from the equation in this scenario, we were flipping it the other way on Fracture, right? So this very well may be a scenario where
देखना टिपिकल PRX तो अरे अब भी बोल रहे थे हार गया PRX अब भी बोल रहे थर्ड मैप देखना बहुत से किलो.
But I will say, though, you know, the scoreline on Fracture kind of different, right? With how many rounds Paper X kind of let slip. This time, however, you know, a lot more stability, thanks to the likes of Jing, who's putting up huge kills on the Omen, but also for Patman, again, I mean, I have to mention, because he's so aware, he's been a great addition to the team.
And I mean, I'll highlight something as well, right? He's getting 1 kill almost nearly every round, where in the last map he had 1 kill.
मैं PRX को देखकर खेलना सीखा आज तक अनंडू क्या
We'll have
करूं?
to see what T1 has in stock for us. They called the timeout now.
Yeah, but it's just the bad buy, right? It's a stinger, it's some sheriffs.
Where you might be facing that point.
Yeah, I mean, might be Yeehaw somewhere. But is it in the server today? Lots of killjoy set up for the A site here. Refresh the one way, you can send in a Prowler as Forsaken to spot some information before ultimately going together as a unit.
Meanwhile, it's just all the defensive utility around the A site. Paper X not really reconned out so far.
Yeah, this gets a little bit dangerous.
Nah,
as T1 do have 3.
घुस जाएंगे. कुछ नहीं कर सकते
for the default hold. Yeah, 3 on the side, but we'll see if they can find close range damage. Something. Oh, quick on the snap. Timmy for the kills as well. Timmy the turret does find 1, but Buzz in with the ghost 2. Then trying to waterfall off, but still with the pop flash in. Oh, come on. It's not quite enough. Stacks tries to line them
so many reveals off Izu's Recon, just can't finish anyone.
Enough. Yep, you got the Razor Vines up now as well. I think they shot it down, but still in for the firefight. It's just Paper X with a firing squad, but now they're low HP.
Yeah, both of them are low, aren't they? This is doable.
Nah,
Izu.
not doable.
Slight chance, but Paper X trying to hold up for the linear line now, which makes it tough for Izu to swing all the way forward. It would take a massive bunch of cojones for him to really go in for the duel. Waits for the recon, plays it safe. Paper X quickly shooting it down. Not quite able to locate the wall bang. He's trying to triangulate their positions, but Paper X tucked down, low HP, but Patman still comes out on top.
Just not able to get it. I mean, I'm salivating at the fact that the recon got so much for Izu in that round, just not able to find a kill with the sheriffs there. I hope we get to see it back in the replays, but of course, you know, a Haunt coming out, you know, an opportunity, a turret getting a kill in there onto Forsaken. He ran towards the molly, which is how that one's eventuated there, but yeah. Nearly a round just stripped back by T1. With it not going their way though, Quack, that means it is a flawless attacking side for Paper X so far, and it's now 8 map points.
Flawless in terms of 4 rounds. We'll see. Buzz now has an op in his hands, posted up mid. Doesn't really spot too much though.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा third map?
Oh, nice. I see what you did there. That's it. Paper X still kind of eluding a lot of these sight lines. They route back towards B.
And this is where they just need to you know, let it get the better of them. It's only 1 round, it's only 1 round, but we have seen a lot of teams crumble and falter in scenarios like this.
Yes.
Some information off the drone.
Well, for the rest of T1, they're still sticking true to their positions.
Oh, good timing on the zero point, actually, removing the Nightfall from the equation for a couple of seconds and allowing enough time for T1 to start to rotate towards the B side.
Wow, which is also a great push then for Meteor to go out A main.
And what does he do best? When we think of Meteor, we think of him in this game, Valorant. His lurks have always been a treat to witness.
Fine heads-up duels to crash down onto the dinosaurs once again. Do they turn back around? Answer so far, nope. Paper X.
And he just had to find one. He's got to go back towards the site for his utility potentially, or play to the numbers.
Which means Paper X are then kind of just funneled straight into B. Something trying to fly past a lot of it though. Does hold out towards the top of market, but down towards the exact lane. Something then finding a double kill. Izu stacks, can they hold it down in Boathouse? So far so good. Izu with the double kill. Something swaps on, pulls out the blades. He finds the right click.
The plant?
2v1. He doesn't quite have the plant, doesn't need it as the Vi has collapsed on towards T1. We end the second map 13-4. A swift victory picked up and pushing us into map number 3.
I mean, this series deserved it. Our last series deserved it. It's elimination games in VCT Pacific playoffs here, baby. And we get map number 3 to hopefully deliver yet again. It's good to see as well that Paper X woke up coming in towards that map. We were asking them, where are you, sleepers? And they are here.
Right, I was so afraid of what it would feel like in their ready room, but thankfully they've been given a wake-up call. They're back here. But how does that look then on towards our final map? T1, they still got a lot of life into them. They are waking up inside. You can see Buzz going ham at times, so you definitely don't want to count them out.
No, I mean, what? It's 13-3 on map number 1. It's 13-4 on map number 2. I mean, what's in store for the final decider on Lotus? Oh, that is such a tantalizing map to finish this series, isn't it?
Yeah, so much so. I mean, think about T1 going overtime from before. Paper X playing this map several times and having rocky performances back and forth. You never quite know what's going to happen, but you can be sure that it's going to be very entertaining Valorant. Komodo, it's all aboard the T1 or Paper X Express.
I mean, someone's getting eliminated on the tail end of the next map, not picking up any more points in towards the VCT Pacific chances to get in towards champions later this year. Of course, you can get there through doing good in a top spot to get the direct invite, but you never want to have to rely on trying to do something from a downward position.
That's right. We'll toss it back over onto our desk to break down this map that we just witnessed.
यहाँ पे तो सब सही चल रहा है, सब बराबर है. Frame drop भी हो रहा है करके नहीं दिखा रहा है. 0%
Paper X is back. We're back on the roller coaster, and this is how it goes. 13-4. Paper X takes Ascent, and something really giving an amazing performance, really bringing to life Paper X once again.
We are so back.
We're back.
Which
back,
baby.
Baby.
Would you like to say or apologize for?
I'd like to apologize for picking the Metacop on Ascent. Why on earth have they done that? No, I mean, PRX, it's the same win conditions that we've seen work for them on this map before. They start out beautifully on the defense. They have such a great active defense with the double E knit. Something got active.
Chat 4K likes करो, सिर्फ 100 लोग बचे, जिसने stream like ने किया जल्दी से like कर दो.
If you're going to point out the fact that T1 played well on
all
Fracture,
Gucci here, all Gucci buddy.
The exact same thing happened in this second map. I felt like Buzz was the only one who turned up to this game. I've never seen Meteor get bullied so hard on the Killjoy.
They were running at him. He could do nothing. I mean, I do have to agree with you. I have to say this was a T1 underperformance. For me, I'm still confused why T1 picked this map, because
obviously
they played it, and then they come out with the default.
Surprise!
We can't win 2-0.
That's true.
We don't play 2-0 Valorant. We play 2-1. Punch the clock Valorant.
It's an elimination match. It's playoffs. There are no more 2-0s. That was in group stages.
It's all about the story. Something had to create the doubters to then prove them wrong in map 2. Where were you when something came alive? Where were you when they ran the railroad?
Have you been talking to Sideshow? Have you been talking to Sideshow? I'm getting the same vibes. You're missing the tinfoil hat.
I'm just a believer. I'm just a believer. This is what they want. They want you to think they're gonna lose. That's when they're at their most powerful.
Let's
No,
roll
we
the
don't have that
replays.
time. We're
Let's roll the
gonna
replays.
check out some replays right now because even I'm overwhelmed.
Look,
But-
I think what I really like from PRX this game is, like I said, the active defense. I'm not usually a fan of Fade on this map, but the way that they play Fade and KO on this map is fantastic. You can see they're fighting both mains at once in this clip here. The Fade was prowlering out B main while they're fighting A main. This active retake as well. Paranoia straight through market. Prowler straight down into B main, and they're getting a triple flank off while T1 has taken the B site. They can just be so flexible and active with this comp, and the way that Forsaken plays this Fade is fantastic to watch.
Yeah, the Fade is the real standout. You know, we see he's able to use these prowlers, so hiding in those corners like we just saw Easy do is so much less effective because we have so much less, you just have less util with the Sova, right?
Look how much they're bullying Meteor. Like, you'll see another clip of it later on, but like, literally, they know that Meteor's defaulting B main and they just run at him.
Gotta highlight Alex and the kind of IGL, you know, whoever the IGL technically is for this game plan, because they really bullied him.
Yeah, look at this. Like, this is just Forsaken on his own at B, dry peeking Meteor and one-tapping him. Like, what is this? Meteor's like one of the best players in the world usually. You're just running at him.
I mean, I think PaperX are one of the best at doing this, where they realize somebody's having a bad game. And, you know, I think they're really not afraid to kind of adapt their play style to go, oh, this guy's not having a good day, let's run him down. I felt like they did that there.
I think so as well, especially since Forsaken, you know, on the Fade, he can be so oppressive.
Yeah.
And honestly, there's still a little bit of that duelist in him, no matter what agent he plays, right? We've seen it on so many of the long list of agents that he's played. That's really just him. And Meteor, yes, one of the best players in the world, but hey, so is Forsaken. We're seeing that here. We are going into map number 3 now, though. We are going into Lotus. What are we expecting here?
Well, I think first we wanted to talk about the Joman.
It's
the
Joman time!
The Joman!
It's Joman time.
I don't have a Joman with
I mean, how could we move on without talking about this guy?
Legit,
He's so back!
I can't believe it. Everyone's talking about global esports Yeoman, but what about the Joman? Come on!
I mean, this is a guy who, he didn't have fantastic performances on this Omen before. We saw even Forsaken flexing across, comes back to Ascent, and he lit up in this first half. He said, guys, I'm not happy to go out right now. I'm going to step up and I'll carry this one.
Yeah.
This first half, he was just so sharp, so electric. You would just, you know, like we saw Forsaken do, he would just walk into main by himself and kill 2. He was an absolute demon.
I think Jing's probably the best player on Paper X for me in these last couple of games. Like, stage 1 for sure. Jing has been fantastic. He's been playing the controller. He's been playing the secondary duelist. He is fragging, and you love to see it. I think over on the third map, he's going to be unleashed back on the Jays, I believe. And we're going to see the Foeman instead.
Yeah, that's potential. But we could see the Foeman and the Jays. We do have to give it up for something as well, because we were questioning, of course, that performance on the first map where he was totally absent.
Whoa.
भाई इसका KD लास्ट गेम में किल से ज्यादा है. Any comment?
He's back because he never left.
It was not great, Morgan. It was
Any
not
comments?
great.
Hello?
I've said he had to make the doubters.
He had to. So that one kill
Mind
was on
games
purpose.
खेला भाई
He's
TRX
like,
ने तुम लोग
just
के
you
साथ.
wait.
No, but
Just you wait.
all credit to him. All credit. To be able to turn around from 1 kill to 19 is massively admirable. It's a huge reset for him, and that's what PaperX need. They need him to be alive.
He was like this backstage, ladies and gentlemen. This was what Pilsky and I were listening to, and I was like, hey, I'm a PaperX believer as well.
This isn't copium. This is genuine belief. This is real emotion.
I did have my copium though. I did have my copium, and I feel like it's all gone now because it's all been Mogan. But yes, we are going into map number 3, and this is an elimination match. Once again, we have to understate that because one of these teams is going home, and it seems unbelievable that it could be T1. It could be PaperX.
For PaperX, I've been liking their Lotus on the last couple of reps. They've recently just swapped onto this double duelist comp with the Raze and the Yoru. I've been liking how they've been playing on it, and they've won their last 2 games on this comp. Most of their losses come with their old comp on the Waylay. For T1, they've also been swapping things up a lot. We saw Meteor on the Teo, and they've swapped away from double duelist. I feel like since they lost in Bangkok, coming back in towards stage 1 here in Pacific, you've seen T1 try a couple of different things. They tried to stay on the double duelist and flex onto a Viper instead of a Cypher, as well as the fade over the Sova. But now I think they've moved entirely away from double duelist, and it's been pretty shaky. Like, you know, they lost pretty hard to RRQ. They lost a close game, I would say, to DRX, so maybe there's still some promise to this comp, but I really don't know what to expect from T1 here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I find it interesting that both of these teams have sort of interpreted the meta oppositely, where we saw T1 start on double duelist, then move away to breach Teo, and we saw Paper X start on breach Teo and move away to double duelist. So Paper X now prioritizing player comfort, T1 moving away from player comfort to be what is a little bit more meta with that breach Teo. So very different takes on this map, and I think it's all set to be an absolute banger here on Lotus.
Yeah, I think it's also because Paper X, when you have players like Jing, when you have players like Forsaken, you really do want to lean into their strengths.
Yeah.
And because they can't play in that way, they can't perform that way, why not? Why not just go for the double duelist? It's been their signature for so long. I mean, there was even a time where it was even more than that, but why not? It's W gaming for sure. And for T1, you do want to lean into how smart and how adaptable your players are as well. Going into map number 3 though, my big question is the comeback potential, right? Can T1 reset? Is Paper X better at doing that? So those are big questions that are going in my head right now.
I think Paper X are feeling great backstage. They're saying, hey, we didn't let that map 1 affect us. You know, it was terrible. Something is saying, yeah, that map, he's just forgotten about that map 1, and now all that's in his head is that he can fight these guys. They look at how much they bullied Meteor. I think they are thinking, these T1 guys can't keep up with us now. They have so much confidence going into map 3, where T1 are on the opposite side of this, where they did have that dominant map 1, and now after losing map 2, you start to worry a little bit. You start to doubt. You start to think, okay, now they've woken up. Now it's about the strategy. And I think T1 will be more in their heads about this than Paper X. Paper X thrive on the chaos, T1 don't.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what we get. I think something is the right player to highlight here. On the Yoru on this map, he's been a bit up and down. He had one fantastic game, one kind of lackluster game, but you cannot go past T1. Very, very close game against DRX the last time they played Lotus, whereas PRX have more so been playing some of the lower tier teams in Pacific. Looking at T1, they're not going to change anything up. So yet again, Meteor is going to be on the Teo. Izu will stay on the Viper. I probably would have preferred them swap those roles, but they're going to back themselves, especially with how close they push DRX. I think they're going to think that that was a very good map for them.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm still curious about
चलो last game कौन जाएगा घर पे कौन जाएगा one step closer to Toronto क्या हमारी fans
I like this.
Yeah.
This is what they were built on. This is what PRX built their dynasty on. It was double duelist. It was aggressive. It was in your face. So don't change now. Roll that train all the way to Toronto.
That was the something over on the Jet where he was really thriving. Now he's back on the Yo. It's been up and down for him, so if he has a huge game here, this is definitely PRX advancing in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
Hey, if not now, when, right? This is the best time to bring it all out, and for both teams as well. T1 versus Paper X once more, now going into Lotus, the final map of the day. Toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
Big Time's got a fantastic point. This was built brick by brick, he says. But at the same time, whether or not you're on the hype train for T1 or on the hype train for Paper X, this will definitely be a banger map.
Absolutely. I mean, you know what we say, we only have bangers on Split. Oh wait, no, we're on Lotus. T1 actually decided to ban Split, so we don't get that as the third decider. And we get more of a rickety-rockety shaky map here. I mean, Split's not the greatest for both of these teams anyways as well, let's be real. But hey, favoring themselves a little bit more on the Lotus side of things and inside of Split. So let's see how it's going to happen.
I suck on shit.
T1 on the attacking side, Paper X on defense, and they're already having a how do you do up the front of B. Going to think better of that, however, and have to start to transition potentially to A.
That's exactly what both teams get to do. They have Yorus in their composition, something. Gate crashes in towards Heaven on towards A, where he might be able to spot things out. T1 playing caution.
Yeah, back around the door as well. See who's going to be first casualty in this round, as it's quite the slow one at the moment. Do have Devi with the Vice Util over at C Mound with a flash still available as well.
Some smoke's being drawn out by Forsaken as well, though. So
भाई लोग को पता चलेगा अभी
we'll
वापस
see. He
जा
does
रहे हैं.
position himself for the mound push in with the flashes.
क्या
and that vibe
blind
finds
दिया
the
बे
first frag.
double.
Yeah, the
क्या
double flash
double
combo,
blind दिया
paranoid
भाई.
deep. Arcro's close. Try and blind up everybody, but with that kill, you got to transition to the A side of things. Something catching some loose bullets of the right click.
Something तो गाली दे रहे आज माफ है तेरे को.
Planted firmly down. Something in for the
भाई
peak,
मारा
the takedown
something
stack,
ने.
in for the burst from the rest of the
W
Rex.
Jingo.
Jay finding 2 huge shots. The J's doing some damage, but for Buzz as well, he's down low HP, so a little bit unfortunate as Forsaken will clean things up for the Dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's on the foam in there, managing to get the job done. So
भाई
Paper
कल
Rex
heavy
will pick
exam में
up
बहुत फट
the
रहे हैं यार
pistol
बिना
round.
फटे
Of
exam
course,
देने का
they
tension
won
नहीं लेना.
both of them over on Ascent, and they lost both of them over on Fracture. So if we play with the common denominator, you win the pistols, you win the map.
Sometimes that's what it comes down to. Still decent work in trying to bait out utility as well as make some moves all the way across the map. That said, though, Komodo. Can't believe I am saying this, but we do have to say goodbye to either one of these teams at the end of this map.
I know, right?
ना
Paper
एक्चुअल में
Rex,
दोनों
a
टीम इतना
winning
बाप
team
पे
of last year,
भाई.
2024, or T1, the Masters winners.
Oh my god.
I mean, there was a world in which, you know, Paper Rex didn't make playoffs as well, remember? So they just narrowly scraped on by in that 4th position.
Yeah, they're still looking for that return to the
Uncle, is streaming
international
after
stage
this?
right now, looking for the T1 players, hearing a lot of noise around C once again.
Yeah, we'll see what damage is going to be able to come out for T1.
To hold it, a quick swing, but Paper Rex with the full rifles as well as Stinger from Divine will be able to collect into so many kills. Just Izu left.
3 members, 2 strong.
Whitey refresh
And
करके
Apes continuing together
quality
strong
कम
against
करो.
Izu. He does do a bit of damage though, but you know that's what happens when you have 100 men against one gorilla. The one gorilla, I guess.
Team tick करो buffer और एक कुछ buffer नहीं हो रहा इधर.
I don't know, Chief.
I
Guns,
haven't
though.
been on the internet long enough.
No, I stay clear from the internet a lot.
Brain rot memes.
Ah, no, those are not allowed. That's illegal.
What is allowed is the full buy now.
For sure, T1 gonna get their buy up, see if they're gonna be able to get on the board or if we're gonna have another installment of a bonus round going the way of Paper X.
भाई guns अच्छे तो है
Don't have the
PRX के
worst
पास
buy
अभी भी.
as well, right? Lots of rifles in here. Combo of util towards the A Rebel side of things. And luckily enough, it was a Yoru to lead the charge and Buzz and gate crash out of there.
Also for then the
Roller
Yoru
कुछ है नहीं.
well, for the side of Paper X, play around for possible rebel control if T1 does decide to head back into A.
You got a bit of a big stacking in towards B though for Paper X, with the Sheer still at the front of that as well. So confirm that no one's close at least with the Prowler. Meanwhile, for something, he's going to catch the timing. He's going to catch a double. He can get out of dodge if he wants here, but the gate crash
भर दिया रे
not on the line on the
बाबा.
map. So sticking here to be this scary soldier with the judge. I don't mind it. It's a 5
भर
versus
दिया
3.
रे.
Then you got the shear.
You got a lot of control at A. You got the Sheer still protecting B. And then you've got 2 members at C.
Just thwarting T1's chances of
Whitey
find
से
a
पीछे
round
करके
right now.
देखो सही
Still
चलेगा.
at least the
ठीक है.
salvos, the TP over, just bypass the shear. Sylvan has to play further up
ये
front.
कर लेता हूँ.
He's got to contend with Patman, who's been on a tear right now, right off the rip in towards round 3 of map number 3 as well. Meteor, however, now finding a single kill, trying to play off the post-plant positions. Stacks being able to block off a little bit as well. Another trade, but low HP for then Forsaken
Bonus
to come in. Once again, cleaning things up.
Yeah, another installment of the bonus round as I was
Yes, sir,
talking about
बहुत
here,
बार
right?
देख ले एक
So,
बार.
choo-choo, all
क्या
aboard the Paper
करूँ,
X train
देखते हैं,
if you're
कुछ
for
कर ही
them,
नहीं
but for
सकता.
T1, yeah, getting a little bit too ahead of themselves with Buzz trying to pull out some utility before getting any assurance that no one's really close towards A here. I mean, generally, why would you, right? Why would somebody be in front of a toxic screen with a judge in that location?
Can't blame him.
Is not normal.
You had no idea.
But it works, and this is Paper X we're talking about. Sometimes they can be absolutely
0
unexpected,
packet loss.
Which
0%.
is
catches T1 off guard here.
just again a bit of a welcome sight. Something, you know, having the worst game on map 1. He has had, you know, worse performances on the Euro on this map as well, but
I mean,
now starting
has he?
things off, not too bad.
Has he had a worse performance than 1 kill map?
Okay, not worse than 1 kill, but you know what I mean. We do have T1 trying to fight their way back into the rounds, though. Sylvan TP'd forward in towards the alt orb.
There is a buy up for T1 here. See what they can work with, though. A little bit lacking on some key components, you might say. Sylvan with no
All good
shrouded
say.
steps, Meteor No special delivery now.
नहीं क्या
Stacks, no flashes either on a breach, so you got to rely on buzzers a little bit more prominently potentially.
Well positioned for now. PaperX meanwhile peeking out. This time
Must blind
added
mara
cover.
bhai.
Got both flashes dumped in. And Izu collapsed upon.
And now you got another player advantage for
blind
PaperX,
maar
right?
rahe
Where you spot it out
bhai.
and push them back from Mound over towards A. You're expecting them to end at A.
For full recognition, the Salvos does kind of flush Jing away though, but with the blastback moment, he makes it away safely. Patman then in for the crouched kill, but Buzz and Stacks both pushing up front as well.
Ooh, that
Forsaken.
You feel like you needed to get that kill there, because Stacks can settle for a little
Something
bit with Rolling
spotted,
Thunder,
na?
and something has been spotted, especially with the gun barrel.
Stacks might even hold on to this ult for the upcoming rounds now. Well, Forsaken though,
shit.
straight in against Buzz. No chance to pull out the
Oh,
util.
shit.
Forsaken trying to bring things back. Meteor low, well,
Oh
on for the swing, Defy to watch.
Doesn't matter that that's a 5 versus 4 advantage.
Abhi
and
koi
T1 are looking to bring
chat,
it back towards the
5-0
side, but
up.
it comes
PRX
down to
attacking
the end,
map
to the
pe.
wire. The fact that the last little soldier is spotted out from T1 there, and it's just a quick little call from PaperX. Stay on the defuse. I've got your cross. It's a bit of a simple one. Valiant's attempt, they'll give it towards them, but you look through these replays and it's trades, it's shots, it's luck a little bit for Forsaken, catching some timing, and then just the last play from Devi just to make sure that he can call again. As I said, stick it. I spotted him. You good? It's 4-0, and it's a timeout for T1.
720p में देखो.
This is when you gotta need the train
720p
conductors for the T1 staff to really.
No, you need like a semi-truck to derail the train. That's
Airtel
what you
के
need.
servers में दिक्कत
I
आ
was
रही है
more gonna
guys.
say they needed maintenance on this.
सारे F वाले.
That probably sounds better.
Airtel वाले
0
हैं.
4, but trying to fight around back
mean,
in together. They
when-
have had plants before.
When you consider it was the tail end of 5 rounds in a row to close out map number 2, and now you've got 4.
Wow.
That's 9 in a row technically.
ये चल रहा मेरा सब first
No,
class
I
चल
like
रहा है.
my
Yeah,
semi-truck derailing
okay.
the train. They're on the right track right now.
Putting things into perspective, especially map 2. I see you, Komodo. But that said, still with his timeout,
Yes,
trying
Airtel
to
है.
route things back together. T1.
And these are the
Really-
sort of scenarios actually as a coach as well that you
720p
kind of
पे देखो.
don't want to change up what your team is doing to derail them yourself.
Because we haven't really seen T1 put in such a dire situation before.
Yeah. So for PaperX, it's got to be a positive discussion
मेरा तो
for
सब
them.
first class
I
है
mean,
भाई.
this is 10 members of the server to the A side.
All 5 on both sides.
If this ain't counterplay, Quack.
Flash going over. Patman will be able to collect on the first. Blindside out from Buzz, but they have to back off.
भाई ये लोग ने
Seal them down,
वापस
right? So
force
if you want to
किया
play a
है.
smoke variety now, it's going to have to be on the back of Izu.
He wants this so bad. He has a Rolling Thunder, but wasn't quite sure. And something just takes full advantage of that situation.
Yeah, this is a bit of a shutdown around the A side, isn't it?
He's back into safety as well off the drone. Buzz trying to play spoiler back in around. But you have PaperX just flushing out both
Lawless.
sides.
And baited by the Prowler as well, not expecting a little bit of an off angle on the B site too.
By
So, on the
6-0.
back of T1's now timeout. They are looking like not being able to convert as it's just
Oh, he
Meteor.
spotted him.
No, he didn't. It's all right. He's unknown at the moment, but the Hunter's on.
Yeah, apparently know that. Footsteps noted. Meteor back in for the snap, but, you know, that's how the story goes. That's how the cookie crumbles.
I like cookies. Right now, though, PaperX.
6-0.
Pretty damaging when that's a non-conversion on the back of the timeout as well. And now I'm going to do the ult check.
भाई
Oh my,
मुझे
PaperX.
0%
3
frame
for
drop
T1,
दिखा रहा
but
है.
the
मैं
T1 have the
कुछ नहीं
weaponry
कर
behind it.
सकता.
The idea in towards the next round either. I mean, we've seen a couple of change-ups from PaperX, right? We've seen some mounds takes, we've seen some rubble takes, we've seen a spot up through towards B pillars. They are changing it up for a team that we are generally not seeing as adaptable lately. You know, throughout the course of the group stage, they have switched up a bit in map number 2 and map number 3 now for the beginning.
Yeah, really tough. A single week to recover off of 2 timeouts against DRX, and T1 now back into
No,
Lotus.
even in 2K flex मत
Changed
कर.
up now as well
Bitter.
with Sheer going over towards the C side of things. You've also got something who's going to be playing on the site. If he starts to get peppered by a little bit of
भाई
utility,
6-0
could
आप
drift out if
attacking map
needed
में
as
ज़्यादा
well
हो गया भाई.
to stay around the site.
हाँ?
Instead of gate crashing towards the A side of the map that's currently available. Some information though up through mid from the Prowler,
मेरे
nothing too
end
close.
से
And this is
कोई
where the mid-round
issue
decisioning
नहीं
needs to be
है.
pretty good for PaperX and maybe more so for T1 with the lesser weaponry.
A lot more so. Gotta be clear about what your objective is for now, trying to find the spike plant possibly into the A site.
Just noting as well there with the gate crash that comes out from Buzz, he did get blinded either by self or by teammate.
Maybe self, but nonetheless, the spams through from stairs. Forsaken collects onto the first, racks up the second. Maybe onto the third as well. Jing now coming in with additional assistance. Ooh, around the edges of the smoke. Forsaken snaps back into it as well. This is the Jing that we've all known and come to love.
You will fear my omen is Forsaken. Quote that. No, don't quote that. He didn't say that. 6-0. Paper X, they stave off a silly round that could have happened if the pistols were able to get towards the site, but they managed to hold it down quite nicely. Cheeky spam through the walls and such, just good little crossfires that they come out with. So now is the real test when the weapons are back for T1.
Paper X have kept their ults as well in that round.
Yeah, they have not been pressured enough to be able to utilize them. There may very well be a scenario here where there's 10 ults in the server if Izu picks up the Viper's pit.
Logically, this would favor Paper X's possibly for Buzz to play spoiler. Opening kill.
And that's important, right? An opening kill for T1 that we've not really been seeing solidified. Immediately, though, Paper X want to regain some of this control, forcing out the dimensional drift. Forsaken going to be removed as well by Stacks and Rubble. So now 5 versus 3. It would be brilliant if they could get more, but Patman to bring one back, then trade it.
And also for something then to play the position around Rubble, but also with a trade from here. This favors T1 as you find Devi alone in 1v3.
And where has he been more often than not, Quack? The C side of things that's kind of been untested a little bit by T1. So seeing that nothing's here, they're going to expect him to be off yonder. And I mean, he can look for some kills here. He's swimming in cash. He can drop a teammate still if needed for Patman, but he'll still be able to buy himself anyways. He can look for some damage here.
See what he can do. He's got a flash. He's got Razor Vines to work off of. You've got Meteor.
Buffering by एक बार मैं वापस बंद करके चालू कर
whipping the first shot. Devi able to capitalize.
They're not playing agents that have any damage. It's a blind side for Buzz.
उसके बाद एक बार YouTube refresh.
Smoke's coming back in 2 seconds as well. The spike is planted for tree. Razor Vines, though, baits out the flash. He's looking for the tap into it, but
T1 in that round, able to establish the opener, not being scared to run away with the tail between the legs, sticking around for the fight. But the damage, as I was talking about, right? The fact that Devi manages to come away with another kill in that one there. Kill timing for that one, by the way, with the wall just going up and spotted. Regardless, damage is what I'm talking about, right? It's forcing out a bit more of an awkward buy for T1 that they would like, you would expect. So they might have to deploy a couple of the ultimates to offset that come this round. Lots of light shields, for example, with 4 there.
Possibly still another big explosion. Paper X, though, pushing all the way out mound. I'm sure the players around Pillar can hear all this.
Yeah, just imagine if Jing was going to be disrespectful and go through for that one, though. This time, change up Vice utility towards the A site. Going to hold them at bay, but meanwhile, it's a double trajectory lineup for T1. They want B, they also want A, but B is better.
Yeah, and that's where Jing will find his mark. Knows that there is another player nearby as well. Silences him off the next 3 who are still not towards the A site just yet.
If they can get this pit down as Izu, they might be able to hold this one off cleanly.
Rolling Thunder possibly by time. Stacks just trying to get the spike down first. And you do have something sneaking inbound towards Drop. He takes down Stacks.
And they know that he was in there as well. The timing
up, the boom bot might be able to spot even further. Jing then in for the sprays. He catches Buzz. Just Izu left. He might have to cover, but can he really keep himself alive? Petman alongside another player from the back. Izu stuck between a rock and a hard place. Tries to maneuver back in, on and around. He hears the hops behind. It buys the distraction on over. Poison Cloud's into safety. Off to the wayside, but it's something with the sword that comes down at the torso.
Nicely done from Paper X on that retake. 3 versus 3 scenario, and it's unfortunate that the Viper's pit didn't provide the full protection for Stacks a little bit earlier on. Just caught when it starts to evolve into the server. Really rough there. I'm talking about trying to navigate something here for T1. They're trying to get into the B site, they're trying to get into the A site. But who thrives better in the chaos right now? It's the chaos creators, Paper X. You can never expect what they're gonna come out with. Nice one out from the shorty there.
True to the story, true to the prophecy.
7-1.
X running the story, the comeback.
T1 to P7 instead of X for 10. Maybe we get there. It would have been better for me to say it then. Sylvan dead, Jing, Pain Shells, treat.
By 8-1 is too strong, bro. 8-1 lead is too strong.
Controlling the map.
Huh?
Yeah, just the pistols though for T1. So if they want to get this round over and done with, they could potentially line up to go a bit quicker.
And that's the tough thing for Stax to deal with against a team like this. He's always got to be on his toes as to where PaperX could be if they're pushing out or not.
What are you doing on the back of this shear, though? Buzz has sneakily snuck in towards the A site, very much and so, but you're in the open using that as Meteor. You're not expecting Divide to just dance around the site. He's good for some damage, and now it's all Stax.
It's not too bad. He has a weapon picked up. He's gotten the spike planted, and that was the main thing that they were looking for. So even if he doesn't find any kills, something good on the
8-1 bolte.
For T1 to get some cash in.
I mean, the fact that that TP comes out from Buzz and it's just kind of already been noted and dealt with as well. Maybe you're thinking towards Meteor on this Teo, just getting caught out by positioning as well, right? We're still looking for him to be learning a little bit on this Agent 2. I got to say, from the initial stage,
trying to
step across to dodge all the choke entry util, but
ये सबके साथ हो रहा है मेरे साथ तो नहीं हो रहा मेरे को मेरा स्क्रीन बराबर दिख रहा है
of the map. You got to flash on towards Mount. If you're T1, you've got a roadblock at every step of the way.
रिफ्रेश करो YouTube को रिफ्रेश करो टास्क मैनेजर से बंद करके YouTube खोल के देखो वापिस
towards one side of the map while having your Vice shield wall protecting some position. You're having Patman with some good prowler timing, with some good haunts as well. And Devai is just not overstepping, right? He's helping the team where needed with the Arc Roses. He's trying to buy some time, buy some information. He's now playing this role better as well. So it's looking really good. We're not seeing any scared players on Paper X. Like Forsaken's going in for challenges. Something's going in for challenges. Jing's going in for challenges. And this is the defensive side, by the way, where they're running double doors, right? So imagine what they're still going to be able to translate that to on offense, potentially.
Yeah, precisely that, especially if you're looking at the scoreline right now, 8-1. They're going to continue forward with this, and this just means the pressure continues to mount up on the backs of these T1 players, these storied players. It's a really tough spot for them to be in, and you really look to the coaching staff to help them out in this one.
I mean, we've seen T1 be able to get in towards these sites to establish a plant, but they've just not been able to protect it.
So basically, something duelist is equal to win.
With the one round that they've been able to find. So you'd almost think that they need to get another opener, and they just can't. Jing, very successful with the paint shells yet again, and Izu will fall too.
And it's the spams that do it all. That's the darndest thing.
And now if you want to go to the C site, well, the Vice util's there.
Flash over, maybe you TP into safety, but still Stack's not calling full in just yet. The trade's coming over though, thankfully with a salvo. So T1 finding some form of stability, but you still have PaperX hovering nearby.
Stacks and Meteor early ults. It'll buy them enough time though to actually talk in how they want to play this post plan.
Will it be enough? Meteor kicks things off with a singular kill. Jing then with a showstopper around the back. They have to react to this really quickly. Rolling Thunder to buy some space, and it does allow them to stay alive, but Meteor not able to come up with the goods. Paint shells to flush Stacks into a certain position where he's able to hold it down with the off angles, but Padman brings out the shorty. He dives into a victory for PaperX.
Right guard at the right time.
9-1, they don't have money.
When he's already low, a classic right click potentially could have got it as well, but picking up the shorty, I mean, when push comes to shove, from beginning to end, PaperX right in the round, a double opener. Though I will say, coming down to a 1 versus 1 at the end, T1 certainly tried to negotiate some advantage in the round. Stuns, well, they're cosmetic. The first shot just comes on out, and then ultimately Patman getting that one. It's 9-1 now. Another defuse from PaperX. I'm saying, T1 can get in these sites. They just can't hold them off.
Exactly, and again, it comes down to these situations. It just feels like utter pandemonium all across the map right now. All of a sudden, it's a kill from Davai with an outlaw towards the A site.
But Jing has to be careful here that they don't go too far forwards, because this could get the better of them. So they will think better of it, disconnect from the situation.
And possibly back into the outlaw again. Davai watched. He's been smoked off though. Great call by Stax. Hyper defensive. Corralled in towards the A site. Something's nearby.
Yeah, and he does have the dimensional drift, but he was snuck in towards Bullseye. Just not able to find Izu.
Almost a 90-degree flick, but yes, Izu, stability for the side of T1, and then for the flashes as well, but Divide just dives right in. Another kill coming through, and Sylvan tries to bring things back into T1's favor. Just Jing left, and he gets spun out by Stacks, climbed up to the top of the ropes, and it's 2-9. T1 find a round back in.
Yeah, that's better from T1 there, but again, it's just another close round.
They
find the opener. I thought by the timing that Divide was going to get another one with the Outlaw through the smoke, but T1 get in.
भाई इससे 9-3 नहीं होएगा,
10
तो होएगा,
3-9 Komodo would be
कोई सी alt है TRX के पास.
He's done him dirty like that.
And now they're blind as well. I mean, this is what happens when PaperX are truly, fully W keying every single round of the way.
And on the defensive side as well, right? They are just not scared. Last round of the half now.
Whoa.
Take your rubble control. Force T1 back.
Into a lone Defy around C.
Yeah, again, you can play retake if you want to here. Nightfall, Dimensional Drift, Steel Garden. Very valuable retake ultimates.
Something's already in position.
Gotta be quick now.
Salvos to launch. T1 looking for space, looking to get the spike down. Defy is just biding his time with his ult.
Yeah, but I think something will have to go in first here. Make sure you're sniffing out who's going to be where for the team.
Oh, every single ult at the same time. T1 just completely in disarray. They're calling it Mayday. Where do we go? Meanwhile, PaperX says there's no return, pushing up front. Every single kill going through to them. And it's just Izu up by Mound. He's getting dinked up. He's low HP. The spike gets defused and Patman delivers.
बोला ना भाई है 22 साल
He
दरवाजा
misses the
खोलने
snake
का
spike, but there's not too much you
खत्म.
can do at the end there when your guns get
सब
removed
जगह
on the
से
side
घुसो
itself,
बस.
when you've got the dimensional drift of something, getting all the information, the shots are being collected by PaperX. It's PRX,
Imagine
it's
Masters
10.
winner getting
And
eliminated.
they are looking
Socho,
to
first
send
team to get
T1 a
eliminated.
packing, unless during this halftime break there is a different awakening force for T1 to come back.
Unless. My God, Komodo bringing out the Roman numerals now. Again, this is a situation, a scenario that we are so darn unfamiliar with. Yes, T1 has been tested throughout this entire group stage, the playoffs even against DRX, but not a 2-10.
Okay, I know that word, but I don't know the top. So I'm going to say T1 fighting.
It's, yes, cheers of encouragement for T1. They certainly need it right now. Meanwhile, PaperX sitting on top, climbing back up towards a possible return to the international stage. T1, though, oh.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider that this would be a bit of a curse breaker for PaperX too on a 5-match losing streak versus Korean teams in VCT Pacific.
Certainly
यहाँ से comeback हो तो absolute से होना चल रहे.
A lot more for PaperX, especially for the upcoming games as well. But for T1, again, can you believe it? You have to eliminate one of these teams at the end of this match. T1.
Alex भाई ने काय stress दिया पहले match
Masters Bangkok winner.
And then you've also got, you know, our stage 1 winners
Alex
in
भाई
DRX
like
who are
Binks
in the
पहला
lower
match
bracket
stress
too.
देना जरूरी है.
Opportunity to fight for getting back on the international stage.
If you're thinking about the first Korean team that beat PaperX, it would be T1. Well, now starting things on the defensive side. Got some control. They're pushing out the Teo drone as well.
Important pistol round. Highlighted it earlier. Both on map 2 went the way of PaperX. They've got the first one here. Can they get the second and pretty much seal the deal with a cherry on top on this map? Izu tagged up by the Sheriff.
Now forced to play defensive. PaperX quickly corralling over onto the A site. Prowlers out. Izu to play close. Every single player rotating over.
Yeah, a lot of numbers here now for T1 towards this A site. I think PaperX might just have to go patient a little bit here. The timing and the smoke, Meteor on the salvos.
Trailing off for the mid-round call, but they're hovering in towards Link. Meanwhile, you got Lurks, Divide hiding inside a tree.
The thing is, PaperX are already in front of this Viper util. So Izu doesn't have to worry about the wall now. He just needs to watch the angles on the site with Buzz.
That's exactly what he's trying to do. Quick on the wide swing, takes out Divide, takes out another player. It's something gone. Forsaken though, able to bring things back into normalcy.
Plant going down, Meteor eventually salvos back online. Fault line for Stacks as well, but the push up from Jing finding more damage.
Insane wallbangs as well, down to the tags. Penman finding out the shots from the back, and Jing in for the double kill. The pistol round has been picked up in the second half. It's 11-2, Komodo.
Things go from bad to worse now if you are a T1 fan or
बंक्स भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये PRX का डाउनफॉल किस रीजन की वजह से आपको क्या लगता है? किधर है भाई? हेलो,
essentially to keep them off 12, keep them off series point, and I'm casting it back to what we said at the end of map number 2 here, Quack. We had a 13-3, we had a 13-4. Surely we get a map 3 that's going to be close, right? Right now, different universes.
What in the world is this script? The wheels are coming off of T1 right now, but they're trying to bring things back in together. You got Sheriffs, you got Stingers, and they're all positioned up towards B as well as C. Pushed out from C mount. TP's into safety. PaperX, they're happy with the info that they've gained.
Yeah, if you're toying with rotations, you're toying with ideas, you've got a lot of space to be able to do that as well with the 11-2. You've just spotted out Meteor at the front of B, and you know that you've lost a bit of control over at C. So how favored do you feel going towards, well, the other side in A? Slow and steady, PaperX.
Gotta play careful. They will eliminate the first threat in the form of Meteor.
W 45.
Stacks as well, still hovering around near ways. You have the paranoia just to block things off. Buzz has to TP out.
And Stacks no idea that Jing's already got up there.
Open B side as well. Spike getting planted soon enough. Izu still trapped.
How far forward does Jing go?
Still hovering around stair. He does spot out the next one. Buzz then coming back in. Because Jing has pushed out so far in front, then Buzz has to play it safe. He's got the Sheriff. He will find the shot, but he's got 3 more hostiles to deal with altogether. Trying to sling out the shots now, but the gunslinger on the other side. The 5 puts PaperX up to map and series point.
Big Time said it was PaperX's time. It was not copium. It was a real belief. I mean, you better bloody be believing right now,
Absolute
folks.
cinema bolte.
You would need to see an absolute change of affairs here on Lotus from T1 to get back into this one. Will the next round provide us something a little bit different for them on this defensive side? However, you look towards them, and I mean, the attacking side of this map for Lotus, yeah, so defense also, yeah, so I don't know.
Really?
Make work of that one.
Together, but it's just going to be something quickly sending them to their doom. Another kill as Forsaken opens up the C side. This might be it, Komodo. Oh, it's Jake diving straight in. He knows it's almost over.
Absolutely Goomba stomped on him.
Just 100% Stacks. How do you work your way around this? 1v5, you can't bow out, but you only have a singular Guardian, 2 flashes and an aftershock, and 5 PaperX players to kill. Look at the positions they're holding as well. He hears them coming out from the back. He turns back all around. They're going in for the knives. The thigh cuts him at his throat, and PaperX end this out. Final score, 13-2. They've been going up and down, but here they are in playoffs, and track by track, PaperX are not done yet.
They are honking the horn of that train, mate. 13-3 map number 1 on Fracture for T1, but it's an absolutely commanding reverse sweep for PaperX. 13-4 into 13-2. That is the most commanding victory they have had on this map through this whole year. We've seen 13-9, 7s, 10s, 7s, 5s, but a 13-2 against the Masters winners in T1? Are you bloody joking? You'd have to be. You can't imagine this scoreline. You have to watch through the entire series. You wouldn't have been expecting this looking at the first match results. But PaperX have done it, and they've turned this entire situation around. What a triumphant win for the Dinos themselves. Meanwhile, for T1, though, your heart goes out to them. Yeah, for sure. I mean, anyone who's predicted this playoffs bracket so far with 100%
W baby PRX.
I would say
Alex भाई पहले मैच के बाद आप क्या फील कर रहे थे?
Maybe a little bit more unexpected in the score lines in
ये
the server
क्वेश्चन
itself,
पूछो प्लीज.
because PaperX looked absolutely flat on Fracture. Don't get me wrong, but they turned it around. They forgot about that
कोई
one.
पूछो
Something
प्लीज.
stepped up. Jin stepped up. I mean,
पहले मैच के बाद क्या
everyone
फील
stepped
कर रहे
up
थे?
on that roster.
That just means so much to
एक
their
बार पूछा
mentality
Alex
as well.
भाई से.
We'll take a look with how PaperX are feeling on the stage as we toss it to Jen over with the victory interview.
प्लीज एलेक्स भाई को पकड़ो भाई.
What a match from Paper X. Winners of
Jan
tonight's
bolte!
Here you go. I'm gonna need you up over here. 네, 페이퍼 X의 포세이큰 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 아까 경기 끝나고 다바이 선수가 페이퍼 X 돌아왔다라고 얘기를 했는데 약간의 정체기가 있었지만 이겨내고 폼을 복구하고 있는 페이퍼 X인데요. 오늘의 퍼포먼스에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, Jason. I mean, just after you guys finished up the match, I heard Dabai saying, "Oh, we're back, we're back." Do you feel like you guys are back? How are we feeling about how the team performed today?
I mean, we performed good, and as well in the practice, we've been like practicing a lot. We've been putting a lot of hard work in our practice. So I guess the result is here. The result is here, and yeah, we're gonna keep practicing.
아 진짜 너무 기분이 좋고 확실히 이렇게 팀의 폼이 올라오는 것 같고 그동안 연습을 굉장히 열심히 했기 때문에 그 부분이 오늘 결과로 나온 것 같아서 너무 기쁘다고 얘기를 하는데요. 말씀해주신 것처럼 좀 열심히 연습을 했을 텐데 2주간의 시간 동안 어떤 부분에 집중했는지도 물어보고 싶네요. So you guys practiced and practiced, worked really hard, right? What did you specifically worked on? You know.
First map.
I mean, since Batman is like new to us, and I think she needs a little bit of time to adjust with our playstyle and stuff. But yeah, I think I trust him on that, and we're just practicing on like, I would say, maybe last time we have role issue, right? But now maybe we will fix a bit on some map, you know?
Okay.
Maybe we will to think of fracture again. Yeah.
Okay. 팬맨 선수가 팀에 적응하는 게 먼저 급선무였고 그리고 뭐 워낙 팀원들 모두 팬맨 선수를 믿고 있기 때문에 연습을 하면서 어떤 퍼포먼스를 끌어올리느냐가 문제였고 그리고 그 부분을 굉장히 열심히 연습해서 채워 넣었다고 얘기를 하면서 그리고 지난번까지는 약간의 역할이 겹치는 그런 이슈들이 있었는데 이제 롤 체인지를 어느 정도 정립한 것 같고 다른 맵에서는 조금 더 손봐야 할 부분도 있고 확실히 교통 정리를 해야 할 부분이 있는데 프랙처도 그중 하나가 아닐까라고 얘기를 하는데요. 이어서 이 프랙처에서 굉장히 큰 변화를 도입했는데 이것도 어떤 과정이 있었는지도 물어보고 싶네요. Speaking of fracture,
door match क्या?
To the map, right? I don't know. We might see more coming into the future, but can you talk to us about why you guys made those changes?
Because we were
नहीं सुनना क्योंकि अपने पास टाइम नहीं है भाई मेरे को सोने जाना पड़ेगा रात को 5 भी और एनी भी ठीक है बाकी इंटरव्यू मेन स्क्रीन पे देख लो बाय बाय गाइस आदियोस चैट में पादियोस टेक केयर सी या बाय गुड नाइट मिलते हैं रात को लव यू बाय बाय जीजी स्टूपियर एक्स लव यू चैट बाय बाय सॉरी बंक्स भाई लिख को जाते जाते हेटर्स भोसले वालों PRX FW बाय
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do, I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle, like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel. You deserve better.